blissful morning to the assembly of distinguished guests, worthy members of APT, most prized delegates, and valued audience. Greetings from the cultural capital of Kerala.
In this gorgeous morning, with this exuberant and exciting crowd present here, I welcome you all to the prestigious 7th Annual Conference of APT, Association of Pulmonologists Thrissur, Aptcon 2023.
We will begin our conference with the first session of today, Challenges in Management of Obstructive Airway Diseases in Post-COVID Era. The eminent speaker for this session is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar M., Pulmonologist, Indira Gandhi Cooperative Hospital, Talasheri. Session is chaired by Dr. Kumari Indira K.S., Medical Superintendent and Professor and HOD of Pulmonary Medicine Department, Srinarayana Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. Dr. Sudhir Kumar K., Senior Consultant Pulmonologist, Chest Hospital, Calicut. Dr. Rekha P., Consultant Pulmonologist, Kottayam. We welcome you all to the dais.
Good morning, distinguished delegates. So we're opening the first session. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this Aptcon conference Thrissur. The organizers of Thrissur I think it is a very well organized, only the reason that delegates are able to come. But we have witnessed a morning news section which was excellent and well conducted, and it's a very actually it was really good for the delegates also to witness and update their knowledge also. So I congratulate the team. So today's session, the first session is by Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. He's an excellent speaker. And the topic is on challenges in management of obstructive airway diseases in the post-COVID era. So we know that we are really facing this problem after the post-COVID scenario. Many of our asthma patients and COPD patients are coming to us with severe breathlessness, shortness of breath, and which is not controlled with our usual medication. So to enlighten on this, we have Dr. Sanjeev Kumar.
Respected Chair, respected teachers, dear friends. First of all, let me thank the organizers, the Association of Pulmonologists of Thrissur, for giving me this opportunity to kick off this prestigious Aptcon. I especially thank Dr. Ennis for inviting me. My topic for the day is challenges in the management of obstructive airway diseases in the post-COVID era. And as ma'am was saying, we have reached a stage where we are not seeing too many active cases of COVID now, but more of post-COVID and more of obstructive airway diseases. So, post-COVID lung impairment and diseases have been a major public health concern over the last few months, since we are not dealing with active COVID anymore. And during the early phases, we had more of pulmonary fibrosis and associated problems before the associated with Delta and the previous strains of COVID. We were dealing with more of pulmonary fibrosis. And following the recent waves with Omicron variants, we are dealing more with airway diseases, especially obstructive airway diseases and their various spectra. Now, the term post-COVID era, we'll keep our fingers crossed. The virus is still active in China. We don't know whether they'll come up with a new strain which is more deadly. But still, we still hope and pray that this is the post-COVID era. And we'll talk about the various changes, especially in the obstructive airway diseases of asthma and COPD. The changes in the pattern and if there is any, and the challenges we are facing in the management of these variants. Again, comparison between the earlier variants of COVID and the recent Omicron variant will also be discussed. So, after the recent Omicron came in, the Omicron variant was first detected in Botswana in November, and it became the predominant variant in India by around January to February. And but in January and February 2022. And from that time onwards, we have been seeing these discussions in the forums, different forums of pulmonologists, that we are seeing more, and as ma'am said, more and more patients who are coming up with new onset asthma. Patients who have never had any history of airway diseases coming with symptoms suggestive of asthma. Patients who had absolutely controlled asthma for many years altogether, suddenly developing acute symptoms. Patients who have had other forms of allergic symptoms like atopic dermatitis or allergic rhinitis, now coming up with symptoms suggestive asthma, which may or may not be controlled with the regular asthma medications. Again, we had a few patients who came in after vaccination, suggesting that their symptoms exacerbated after COVID vaccination. Again, we also face COPD exacerbations as well as exacerbations of bronchiectasis. Even though we have seen all this, do we have enough evidence, or in the form of concrete data or concrete studies, do we have enough data to suggest that asthma or even exacerbations of asthma have increased following the recent Omicron variant? So, post-COVID or long COVID or long haulers as they are called, WHO defines it as the development of new symptoms 3 months after the initial SARS coronavirus 2 infection, and with these symptoms lasting for at least 2 months with no other explanation. Other definitions, there is post-acute COVID, where the symptoms last for more than 3 weeks. The symptoms of COVID itself lasting for more than 3 weeks but less than 12 weeks, 3 months. And chronic COVID, the symptoms of COVID are lasting for more than 12 weeks. A wide spectrum of post-COVID syndromes affecting almost every organ in the body. You have, even though the lung is the main organ, main target, you can see that the heart, the vessels, the liver, the brain, almost every organ in the body is involved with post-COVID syndromes. We have had a lot of papers studying the lung function and radiological features up to 1 year after COVID-19, but most of these studies have been targeting the patients who have had Delta or the previous variants. And this was one such study. Again, another study assessing the sequelae of COVID-19 nearly 1 year after the diagnosis. This is a study from Rajagiri Hospital. Dr. Rajesh is an author. We studied the lung function about 3 months after Delta, and many other papers studying post-COVID lung diseases. And reviewing all these papers, what we could find was that the most common symptoms pertaining to post-COVID or long COVID, the most common symptoms were fatigue, shortness of breath, joint pain, chest pain, cough, loss of smell, dryness of mouth and dryness of eyes, and so on. There were abnormalities in lung function. In the normal spirometry, we had restrictive abnormalities. There was reduced diffusion capacity, impaired exercise testing, as well as reduction in 6-minute walk test. As well as in the radiology, the common findings were ground glass opacities, fibrosis, and bronchiectasis. But the pacifying factor, or the factor which we can find solace in, is that in long-term studies which were held for 1 year and all, when they studied the lung function as well as radiology at intervals, say the 6-month studies, 6-month readings were better compared to the 3 months in all of these, in the lung function as well as in the radiology. And at the end of 1 year, most of the radiological features had improved, and most of the lung function had also come near to normal, even though it was not absolutely normal. Except in one study where in the CT they could find about fibrotic strands in almost 20% of the patients 1 year after COVID. So most of the changes, the abnormalities in lung function as well as the radiology tends to change or tends to improve over time. These are the various etiologies of the respiratory symptoms. The post-COVID respiratory symptoms most commonly may be due to post-ARDS fibrosis, It may be due to post-viral infection, organizing pneumonia, ventilator-induced lung injury, cardiac injuries, pulmonary thromboembolism, myopathy and deconditioning in patients who have been in the ICU for a long period, and central hypoventilation due to neurological involvement. So all these may contribute to post-COVID respiratory symptoms. Going on to obstructive airway disease per se. Now, if you look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on asthma, this was one of the earlier studies which studied the impact of COVID on asthma patients, and it was a huge study conducted from over 5 lakh patients, and over 1 lakh patients with asthma were evaluated. And the conclusion was that in the first 18 months of lockdown and restriction, there was a substantial and persistent reduction in asthma exacerbations across the nation. And this change or this reduction was unlikely to be adequately explained by changes in the health-seeking behavior, pandemic-related healthcare service disruption, or any air quality improvements. This was the Covidence UK study, the next phase, that is after opening up what has happened. After opening up, this study proved that there is a rebound in asthma exacerbations following relaxation of COVID-19 restrictions. So this study was conducted between November 2020 and April 2022. That is, the Omicron has just started at that period. So the conclusion was that the relaxation of COVID-19 restrictions coincided with decreased face covering use, decreased mask use, increased social mixing, and a rebound in the acute respiratory infection and asthma exacerbation. The interesting finding was that the incident acute respiratory infection and risk of severe asthma exacerbation was similar for both non-COVID acute respiratory infection and COVID-19 acute respiratory infection. That is, there was no change. Even if they accounted for the Omicron variant, there was no change between the occurrence of asthma in both non-COVID acute respiratory infection and COVID-19 acute respiratory infection. So they stressed on the fact that the interventions such as face covering may help to reduce the asthma exacerbation in future also. Another study in the pediatric population where they found persistent cough and asthma-like symptoms post-COVID-19 hospitalization in children, and the conclusion was that there was an asthma-like prevalence in more than 40% in the cohort of COVID-19 hospitalized children. And the factors which led to more asthma-like symptoms were a family history of asthma, a previous history of asthma and allergic rhinitis. And the COVID-19 presentations were found to be more severe in the asthma-like group. Another study showing that there was worsening of asthma control after COVID-19, and this study assessed a group of asthmatic patients that had COVID-19, and although the respiratory symptoms related to COVID-19 was more or less mild to moderate, the subgroup of these asthmatic patients evolved with worsening of their asthma, and an increment of their asthma medication was needed to control their disease. Most of the previous studies had been conducted with the Delta variant. This is a more recent study where they tried to find out whether there was any difference in COVID-19 triggered pediatric asthma exacerbations across the variants. And even though the number of, I'm sorry for the size, even though the number of patients with Omicron was much less, there were only 45 out of 372 patients with Omicron. Pre-Delta was 202 and Delta was 125. They found that the Omicron variant is more likely to trigger pediatric asthma exacerbations than prior variants, and supporting the need for ongoing surveillance of children with asthma who develop COVID-19. And most probably because we have had only this much time, it's only 10 to 11 months since the Omicron has arrived and established itself. We do not have enough studies in adults or enough studies regarding exacerbations of asthma in the adult population. Another aspect of asthma and COVID-19 where patients with asthma or atopic dermatitis taking biological therapies have reduced SARS-CoV virus, coronavirus to vaccine response at 6 months. And in the study, they found that patients with severe asthma or atopic dermatitis who were taking biologicals for their disease had lower neutralization titer after SARS coronavirus 2 mRNA vaccination compared to healthy control 6 months after the second vaccination. So this implied that the clinicians should encourage patients with severe asthma or atopic dermatitis on biological therapies to receive SARS coronavirus 2 booster vaccinations because their neutralization titers are low. They may unknowingly remain at high risk for severe disease. Going on to COPD, again similar to asthma, the decreased admissions during the initial days of the pandemic, the population decline in COPD admissions during the COVID-19 pandemic associated with lower burden of community respiratory viral infections. So this was mainly due to the public health measures during the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to less viral infections and led to lesser exacerbations in the COPD population also, as was seen in the asthma population. Again, I could not find too many studies on post-COVID and COPD exacerbations, but the general things that can happen, general complications in patients with background COPD are lung fibrosis. There are a lot of studies which have evaluated patients with COPD and COVID-19 disease. That is, patients with COPD were found to be more prone to severe disease when they had COVID-19. They were more prone to be intubated, and their prognosis was also found to be poorer. But post-COVID, what is the impact on COPD patients? I could not find too many papers. So, lung fibrosis, massive tissue remodeling, overproduction of mucus leading to respiratory distress and activation of the inflammatory cascade. There is blunted activity of the mucociliary system, making these patients more vulnerable to the COVID-19 infection, and weakened function of alveolar macrophages and higher mortality rate. Going on to bronchiectasis and COVID-19 infection, this was a paper which was published earlier in 2021. They said that it is a two-way street. It's a Chinese paper from a Chinese journal, which mentioned that most of the patients with severe COVID-19 went on to develop fibrosis and bronchiectasis. And patients with bronchiectasis who developed COVID had a poorer prognosis. They were more prone to have severe disease and end up in the ICU. So it's a two-way street. Another paper on bronchiectasis and COVID-19, where interestingly there was reversible bronchiectasis or pseudo-bronchiectasis in COVID-19 survivors with acute respiratory distress syndrome. So, after evaluating around 41 COVID-19 survivors with ARDS, they found that around 28 patients had traction bronchiectasis. Following them up over time, they found that 21 of the 28 patients, that is around 75% patients, the bronchiectasis resolved almost completely over a period of 4 months. Only in a small proportion of patients, that is only in 25%, the bronchiectasis remained, and that also had resolved, but even though not completely. Again, vaccination and COVID-19, we do get a lot of patients coming in our OPDs, but there was no evidence linking the vaccination to exacerbations of asthma. So this was one paper which suggested that there could be a link, but it is a single case report in a 28-year-old female following the Pfizer vaccine. The authors themselves say that the single case study might not be adequate to draw conclusions about the association between asthma exacerbations and COVID-19 vaccine. Similar was the case with COPD exacerbations also. This was a single case report with the Moderna vaccine, a COPD exacerbation that occurred after the mRNA COVID-19 vaccine. So a lot of questions remain to be answered yet. We know that these are still early days. So whether asthma, new onset asthma, exacerbations of asthma, or asthma exacerbations are related to the Omicron variant are yet to be answered. So this was recently published in the Lancet. We had a study evaluating the long-term sequelae of COVID-19 and international consensus on research priorities for patients with pre-existing and new onset airways disease. So the focus is now on airways disease, and about 48 experts have laid down a final list of about 98 research topics related to airway diseases. So of these, we have around 20 papers which have been given priority related to asthma and COPD. So we hope that over the next, say, 12 to 18 months, we will get more answers than questions related to Omicron and asthma. So summarizing, we can summarize that the virus can cause complications and exacerbations during the infection or after treatment in patients with asthma and COPD. And there is a higher propensity of post-COVID airway diseases, especially with the recent variants. Asthma, new onset asthma, as well as in exacerbations are common. COPD exacerbations are also common in patients who have recovered from COVID. There is no data as of now to suggest any role of any vaccine in the exacerbations of asthma and COPD, and most of the exacerbations are now responding to conventional treatment. So, hoping to find more answers in the future. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sanjeev, for such an exhaustive and comprehensive presentation. You did very well, and you have covered almost all the aspects what we are facing now. The new occurrence of asthma, exacerbation of COPD, and the persistence of symptoms, everything. And I think that with the onset of COVID, we had got an ample opportunity to look into the pathogenesis of asthma. Actually, the new cases, which people who never had asthma, developing asthma after the COVID infection, they never had asthma even during the influenza or respiratory syncytial virus infection. That might give us a lead to understand the pathogenesis of asthma. What's your opinion? What's your take on that?
Definitely. So the way in which the patients are coming in, it's not an accident. It's not accidental, that is certain. Even though one of the studies say that, we have seen in one of the studies saying that the incidence of acute respiratory infections, non-COVID acute respiratory infections and COVID respiratory infections are equally responsible for asthma exacerbations. So we cannot, given the recent scenario, we have to think that there is some relation between the recent variants of Omicron, the receptors, and the occurrence of asthma in these patients.
I have one point, because in our personal experience, what we observe is that there are so many incident cases of asthma exacerbation recently coming to our OPD, and most of them are very often getting admitted. And these patients are not getting controlled without usual medication. So the hospital stay is also increasing most of them. But these patients, majority of the patients say they never had any COVID infection in their recent past or in the past 2 years. But so it looks like there is something, some environmental change, something biological mechanism yet to have explained. And there are some reports that the upper respiratory tract is more vulnerable to Omicron or the COVID virus, and this actually changes the microbiome of the upper respiratory tract, which actually causes an immunological imbalance, and that way maybe the people are more vulnerable to many of the viruses, not COVID, respiratory syncytial virus, influenza virus. These are the postulations which has been suggested, but we are not very clear on it. Another thing which we personally, what I have observed is that majority of the patients who come to our OPD or are getting admitted, why they are not getting improved? Probably they have a residual upper respiratory infection, and a good majority of them have sinusitis, along with it. So if you treat the sinusitis properly, this is my observation because I could not get any information from the publications. If you focus on the sinus part and improve the sinusitis, their asthma comes down. This is my personal observation.
Questions from the audience? Any doubts or any? So, thank you, Dr. Sanjeev, for the nice and clear presentation. And definitely, this is a newer concept, and more discussions will be there in the coming meetings and the new guidelines. Again, I yet to come regarding this topic. So, thank you all, and thank you once again, the organizers, for inviting us for this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your deep knowledge with us. It was a great pleasure listening to you. Dr. Kumarindra ma'am is honoring our speaker with a memento. Next, I would like to request Dr. Davis Paul sir to honor our chairpersons with a memento. Thank you all for a wonderful session.
Let us move on to the second session of the day, Newer Concepts in Lung Cancer Management. Our speaker is the eminent oncologist of Kerala, Dr. V.P. Gangadharan, Head of Medical and Pediatric Oncology, VPS Lakeshore Hospital, Kochi. Session is chaired by Chairpersons Dr. P.S. Shahjahan, Professor of Pulmonary Medicine Department, Government Medical College, Alapura, Dr. Asmita A. Mehta, Professor and Head of Respiratory Medicine Department, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi, Dr. Subin Ahmed, Consultant and Head of Pulmonary Medicine Department, Renai Medicity, Kochi. We invite you to honor the dais.
Good morning to you all. At the outset, I thank the team Aptcon for inviting us for this wonderful session. And the topic is newer concepts in lung cancer management. And when we were students, only few terminologies in lung cancer, whether it is squamous cell carcinoma, renal carcinoma, and we have only few gadgets to manage. And now we have hope for lung cancer, and even people with 5 or 10 year people are living with cancer, lung cancer. So to speak on this, we have none other than Gangadharan sir. Introducing Gangadharan sir to this audience will be superfluous. I don't go into that. So over to sir for this session.
Thank you, Dr. Sharan. Thank you, Venice and the team for giving me an opportunity to meet my teachers after a long time. Rudy Pence, Dr. Parmeshwar, and then Dr. Suman, and a lot of my friends when I was working in Jubilee College. Just like the chairperson started, when I started my career also it was darkness. The final year DM case for discussion was a case of carcinoma language pluralization. And I could pass the exam just by discussing for pluralosis and pain management, which may not be possible now. That is where I think the whole change has happened over the years. And to say that, yes, it was a complex disease even at that time, because you had the two major types being classified into non-small cell and small cell. The three histologic types of non-small cell and the small cell also. The major changes happened in non-small cell. I think if I conclude about small cell at this point of time, I'd say that the conventional chemo followed by radiation for consolidation and chemoprophylaxis has been changed to a slight advantage by introducing two monoclonals, atezolizumab and the belimumab. These are two drugs which have slightly changed small cell. But the major changes happened in non-small cell. Why this change and how it started was, you could see the 5 years survival. The majority of the case being in stage 3, stage 4. I think it was a disaster to get diagnosed as a lung cancer of especially non-small cell. And of course, small cell even at this point of time. That is where the whole thought process evolved. And to recollect back, I think this part is almost remaining almost same, like the early lung, stage 1 and stage 2, the early stage 3. The option of going for a surgery first, in a non-small cell, or with a neoadjuvant with a surgery in especially stage 3, or without a radiation and adjuvant to support them. That is remaining almost stable. And the outcome is also, I think, almost the score of putting a stage 1 being 50% 5 years survival. Now, the history goes back now to mostly the non-small cell and the under customers, the advanced stage. The question not only comes, what is the prognosis that has happened over the years, or change that has happened over the years? And this was scenario before 90s. And much more worse before it. I mean, 80s, where we didn't have any cisplatin, we didn't have any vaccines, we didn't have any combination chemotherapy concept at all. And disaster meaning hardly 3 months survival. That's the point where we started in 90s. Then, the next phase was going for drugs with much less toxicity. Because the chemotherapy has changed partly from 3 months to 9 months, 6 months advantage. But the cost of side effects including alopecia. So the thrust at that point of time was trying to control the side effects, including alopecia. And the newer drugs came like gemcitabine, which doesn't have the alopecia as the side effect. But again, the outcome was not different. You can see the outcome like the doublets and triplets of platinum taxane, many combinations, this platinum taxane, this platinum gemcitabine. The response rate was only like 25-35%. With a median survival of about 8 to 12 months, and a time to progression of hardly 4 to 6 months. And very bleak survival rate still. They've gone ahead with triplets, non-platinum chemotherapies, and single agent. I think it was only even trying with different combinations without much impact on the outcome. Then came the drug pimetrexate. The advantage was better response, better PFS. Better overall survival, much more better the better toxicity profile of prevention. And the concept of going for a maintenance, which touched upon partly on progression of his survival as well as overall survival, especially in adenocarcinomas and large cell carcinomas. That's the point of introduction of prevention. I think at least 2-3 trials are favoring. So as of now, if somebody speaks about adenocarcinoma lung and what is chemotherapy protocol, it will be platinum chemotherapy. So that will be the final answer for chemotherapy. 2010 plus. What is the prognosis? I think totally different concepts, and that is where I'm going to stand in the podium today and talk to you. What are the newer concepts in lung cancer management after 2010? So the step is like this. 70s, surgery, radiation, chemo up to 90s, And from 2000 onwards, the concept is changing to the totally different targets, plus or minus chemotherapy, plus NGS, and following that the next generation sequencing, and then going for targets, and the final to the level of going for immunotherapy. So you can see it's a stepwise progression, and happy to see that in my career, starting from 1980s, I think I have involved in almost all the steps, knowing that what I did in the 80s was a foolish thing. And now, well, that is where we know that we are part of the whole story. So the question of the driver mutation scale and identifying the mutation and going for targeting, and that is where we are now. And it's interesting to see that from the level where we spoke that NSCLC is a very complex disease, just because it's a small cell and a non-small cell and the variables, we are going to a much more complex situation of identifying the different driver mutations, saying that it's not like what we thought in 90s, but it was much more complex to see that the disease is entirely a complex disease. And you can see this, starting with different driver mutations, and we started classifying them. That is, one group which is with a driver mutation positive, and the other is with no driver mutations. So the broad classification of histology gave way to the two major groups for treatment, like driver mutation dependent and non-driver mutation. And out of that, we have got the group which is going for immunotherapy, where is it? The PD-L1 is high, and that goes for a immunotherapy protocol as well. Now the question comes, are we happy to go with a biopsy with morphology alone? No. So the answer is a big no. No, we are not happy for treatment. We want much more. Like, when do you decide to go for targeting molecule to be identified, the mutation to be identified? Non-squamous, a broad molecular testing. I think all the groups should go for a molecular testing of the markers. And in squamous, again, recommended partly because we are yet to find new driver mutations. As of now, invariably has to go for a young patient, never smoked or light smokers, or a small biopsy specimen where you are not able to identify the squamous or an adeno, or where you are going to mix it population. There are the indications in squamous cell carcinoma where you have to go for mutation tests, for driver mutation identification. And adenocarcinomas and the other groups will automatically go for, all of them will go for a broad immune testing. Your tissue, which tissue would you prefer? The preference is always to go for a biopsy from the tissue biopsy from the primary or from any of the metastatic sites. Bone is not a preferred site because you have decalcified bone and the DNA is lost in that gate. Hence, it's not the site of biopsy. And the advantages of going for this and the problems are, there is a long period of getting the report now. So basically, teaching from NCN and everybody is that you should not start a EGFR blockade if you don't have biopsy showing the EGFR mutation, which is not practical with our setup because it takes at least 2.5 to 3 weeks to come with a report to say that EGFR is positive or negative. So in practice, what we do is we take a biopsy and we start them on, especially the background, physical background is good, like a female, a non-smoker. And all we start the patient on an EGFR blockade. And once the result comes, we take a deviation based on that. That becomes more of a practical approach regarding our setup. The next question is a liquid biopsy. The liquid biopsy, the advantage is no bricks from the biopsy side. And it's possible to take a liquid biopsy. See, when the patient has been on a TKS, and there is a progression, and you cannot go for a second biopsy, you can go for a liquid biopsy. With a problem is the limitations, like a sensitivity of only 70 to 80%, and the negative result is non-informative. If it's positive, it's very good. But negative cannot be taken as a conclusion and taken for your plan of treatment. So, solid biopsies and liquid biopsies. So, the management has gone a different angle now. You can call it as a theranostic approach. Why? Because it's between therapy plus diagnostics. Diagnostics has come into view that yes, it plays a role in playing your management aspects. So, diagnosis, going for a detection of target, and then planning the treatment. That means a target specific therapy becomes the state of art now. So we are going to divide into two groups. The treatment options for patients who lung cancer who have an actionable or we put as a driver mutation is positive. So there is one group. So your option, I think it's a very interesting picture when you see that your driver mutations plus your targets and your drugs. You can see this. Let's start with the EGFR. EGFR has got an array of drugs. We started with Gestim, Elotim, now we got osimertinib, we got afatinib, everything is available now. So, it's a big group of EGFR synthesizers for the TKA purpose. When you come to ALK, you have got starting with zotinib and ceritinib, alectinib is available, and again an array of drugs. And we come to the specific mutations like I'm going later, I think we have got other drugs to say that the common mutations which you come across will be like EGFR, ALK, ROS1, PIK3, MEK. Every year we got an answer now. We got an answer now to say that there is a drug available. So we are going to have more and more driver mutations coming up, and we have got more and more drugs coming up now. That is where we are excited to treat a non-small cell lung cancer. For a simplification, you can say that the EGFRs. The mutations have been 18, 19, 20 or 21. And you have got two groups. Except exon 20, you can only go for the classical TKA sensitive drugs. So, EGFR TKA sensitive drugs for 19, and 21. And in exon 20, when an exon 20 insertion is there, be clear, exon 20 insertion, that gives a resistance for the TKAs. So you cannot use the conversion TKA because EGFR 20 mutation gives a resistance for the conventional classical TKAs. And so you have to go for some other drugs. That drugs I think will come back and see what was the drug which was available. I think I think the drug, two drugs which have come out now will be to say that the amivantamab and moxetinib. These are the two drugs and amivantamab is now available. It's only phase 2 trial showing some promise. But I think for the exon 20 insertion which is there, the TKAs, conventional TKAs will not act and you have to go for one of these two drugs. And we classify it into the first generation and the second generation, third generation. The first generation is erlotinib and gefitinib. We started with gefitinib and then came erlotinib. And the second generation TKAs, the afatinib and dacotinib. I think afatinib has come into the role more. And the third generation is, as of now, is the osimertinib. I think you had one MCQ question just asked on osimertinib. We'll see how it is. The first generation, second generation, compared with chemotherapy, where EGFR is positive, a better PFS uniformly with the first generation. Both, the 3 and second generation. So the osimertinib was not available at this time when the trial was going on. So 3 drugs has come into it. With showing promise in PFS and some advantage in terms of overall survival. So PFS is a major landmark at that point of time. The question came, are all the TKAs same in all the groups? The answer is no. The answer is no. Because for the conventional EGFR mutations, the better drug of choice will be afatinib. And osimertinib is your drug of choice and it's your only drug of choice if there is 780 mutation. Neither afatinib nor the conventional first line the TKAs cannot be given when there is a 780 mutation. That means it gives a resistance for the TKAs, conventional TKAs. So all the other groups have a drug of choice can be afatinib, but for the cost. So as of now, in practical what we do is, we'll be happy to go with gefitinib and keep afatinib in reserve And osimertinib, of course, in that specific condition. That will be a practical approach. We'll see how it is acted now. With first of second TKs, up to 12 to 14 months, you give this pill. And if it is 17 positive, then as the second line you can go for osimertinib. That means you are starting with the first and second condition, and when they become resistant, you go for the third TKs. That is osimertinib. And for T17 mutations negative group, you can start with first generation TKs, but you cannot continue with the osimertinib because the 17 mutation is not there. So your choice becomes to go for a chemotherapy. So the question comes, in that group is you cannot give a second line TKS, you will be able to go only with the chemotherapy. That means first line fails, you go with the chemotherapy. But the next trial came, can you start at the osimertinib rather than going with other TKs? First line TKs, yes, the trials are on. To say that is a much more protracted PFS. If you start with what is the cost? The cost of the drug will be like every month you have to spend something like 1.5 lakhs. So in this scenario, we'll be happy to start with the first generation, second generation TKS, and then if they go for a resistance to the serial mutation, then think of reducing the third line. I mean, osimertinib as the third line. So that is the usual practice which you know. And then came the addition of TKS with chemotherapy, and the TKS with bevacizumab, anti-incest factors, and with the support. Only question was adverse events plus efficacy in a CNS disease. I think these are something is already known. Whereas osimertinib has got a coverage for CNS as well. And finally, also to a certain extent. So that becomes your answer for not doing chemotherapy at this point of time. So the question is like, first and TKS, you started, and the patient is 17 mutation positive, you will go with osimertinib. And if that also fails, you will go with chemotherapy. But if the 17 mutation is negative, you will give chemotherapy and the second line. And based on the next biopsy possible, you may introduce the next TKS. So, and if you have got the financial capacity, everything to go ahead, you can start with osimertinib and then go with the chemotherapy that phase. So that is the usual algorithm for the management with TKS. What is the toxicity profile? The major toxicity is dermatologic, acneiform rashes. It's a surrogate marker. If their response, if the skin shows the reaction, they have better response rate to the TKS. The surrogate marker, of course, the limiting toxicity usually is a diarrhea, severe diarrhea. And that way, afatinib is bad because afatinib has got the maximum toxicity compared to the other two. But with a much high response rate also as well. So the drug of choice, if affordable, the first line will be afatinib. And if not, your choice will be to go for the Now take a second group, the ALK positives. Against the response, this very dramatic response of our first patient where he exposed to ALK, you can see that the whole thing vanished with ALK. And you have got the drugs, starting crizotinib, aceritinib, alectinib, and the other two is not to that extent now. And you can see the difference. Alectinib became the drug of choice because of a very high, very promising PFS of about 34.8 months for afatinib compared to crizotinib and aceritinib. But again, a very, very highly financial toxicity is on the patient. So you have to decide where you can go for that. And so the question came, what about the side effects? Side effect is, crizotinib has got side effects like a diarrhea with a visual disorder and a bradycardia. I think be careful when you give a drug where it goes for a heart rate of something like 36, 40 like that. So that is expected from them. Alectinib has got the constipation plus your financial toxicity. I told you that's a major problem with alectinib. But the drug of choice if asked for will be to go for alectinib as the first line treatment in ALK positive. The other two drugs I think is not much into the role. And the advantage of Serotinib and alectinib is that they go for CNS coverage. So the two drugs, selective method advantage have a better PFS and a better CNS coverage compared to the other two. So it's much more complex. Now you can see what happens with each arm, with each nutrition. EGFR I already told you, ALK I told you, Rosone is there, NTRK you got entered it is available now. Alright, CHAR, you have just that. Then of course, the MET you have got the capacity it is available now. For your HCR2 you have got the derivatives of trastuzumab. To say that you have an array of drugs now available, which you have to go and answer which you mean target, what is the molecule. This is a very important picture. Your target is wrong, gone. Then the problem with comparing with chemotherapy versus targets. In chemotherapy, you have not identified any target. So there is no picture like this, Whereas in a target therapy, if you miss the target or a wrong target identified, I think it's a disaster. So there is a problem with the target therapy. So almost clear. Now we go to the second one. Where is no driver mutation? The second group. It may be with the start. In the start, there is no driver mutation available. Or you have exhausted all your driver mutations. Both come in the same group. To say that you don't have an active driver mutation. What is important for you? The first line treatment options will be to do with the chemotherapy, an anti-agency with chemotherapy, or an immunomonotherapy, or immunotherapy with chemotherapy, or with chemotherapy, or doublets, or immunotherapy with chemotherapy. These are all your options in the first line. So we will start it now. Otherwise, how are we going to modify this? Monotherapy. So you can come to this level. But be clear that if you have failed with one immunotherapy, don't go with the second one. It's not going to act. So that's a dictum. The second line treatment option, if you use first line, you cannot use the second line. As of now, you can use the second line. How do you choose? So the question comes, how do you decide as to which way you want to go? Again, I think your answer is based on what is your outcome. Now, coming to the basics. The therapeutic T cells, if they are active, if they are alert, they will not allow any cancer to grow. Because they will immediately get stimulated, destroy the cancer. And you have got the receptor, the PD receptors, and that is your checkpoint inhibitors. So what happens is, if there is a negative receptor, and what the cancer cell does is, they got ligands which can block the PD receptors. And that is the point where you are now. So they will make the T cell sleep and happily live in your body. So you have got drugs which are either ligand blocking or receptor blocking. And the drugs which are coming to the market for this purpose is based on this. You are test for PD-L1. And if PD-L1 is negative, that means it's less than 1%. And 1 to 49% is taken as a PD-L1 low. And high is taken as 50 or more. And the infiltrating sites are not taken into consideration that much in lung cancer now. They are purely based on your PD-L1 status. And you divide more than 50 plus, 1 to 49 or less than 1. Less than 1 is negative 1. Negative, and the good one or the best one is more than 50%. And you decide for your treatment. The treatment next, the drugs which are available for you are adalimumab, pembro, nivolumab, and dalimumab. These are the 4 drugs which are. Out of that, you can see that the adalimumab and dalimumab, they are PD-L1 blockade. PD-L1 blockade. Whereas pembro and nivolumab was PD-1 blockade. Is there any difference? I think the answer comes like this. Your difference is like this. And the PD-L1, they act on your two pathways, and the price no autoimmunity. Whereas because it's a PD-L1 blockade. And it's a PD-L1 blockade, you can have autoimmune disorders like that. So that is the problem with anti-PD-1 agents. And anywhere. I think you saw about the COVID, and I think they almost any picture against where can act in all these sites, producing all these problems of autoimmunity. So that's the problem with this group of drugs. And your choice becomes like this. So the bar is like this. And the TLC, a targetable genetic mutation, you have got an array of drugs. PDL positive more than 50%, you have got the drug available. And no mutational PDL negative, you have chemotherapy plus or minus PDL1 based on your plan of action. So it's very simple to simplify to say that if there is mutation targets, there is no mutation now. PDL is positive, target PDL1 or PD1, and if that's again not positive, think of going for chemotherapy with this combination. So the question of precision oncology came to say that we are using drugs and identifying which patient responds, I don't know. I don't know which patient will respond. Whereas now, I find the target and act with the target, so I know that which patient is going to have the action. That is where the thing has come to say that drug efficacy, drug toxicity minimizing, predict the patient response, and aid in new drug development, and that is why the comprehensive genomic profiling came. So invariably they go for a lung panel to say that there's a diagnostic value. You know that there's a diagnostic piece, you have a prognostic value. Yes, I'm going to use this drug with therapeutic value and the predictive value. Yes, this drug is going to act, I can tell you. So it is not that you are just identifying biomarkers, but you are going to target CSI. That is where we say that we have reached a different level. And this is where patients coming to you now, the next generation patients. They will come to your shop and say that here is my sequence, just give the drug. That is what is going to happen in the next 10 years. I think where no oncologist is needed. Because they will just so we'll be jobless at that point. And that is the day which we expect or anticipate in the oncology team. And to say that, summarize, to say that global health we have moved that fully, and the yearly division was into this. From there we have moved out to different groups to say that we have reached a target of immunotherapy as your optimum now. To that level we have gone to say that now what we see is in bright light. It's in bright light. We are identified as what can be done, what's possible, and what's impossible. Again, we want to say that we are in a different world now. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Gangadharan sir. It was such an enlightening talk. Got to get to know about so many nuances in lung cancer management in the 21st century. We are seriously running short of time, so we'll entertain one question from the audience. We have the Doyen out there. Take this as an opportunity to discuss something. So we can entertain one question since we are running short of time. Anybody? Otherwise, we'll close the session. If there are no questions, we'll close the session. Thank you so much, Gangadharan sir. It was an honor and pleasure to be a part of your talk, all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your words of wisdom. It was a great honor listening to you. Now, I would like to request Dr. P.S. Shahjahan, sir, to honor our speaker with a memento. Now, I call upon Dr. Thomas Varakan to honor our chairpersons with a memento. Thank you all for a wonderful session.
It's time to add dignity and fragrance to our conference with the official inauguration. Let me invite our honorable dignitaries to grace the dais. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them today. Let me invite our honorable dignitaries to grace the dais. I invite Dr. Mohanan Kundumil, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences. Father Julius Arakil, CMI, Director, Amala Institute of Medical Sciences, Thrissur. Father Reni Mundenkurian, Director, Jubilee Mission Medical College and Research Institute, Thrissur. Dr. Kurian Umen, President, APCCM. Dr. B. Jayaprakash, Secretary, APCCM. Dr. Rennis Davis K, President, APT. Dr. A.K. Jamshir, Secretary, APT.
I invite Dr. Rennis Davis K, President, APT, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning, respected guest, Dr. Mohan Kundumil sir, the directors, Father Julius Arakil and Dr. Father Reni Mundenkurian, APCM President Dr. Kurian Umen sir and Secretary Jayaprakash sir, distinguished guests, students, my colleagues, I am very glad today to welcome you all for this Aptcon 2023. This is supposed to be the seventh one, which we are doing it yearly for updating the knowledge or sharing the knowledge from the senior pulmonologists to the budding pulmonologists like PGs or the pulmonologists who have started their career. It's my honor to welcome our chief guest, Mohan sir, who is the Vice Chancellor of HUAS and right now the member of Board of Governors at NMC. I'm keeping aside his busy schedule. On the fourth friend he has told yes, Rennis, I am coming. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and be our guest. Let me welcome the President and the Secretary of Academy of Pulmonary and Medical Care Medicine, which is the backbone for our Association of Pulmonologists, Thrissur. We get all opinions on how to conduct the programs and all from them. I invite Dr. Kurian Umen sir and Dr. Jayaprakash sir for the same. Directors at any institution, a private institution at care, it's a very tough job, I know. I don't know how they have got time, possibly maybe on Sunday, they have got enough time. One director was telling I will be reaching at 10:28, and the other director was telling I have to go by 10:56. So that's the way they kind of schedules. I invite them for our academic days. Thank you, fathers, for coming. Then we have our senior orators, Dr. Ghosh sir, Dr. Dinesh Prabhu sir. I welcome you, sir. Because of the time shortage, I am just giving your name. I know you are more busy than all others, but thank you very much for coming and accepting our invitation for the orations. Let me welcome the judges, senior members. We are blessed with the President-elect NCCP, Dr. Mohan Kumar sir, who was past clinical chair of ERS even, European Respiratory Society. As the senior judge, Dr. Sumani sir, who is the senior most of all, I think even VC's, Vice Chancellor has worked with him. And Dr. Manju from Jimmer, Pondicherry. I welcome you, sir and ma'am. And we had our quiz in the morning. Our quiz master, Dr. Judo, Dr. Agil, and Dr. Krishna Kumar have conducted it in a nice way. I welcome you. Then we have a lot of chairpersons, 3 each in a session. Those sessions are very less. We have a lot of chairpersons coming from different parts of the stage. And speakers too. I welcome you all. And the moderators, the panelists. I'm not quoting the name of all our senior members. Vikram sir is there, Thomas sir is there, H.P. sir is there. All were our lifetime achiever is here. I am about to announce the name later. I welcome you, sir. And then the APT, all my APT members who were spent a lot of time with me for conducting this conference. I welcome you all. And the APCM members, the faculties. I'm not coming up with the names because all are here with me all the time. And I welcome you all, the delegates. Without you, this program is not a successful one. We have around 150 participation today. And I welcome all the pharma companies who have supported with the financial issues. I welcome you all people, and let us pray for the success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Kurian Uman, sir, President, Association of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine, for the presidential address.
Dr. Venice David, President APT, Mohanan Kunume, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Science, Dr. Jayaprakash, Secretary APCCM, Father Julius Sarakal, CME Director, Amila Institute of Medical Science, Dr. Reni Pundanakuriyan, Director, Jubilee Medical College, Dr. Jamshir, Secretary, Dr. David Sport, President-elect APCCM, Sanjeev Nair, Vice President APCCM, Dr. Shahjahan Indri, Past President, Dr. Mohan Kumar, President-elect NCCP, faculty members, delegates, leaders of the association, and the others. At the outset, I congratulate the team APT under the leadership of Venice Davis for arranging the 7th annual CME APTCon 2023. APT is one of the strong pillars of APCCM, doing many activities, both academic and also public health. APT Green Initiative is one such innovative idea. Plant a tree, save a lung. Actually, inspired by this, APCCM had taken the theme of this year, carbon neutrality. APCCM is doing continuous CME under the various test club and PG for members. Last week itself, there was a 2-day PG skill development workshop organized by Dr. Thomas George and team, Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Government Medical College, Thrissur. About 100 PGs across the country attended the meeting. Pulmo Success is another PG update online program. We had a program 2 days back on 26th January, and Dr. Mohan Kumar was the speaker. A lot of PGs all over the country and also from outside attended the meeting. I hope Dr. Thomas Padakan, our Central CME coordinator, will arrange more such programs, and also Jojo Thompson, the chess club coordinator, will coordinate our chess club for doing more activities. I also encourage him to have the membership campaign also, so that we can touch the magic number 1,000 this year itself. I congratulate Dr. P. H. Shahjahan for receiving the prestigious award instituted by Dr. P.K. Das Institute of Medical Science. Shahjahan received the award from our beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mohan Kumar. Thank you, sir. And also Dr. Ravindran Nair Attingel for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I congratulate staff, that is Trivandrum Association of Pulmonologists, for making it possible. Our Vipin Bhakti, the dynamic treasurer, got a lot of awards during the last KGMO annual at Calicut. The best secretary, best branch, best reporting, and congratulations, Vipin. I bow my head behind the memories of great leaders from Thrissur, Dr. Naraj Iyer sir, and my close friend N. Mohanan. I appreciate the APT for arranging the APT oration for their memory, and also for the apt selection of the speakers, Dr. Surendra Ghosh and Dr. Dinesh Prabhu. Once again, I congratulate the APT team led by Dr. Renish Davis and A.K. Shamshir for arranging such a wonderful CME and APT oration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is time to make this conference a blessed one by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. It's time for the lamp lighting ceremony. I call upon all our dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony and Dr. Mohan Kundume for the inaugural address.
Good morning, President of today's function and President of APCCM, Dr. Kurian Umman, President of APT, Dr. Renish Davis, Director of Amala Institute, Father Julius Arakkal, Director of Jubilee Medical Mission, Father Reni Mundan Kurian, Secretary of APCCM, Dr. Jayaprakash, and the Secretary of APT, Dr. A.K. Jamshir, eminent faculty members who have come here, delegates, and my dear students. I am extremely happy and proud to be a part of this 7th annual CME of Association of Pulmonologists in Thrissur. In fact, my relation with pulmonology starts at the time of MBBS, when great Naraj Iyer sir was my teacher in Trivandrum. And in 1992, when I came to Thrissur as a radiology lecturer, Professor Naraj Iyer was here. And then
I had many opportunities to be a part of many pulmonology conferences where I could present some radiology topics like chest X-ray, HRCT and all these things. So my relation is very long with pulmonology. And I remember when we were doing post-graduation in radiology, pulmonology and radiology, at that time it was called chest and TB. And we were radio diagnosis, were not very popular. And very few seats were also there, 1 or 2 seats in the state. But then, amazing changes in the technology came in the last 30 years. Now, radiology with wonderful imaging options. It is, we don't call it radio diagnosis, we call it radio diagnosis and imaging, or we call it imaging. And similarly, the chest and TB, which originally was thought people who treat tuberculosis, and treating tuberculosis was not an exciting option those days. United States absolutely changed. Now it's a very top specialty, and you have now DM in pulmonology also. And from the NMC records, I can see that there are 57 DM pulmonology seats in India in 18 institutions. And chest and TB or pulmonology, some places you still call chest and TB, in other places it is still called pulmonology. You have got almost 800 seats. But then, COVID has changed everything. COVID made all of us realize that this is a life-saving specialty. And in fact, you have saved many thousands of lives. And I use this opportunity to thank you for saving the lives using your amazing knowledge. And now we realize this 800 seats of pulmonology or chest and TB or whatever name you call is not enough. We need more seats. And DM again, we need more seats. And at the level of Kerala University of Health Sciences, we are ready to accept as many applications from as many colleges. We have 2 directors here, and similarly there are several colleges, and let us have more seats. And another thing is that now a specialty cannot survive with them only. You need supporting people. For example, for us in radiology, you have radiographers who help us. Similarly, in pulmonology, you need technicians. Respiratory technicians are essential, and university is in the process of starting respiratory technology courses. It is available in many universities, but we are definitely starting it, and as and when the colleges are coming out with applications, we will definitely start. Because we cannot stand alone. We need a group of people to support us. This is what I want to say. Now coming to the changes in technology, I remember in 1992, at that time, for the first time, an ultrasound machine came in Thrissur Medical College. So we were experimenting with this machine, and there was a case of suspected pleural effusion, and Nadarajayar sir came to the department and asked me, can you say whether this is pleural effusion or not? And I told him that let us try ultrasound. So he was also not familiar. So I did ultrasound and I showed him there is fluid, and I showed him where to aspirate, and he could aspirate fluid. So he was very much thrilled, and he came and asked me secretly, can you see AFB also? So that was an exciting time. But now I can say that with molecular imaging, we may be able to do that also. So that's how the technology is advancing. So the technology is advancing, the specialty is advancing, and we are marching ahead. Now, telemedicine has come in a very big way. In fact, most of the radiology reports are done remotely. So somebody takes a CT or an MRI, and somebody in other country may report. You may be wondering that many of the CTs and MRIs taken in US is reported in Bangalore. An emergency accident happens in US, immediately CT and MRI is taken in the night, and the radiologist sitting in Bangalore, there is a one important organization called Tele Radiology Solutions, and that is the most important. They have some 50 or 60 radiologists sitting all around and reporting the images taken in USA or any other country. Same thing is likely to happen in pulmonology, or maybe it must have happened already. In fact, and now I am in charge of Kerala University also. In Kerala University, there is a department called optoelectronics. And this department has recently published some papers analyzing the respiratory sounds and predicting the disease from a non-medical department and an electronics department. Of course, it's a very preliminary paper. It may not be very clinically useful, I don't know. But then, it's time for us to collaborate with technicians, with electronics people, with audiology people. So, maybe somebody can put a equipment on the chest of the patient, and that can be transmitted to somewhere else. You will be sitting in your home, and the patient can transmit the sound, and the image also can be transmitted, and we can make diagnosis. So amazing changes are happening in this area, and the conferences like this will definitely add on to the knowledge, and very happy to see large number of youngsters attending this conference. So you will get excellent ideas from this conference. And regarding medical knowledge, as we all know, every day thousands and thousands of publications are coming. And it is impossible for a person to read everything, and maybe more than 50% of them may be junk. So we don't know which is good. So conferences like this will tell you which are the best publications, best articles, and that will help you. The senior professors are here. They will be able to convey what is happening in and around. I'm extremely happy to know that few orations are being organized by this conference, especially one in the name of my great guru, Professor Nadaraj Iyer, and my great friend, Dr. N. Mohan. N. Mohan, whom I knew the moment I landed in Thrissur, and he's an amazing character, such a great gentleman. And I'm so happy that you are honoring Dr. Nadaraj Iyer and Dr. Mohan, and I thank you for that. With these few words, I declare this conference inaugurated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for inaugurating our prestigious conference. Now it is time for the announcement of APT Lifetime Achievement Award by Dr. Ennis Davis, President, Association of Pulmonologists, Thrissur.
Thank you. Let me come up with the name first, and I have to introduce. No need of introduction, basically. I have to read out some achievements from our. It's none other than Dr. Lieutenant Colonel V.P. Govindan, sir. He was born in November 1943 and belongs to Kudinad of Palakkad district, and did his schooling at Government High School, Kumaranallur, an alumnus of 5th batch of Calicut Medical College. He took his MD in Medicine from Pune University and M.A.M.s in Medicine and later DLB in Chest Medicine. He has worked at Calicut Medical College in Kerala Health Services for a short while before joining the Army, where he was the postgraduate faculty and examiner at the Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and took an early retirement in 1988. After working as a faculty at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi, he was professor and HOD of Pulmonary Medicine, Jubilee Medical College, Thrissur. He was also a regular faculty at several regional, national and international conferences, India and abroad. He is also a faculty member of American College of Chest Physicians. He has published more than 100 papers and contributed chapters in various textbooks. A life member of IMA, he was the Thrissur branch president in 1994 and to 95. President of Physicians Club and Pulmonology Club Thrissur, Chairman of IMA Academy of Medical Specialties, These are some of the posts adorned by him. He delivered the PJ Alexander Oration in IMA 2007 and was presented with the award. He is the driving force behind the Vishalade Samajam Trishur, guides it in manifold areas of work, including charitable medical camps. His wife, Mrs. Shyamala, is a retired PWD assistant executive engineer, and their daughter, Dr. Priya Govinathan, is a dental surgeon in the US. Dr. V.P. Govinathan sir is a discipline in human form, looks, carriage, and in day-to-day dealings, a carryover probably from his army days. Much respected for his uncluttered mind and clear thinking, his benevolent air mask is the orderly way of getting things done. So much so that he is a much sought after coordinator of CMEs and the like anywhere in Kerala. We, the members of APT, are indeed fortunate in getting to honor such a colossus Dr. Lieutenant Colonel V.P. Govinathan, who, despite his youthful department, is learned and wise beyond his years. Thank you, sir, and thank you very much. I welcome the chief guest, Dr. Mohan sir, to felicitate Dr. V.P. Govinathan sir with a banana. And a memento and the castle. Thanks for accepting our prestigious awards, sir. Thank you for coming.
Now I would like to request Dr. Kurian Ummen to honor our chief guest, Dr. Mohanan Kundumel, with a memento.
I would like to call upon Dr. Rennis Davis to honor Dr. Kurian Ummen with a memento.
Thank you, sir. Next, for the felicitation, I invite Father Julius Arakal, CMI, Director, Amala Institute of Medical Sciences, Thrissur.
Respected Chief Guest Dr. Mohanan Kundumel, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Sciences, Dr. Kurian Ummen, President, Dr. President APCM, Dr. Rennie, President APT, Father Rennie Munangirian, Director Jubilee Mission Medical College, Dr. B. Jayaprakash, Dr. A.K. Jushmir, all other resource doctors, delegates, students, my dear friends. I'm extremely happy to felicitate you all for this 7th annual CME of APT. When Dr. Reddy invited me to felicitate this gathering, I was thinking what I have to speak with you, what I have to share with you. I know Dr. Mohanan Kundumel, once he comes, he will connect this pulmonology with some radiology because that is his subject. So I was thinking, how can I connect this pulmonology with our management? These days, especially after COVID or pre-COVID time, I may not be wrong, but people were not that much aware about this pulmonology department, respiratory department. Yeah, some people, those have got some chest infections and that kind of thing, they used to search for a pulmonologist. But I get less inquiries about, I'm not saying less, but still compared to some other departments like cardiology and all, the inquiry was less. But after this post-COVID, now people are aware about this pulmonology department. So COVID became, because you were the barriers, you were the real barriers of COVID time. As Vice Chancellor was mentioning, you saved the life of people and people were searching for a pulmonologist. I got hundreds of calls during the time of COVID and asked whether you have got a pulmonologist there. Do you have a department there? So that way it became showcase. So it's my humble request. It's fine that I can understand your interest of CMEs, the knowledge sharing, the knowledge that you are sharing each other, and you are searching for the new knowledge, and also you are rewriting your knowledge, ignoring or forgetting the past one and getting the new one. Everything is fine. But at the same time, it's my request that you have to showcase your department to the common people. I know you will write things in index journals, especially nowadays. NMC has made it as a mandatory for your promotion, and definitely you will write, you will search for index journals. That's all good. That should be there. The research thing should be there in the academic field. But at the same time, the common people should know about the importance of pulmonology in all the fields. So that way also this will be good for them. That's why I'm talking about the management concerns. So this will be a management, you can consider it as a management concern. And these days I was again thinking what is the role of management in healthcare. Yes, management is there for investing, and also as you say, to count the coins. Management is there, but more than that, the role of management is motivating role, felicitating role. We are here to felicitate you. You should come with ideas, you should come with the concepts, so that we can invest on that. I'm talking about investment, not just the money investment alone, but we can invest for the people, for the society. So you people have to convince the management about the importance of the department. And again, I'm seriously thinking, our healthcare has to improve to another height of healing. It's easy to say the healthcare cure aspect, physical cure aspect. And we need to seriously think about the healing aspect, especially during the COVID time. We were facing that issue of healing. Whether, I know, now the COVID is not that serious subject, but during the COVID we understood the trauma that people were facing. The crisis that people were facing is not just the physical crisis alone, the emotional, social, psychological, spiritual, and hundreds of the horizon were high. So I'm requesting you, I'm inviting you to, along with your knowledge about cure, you should improve the healing concept in your studies and CMEs also. And I appreciate you, I congratulate you for all your studies, and only the risk factor is for the management again while conducting this kind of CMEs. I am sure that tomorrow I will get a call from Dr. Rennies and Dr. Davis Paul for new equipments and new systems of treatment. And that's a challenge for me for the CMEs, but I take it as an opportunity again. I wish you all the best. May God bless.
Thank you, Father. Now I invite Dr. Rennis Davis K. to honor Father Julius Harakel with a memento. Now I call upon Father Rennie Mundan Kurian, Director, Jubilee Mission Medical College and Research Institute, Thrissur, to deliver felicitation.
Our dear Dr. Mohanan Gunman, Dr. Kurian Gunman, Dr. Rennis Davis, Father Julius Harakel, Dr. Jayaprakash, Dr. Jamshid, my dear alumnologists, a very loving good morning to you all. Thank you for inviting me to this CME program. I take usually as possible as I can participate in CMS, also in Jubilee when it is there. Sometimes they make it a routine program. CME should happen every year, annual CME program. But I usually attend as far as I can and take the new knowledge and technologies in that field. And after the CME, I usually ask in the post CME departmental meeting, what did you get from this CME? It's very important. It will help to rethink and like Julius told, it should come into the life. The knowledge, the technologies should come into life. So, in this aspect, the CME is always important. As we heard, in the post-COVID era, as far as Jubilee is concerned, two departments came forefront. Before it was not so important, that is the community medicine and knowledge department. They came into the forefront. Not only because it was important, but the duties, the service, the contribution they have done was great. I congratulate you all pulmonologists for your contribution of the COVID era and post-COVID era. Now, I wish the CME will help to enhance the knowledge and the technologies and to bring all this into the life of our people. Thank you for inviting. I wish God's blessings to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. I invite Dr. Ennis Davis to honor Father with the memento. May I invite Dr. B. Jayaprakash, Secretary, Association of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine, to deliver the felicitation.
Good morning. Respected President of APCCM, Dr. Puri Newman, President of APT, Dr. Ennis Davis, Mohanan Sir, the Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Science, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. First of all, on behalf of 841 APCCM members and my personal behalf, I wish all success for this conference, and I congratulate APJ for arranging this excellent, wonderful conference today. Now, as the National Secretary of APCCM, I completed 3 years, and this is the last year of mine. This is the 4th year, one year extra due to the COVID, maybe an advantage for me. I always look into the activities of our local branches. We have more than 14 branches, local branches, and record the activities of the branches. Now I would say APT is the branch which I associated to the maximum as the secretary in different activities of APT. Even last week, one of my patients showed a photograph in the mobile and sent me that this is the plan which the Thrissur doctors gave me in New York Hospital campus, and it started flowering. Even though I could not see a flower in that tree, she is now keeping that flower close to her heart. And you can you imagine a branch doing activity like taking plants from Kerala to Kannur or to Kasaragod and distributing with an idea of plant a tree and save a lung. This noble concept and different activities of APT, I would say, is unique. And as a secretary, I find it difficult to pick out the best pulmonologists for every year, to pick out the best articles awards. I find a lot of difficulties because a lot of articles we are getting. But last 3 years, ever since I became the secretary, actually, in fact, I became the secretary in Thrissur in 2019. It was it's so easy to pick out the best branch at Thrissur APT, because Their activities are novel and the excellent activities, including the. Can you imagine a branch doing regular CME program and PG classes with case taking, etc. Every month they are conducting it. So, on behalf of all the members of APCC and my personal behalf, I wish all success for APT and their further all activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. A.K. Jamsheed to honor Dr. B. Jayaprakash with a memento.
I call upon Dr. A.K. Jamsheed, Secretary, Association of Pulmonologists, Thrissur, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Warm good morning to each and every one of you attending this conference. It's an honor to have been asked to offer an vote of thanks on the occasion of APT's annual meet 2023. On behalf of APT, first of all, I would like to thank our honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mohan Kundumail, sir, for being a part of Aptcon 2023, despite of his busy schedule. I take this opportunity to thank our patron, Dr. Lieutenant Colonel Kovnath sir, for coming over here to receive our precious Lifetime Achievement Award. I would like to spread my sincere gratitude to APCC President Dr. Kurinu Umar sir, Dr. Jayaprakash sir, APCCM Secretary, and other office bearers of APCCM for their enormous support to conduct this conference in a unique way as in previous years. And I am very hearty gratitude to Dr. Sudhindra Ghosh sir for his outstanding Dr. K. Nataraj Iyer Memorial Oration, and Dr. Dinesh Prabhu sir for his remarkable Dr. N. Mohan Memorial Oration. I thank Father Julius Arikel, Director of Amala Institute of Medical Science, and Father Renny Mandankarian, Director of JMFC, Jubilee Mission Medical College, who came over here to felicitate us today and blessing us on this occasion. And I want to extend my sincere thanks to judges who have helped us to screen the abstracts, which was very difficult task, and especially our pre-conference online judges. We just gave them 38 abstracts. Dr. Richa Gupta, Dr. from Professor and HOD of CMC Vellore, Dr. Shashi Bhushan sir, Dr. Vinod Kumar from Adlex Apollo, and Dr. Nagarjuna Matra sir, and other our conference site judges, Dr. Mohan Kumar sir, Dr. Suban sir, Dr. Manju madam, and Dr. Jayamon sir, poster judges, Dr. P.T. James sir. And I take this occurrence to wholeheartedly thank the mentors and HODs of medical colleges and other institutions who have helped us sharing their precious abstracts. And I thank all the PG residents who have taken the effort to send their abstracts and support this conference. And I thank and will appreciate all our excellent speakers and outstanding chairpersons who have considered our invitation and came over here to make the conference a great success. And I take this opportunity to thank our scientific committee chairman, Dr. Dave Spolzer, and other scientific committee members and all our APT members. We are one family APT, and we will be there for each other. And I must remark a profound sense of gratefulness to all the pharma companies who have sponsored to this conference. Last but not least, I would like to thank Mr. Devin and Almosis team for the audiovisual support, and also the Hyatt Regency for their great hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I once again thank all our dignitaries for gracing the occasion.
The third session for our conference is monoclonal antibody in ILD management. Our eminent speaker is Dr. Padmanabhan Shenoy, clinical immunologist and rheumatologist, medical director of CARE Kochi. The session is chaired by Dr. T.P. Antony, professor and head, Department of Medicine, Amala Institute of Medical Sciences, Thrissur. Dr. Kurian Thomas, former professor and head of Pulmonary Medicine Department, Government Medical College, Thrissur. Dr. K.C. Varghese, former superintendent of Government Hospital, Payyanur, and now consultant pulmonologist at Jeevadaya Hospital, Vadakancheri. I request you all to the dais.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, may I thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of this conference. And we are going for the third talk of the day, role of biologics in the management of autoimmune lung diseases. I did not tell much about the autoimmune disease of the lungs, and we have the best possible speaker of state, Dr. Padmanabh Shenoy, the pioneer immunologist and rheumatologist of Kerala. Over to you.
Thank you, and Mr. Varun, thank you, and thank you organizers for having me here. And straight away, can I have the slides, please? So, if you look at last 10 years journey, we have learned lots and lots in autoimmune lung diseases. When I think I started my practice in 2010, there was no concept called IPAF. From that, we have moved a long, long way. The way we use immunosuppressions in the management of lung disease. So, I thought I will start with 3 cases. But most of them are scleroderma cases and how we manage them. And scleroderma is the prototype of autoimmune lung disease. A 30-year-old lady who is symptomatic for 2 years, who had skin thickening, and she did not have any breathlessness of exertion, but the CT you can see showed a downclassing pattern, and FVC was 74%, but she had a anti-SCL70 was positive and her ESR was raised. And case number 2 is again a scleroderma patient, as you can see from the, she is 45-year-old and he had a severe UAP pattern and her SCL70 also was positive. She has been on mycophenolate for last 2 years. If you look at her forced vital capacity, lung volumes are constantly decreasing from 52% and 2021 January plus 45%. The case 3 is a lady who is a remitted scleroderma. She does not have much skin change, but she had Raynaud's, and because as a routine procedure CT was done, CT showed a mild early NSI pattern and her lung volumes were relatively preserved and ESR was normal. So these are 3 different cases. How will we approach them? The answer is, should we treat all these cases with biologics? Let us answer at the end of the talk. So I will broadly speak on how to use these biologics in the management of CTD-ILD, when to use, whom to use, which one to use. So this has been, we all of us know this for last 5 years, that whom to treat or when to treat is the critical question we need to answer in these patients. So we know for last 4 or 5 years that those patients who have a decline in lung function are the worst, they do very badly at the end of 5 or 10 years. What is this? Is composite categorical decline is one of the major things which always we should remember. Within 1 year after diagnosis, if there is a decrease in FVC more than 10%, or else if FVC has come down by 5 to 9% with a significant dip of DLCO by 15%, then that is what is called composite categorical decline. And as you can see, those who have composite categorical decline, their survival is much, much worse than those who do not progress. And the 10-year mortality of those who deteriorate is around 70%. So when a patient comes to you with a FVC was 50% and now it has come down to 44% or 45%, there's a 10% decline in FVC. We never remember that they have a prognosis much worse than many of the malignancies what our oncologists speak. So this is a deadly disease. And it has been very clearly shown from very early data from Virginia State in the US that the maximum lung volume loss happens during the initial years. Then it slows down over years. And it is not that every patient of scleroderma or every patient of autoimmune lung disease keep losing the lung volume over time. So what does we see? On one side, there is not everyone progresses. Some of them don't progress, some of them progress. And as we saw earlier, the progression is equal to very high mortality. 10-year mortality of 70% is quite high. So what we need to do when we see a patient with an autoimmune lung disease is to identify who are going to lose the lung volume. So how do you identify that? One, does the pattern really matter? Some people, especially a lot of pulmonologists told me that UAP patients do worse. That is not the case in case of autoimmune lung disease. Be it NSIP or UAP, they perform equally well, especially in the background of scleroderma or lupus or MCTD. The pattern doesn't really matter. Outcome is almost similar if you immunosuppress them properly. Second thing is looking at the CT extent. And CT extent, if you see less than 20%, you can really observe they are less likely to progress. If CT extent is more than 20%, they are likely to progress. It's an extensive disease. There are caveats to that. This is a very, very simplified slide. And if the CT is indeterminate, you look at the FVC. And FVC is 70%, less than 70%, they are again more likely to progress. So this is a very broad outline. And another very important thing, which is very important thing which you always should remember is that it is not the initial picture which matters. Fall in FVC of 5 to 10% is extremely important. If you serial follow-up, so even if you don't immunosuppress initially, keep observing them. Keep observing them with lung volumes. If the lung volumes are categorically falling on a 6 monthly or yearly basis, that is worrisome and we need to treat them. And most important thing is serial monitoring and individualization is more important than the initial picture. Because as I told you, not that everyone of NSAP or UAP progresses. There is a subset which progress. And another this is a very, very new data which is coming up in scleroderma that those patients with certain antibodies progress much worse than those some other antibodies. For example, you can see here the anti-SCL70, this green line is anti-SCL70. You can see this. Those patients who are anti-SCL70, they have the worst prognosis or they progress very fast. Vis-a-vis anti-centromere antibody, the lower one, very rarely progress. So look at the spectrum. So depending on the autoantibody which is present in a scleroderma, you can say who is going to progress or who is not going to progress. So autoantibodies also help. So when to use, whom to use, those who progress or likely to progress, when to use as early as possible. Now we will come to the question, which one to use? These are our good old drugs of cyclophosphamide or mycophenolate mofetil. And this is the data, this is our own data we had published in 2016. Some of them were used cyclophosphamide, some of them used mycophenolate. As you can see here, in both the groups, the lung volumes significantly improved by 5 to 6% in both drugs with cyclophosphamide and mycophenolate. At the same time, SLS2, which is a landmark study from Dinesh Khanna from US, he published in Lancet Respiratory Medicine, which showed that both mycophenolate and cyclophosphamide equally improved the lung function and both were comparable. These drugs are extremely useful in the management of scleroderma lung disease, autoimmune lung disease, and are still the first line drugs. But there is a significant proportion of patients who do not respond. For example, mycophenolate and cyclophosphamide, 60 to 70% of them respond to either of these immunosuppressants. But there is another 30% who do not respond. So what do we do with them? First and foremost strategy is to switch. If somebody is on mycophenolate, give cyclophosphamide. Somebody has taken cyclophosphamide, switch to mycophenolate. But then these new kits are there in the block now, rituximab and tocilizumab and hematopoietic cell transplantation. So what is rituximab? Rituximab is an anti-B cell therapy, and B cells are extremely important in all autoimmune diseases. You know it's anti-CD20 monoclonal antibody. It kills the B cells and eliminates the B cells. This was the early data, again came from Europe, suggesting that rituximab therapy is effective in the management of scleroderma interstitial lung disease from the U-star cohort. You can see here those patients who had used rituximab, their FVC stabilized or slightly improved vis-a-vis those who have taken some other drug, methotrexate or other drugs. So this led to the meta-analysis of observational studies. You can see here those patients who had treated with rituximab, their FVC improved by around 7% at the end of 1 year and DLCO improved by around 4%. You can see the forest chart showing that rituximab is effective to some extent in the management of scleroderma lung disease or in the autoimmune lung disease. This was a randomized controlled trial from our own colleagues from Kolkata, Dr. Parasar and his group, where 60 patients were randomized to rituximab and 30 patients were given cyclophosphamide in scleroderma interstitial lung disease. As you can note here, most of the patients had a moderate disease with an FVC of around 60%, and they had a duration of disease for around 2 to 2.5 years. You can see here what happened. The rituximab arm had improvement in the forced by FVC, vis-a-vis cyclophosphamide, there was stabilized or there was a slight dip. So, and you can see here that it not only improved FVC, it improved the modified skin score, even the 6-minute walk distance, etc., etc. So, this study suggested that maybe rituximab is slightly superior to cyclophosphamide in the management of scleroderma lung disease. Then came this landmark study which was published a couple of months back, which is called recital study. This study was in UK, but what is the difference between the first study and second study was that this study compared all other ILDs also. For example, majority of patients had inflammatory myositis, myositis-related ILD, and some of them had scleroderma, some of them had MCD. So it was a more heterogeneous population like what you see in your clinic. And to one arm they gave rituximab, to the other arm they gave cyclophosphamide, and the data shows that both groups showed increase in the FVC. Lung volumes increased both the groups. Be it rituximab arm or cyclophosphamide arm, both arms showed improvement in FVC. You can see here, cyclophosphamide arm had around 175 ml of improvement, whereas rituximab had 125. So looking at the chart, both are equally good, working well. The most important thing which I want to drive in is that both arms improve the FVC. So people believe that UIP, you cannot improve the lung function. No. If you immunosuppress them properly, the FVC improves over time, be it NSIP or UIP. And all parameters improve, not only FVC, DLCO, 6 minute walk distance, their quality of life, Cable score, respiratory questionnaires, all of them showed extremely good improvement in both the arms, but there was no difference between cyclophosphamide vis-a-vis rituximab. So both are equally good and work well. And adverse event wise, about rituximab, the most important, because rituximab is a chimeric monoclonal antibody, infusion reaction is one of the things which we always need to address. Second thing is infection, because we are depleting the B cells. And third thing, once you give rituximab for a long time, for 4 or 5 years, 10-20% of them develop hypogammaglobulinemia or increased risk of infections. But rituximab we have used in more than 1,000 patients. It's a usually very safe drug, even in long term. We use rituximab is rheumatoid arthritis, ANCA-associated vasculitis, almost all autoimmune rheumatic diseases. Rituximab is extremely effective, safe. Now coming to tocilizumab. Tocilizumab is an interleukin-6 tocilizumab is a monoclonal antibody which inhibits the interleukin-6. So what is interleukin-6? Interleukin-6 signals through membrane-expressed and soluble receptors. What happens is one interleukin binds the soluble interleukin-6 receptor, it comes and binds the membrane and signals. So what tocilizumab does is, tocilizumab basically comes and inhibits this interleukin-6 receptor. So what happens? Interleukin-6 cannot come and bind to the receptor, so there is no transmission which happens. Tocilizumab is available both in intravenous formulation as well as subcutaneous formulation. This was the early trial, which is called FOCUS trial, where they have tried early diffuse scleroderma. You can see here, they have taken people who are less than 2 years or 3 years of disease. The median disease duration, mean disease duration is 23 months, that is less than 2 years. Early diffuse scleroderma they have recruited, and then they gave tocilizumab to half of them and placebo to another half. You can see here what happened. This red one is tocilizumab, and you can see the FVC stabilized over time, while in placebo arm there was loss of lung function, indicating that tocilizumab preserves lung function in early scleroderma. Then what they did? This is a survival chart showing, Kaplan-Meier chart showing the treatment failure in both the arms. You can see here the red one is tocilizumab and the blue one is placebo. The treatment failure, meaning the death or FVC dip more than 10%, all of them were much less with tocilizumab vis-a-vis placebo. And then they had long-term extension phase. What is long-term extension phase? They even in the placebo arm, look at the blue chart, the lower one. After 36 months, in the blue arm, they also were given tocilizumab. What happened? Initially, at the 0 to 36 months, they got placebo. The lung volume kept dipping. Then what happened? Then it stabilized. Again, proving the same point that once you give tocilizumab to scleroderma patients, their lung volumes are preserved, even in long term. This is a tricky molecule. The adverse events are not as, I want to put the safety profile of tocilizumab as good as rituximab, because tocilizumab inhibits interleukin-6. What happens? If you inhibit interleukin-6, your inflammatory response is not great. So they develop infection without fever, without CRP rise, etc., etc. So that's a bit of concern. And second is a cardiovascular disease risk. They have a slightly increased risk of elevating the LDL and causing coronary artery disease. That's another concern. So we have to be a bit more careful with tocilizumab besides rituximab, and tocilizumab is around 10 times expensive of that of rituximab. So the cost of rituximab is much cheaper when compared to tocilizumab. And tocilizumab, as I told you, can be given only in early interstitial lung disease. Nintedanib is your own baby. Because of completion's sake, I am putting these 2 slides. Nintedanib we know is extremely effective as an antifibrotic in patients with scleroderma, but the most important thing I want to highlight is that you most of the time you have to combine nintedanib with mycophenolate. Then it works better than giving nintedanib alone. And tolerance of nintedanib in our set of patients is not great. I must have tried in 50 patients, hardly 10 of them could tolerate, and this is the story across the world in rheumatology community. I don't know why. And last month is this is a landmark trial which was published in New England Journal, where they compared hematopoietic stem cell transplantation vis-a-vis cyclophosphamide. We can very clearly see the overall survival was much better in those patients who had hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. And even the FCC maintenance was much better in those who had done transplantation. So we had written a counter to this, which was published in New England Journal. So should we say that every patient of scleroderma or autoimmune lung disease need to go for transplantation? The answer is no. This is because of the study design, why they got the result. And what happened in cyclophosphamide arm was they were not given any maintenance. After 6 months of cyclophosphamide was stopped. They were just getting observed. So that was the reason they showed that cyclophosphamide is inferior to scotrel, so we need better trials. So coming to the take-home message. So what should you do? A autoimmune lung disease patient comes to you. If the autoimmune disease lung patient comes to you, we have to do regular pulmonary function test, and we have to do something called treat to target. What is treat to target? You have to look at how the lung volumes are decreasing or not, whether it is decreasing or not, and define your progression upfront. What is progression? FVC fall more than 10%. If somebody's FVC is 50%, you should never allow to fall below 45%. If it's falling below 45%, that indicates that your patient is progressing and you need to change your therapy. And for that, you need to have a good pulmonary function PFT lab, and which has to be reproducible. Intra-observer variability has to be assessed. So, if the patient comes to you, you start on the first line therapy of either it can be mycophenolate or rituximab. And in early cases, very early cases where ESR is very high, in those cases you can try tocilizumab. And if the patient is stabilized, maintain. Either you can maintain the same agent, or depending on your cost, you can adjust. And if the patient is progressing, you need to switch. How to switch? From mycophenolate you can switch to rituximab, or mycophenolate you can switch to cyclophosphamide, depending on the patient's progression, or change to add nintedanib. Nintedanib may be useful in patients, especially those who are having UAP pattern. And after maintenance, if you start maintaining, for example, you start mycophenolate 2 grams, patient has responded, you came down to 1 gram, the patient is doing better, then continue maintenance. If the patient is progressing, switch back to the original therapy or change the therapy depending on how the patient moves. And mind you, all this autoimmune lung disease, like most of our chronic diseases is not a 100-meter race, it's a marathon. And it's extremely important. This our own data showing that if the patient stops the therapy, the chance of mortality is very, very high. At the end of 5 years, it's around 60 to 70%. But those who are on maintenance, their survival is much better. So coming back to the 3 cases, first one is index case number 1, 30-year-old female. She did not have any breathlessness, but she had ILD FVC of 74% with a NSIP pattern and very high ESR. What will you give? One is mycophenolate or rituximab or tocilizumab. Because ESR is high, tocilizumab is another good option. Because it will stabilize the disease. Case number 2, sorry, the answer also came. This is a UAP pattern, advanced disease. On mycophenolate, she is progressing. From 52, it became 45%. So there's around 10-12% dip. Always remember, you have to take the percentage dip based on the baseline. It is not 7% dip, it's almost 12 to 13% dip. So because of the UAP pattern, either you can add nintedanib or you can change to cyclophosphamide or add rituximab and reassess, because she is progressing quite fast. Case 3, again she had a 10 years history, anti-centromere antibody with a minimal ILD. What will you do? Just observe, because in 10 years, for an anti-centromere antibody, I told you, most of them don't progress. So in this case, we can observe with regular PFT. If she is developing a dip in PFT or lung function, then definitely we can treat the disease at that time. So a food for thought for today is disease is deadly if untreated. We have reasonably very good investigations, but the problem is they are grossly underutilized by rheumatologists and our medical fraternity. We have drugs which is effectively close to 90%, which can really make differences for a while. Emerge has evidence or emerged over the last 4 or 5 years, but the problem is gross underdosing, and most of the time the patient does not respond to one therapy, nobody switches, nobody monitors, and monitoring tools are available, but no target is set. That's a major lack I find in a lot of management teams, even in ILD clinics. Targets are not set. We need to set our targets and let us set the target as stabilization of FVC, not improvement. And treat to target, stabilize FVC, prevent lung, preserve lung, and prevent mortality. And good outcome is based on all these things: optimal investigations, optimal monitoring, and optimal treatment. Thank you for patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Shanai. Very explicit talk on this care of these patients. Yes, 3 years, majority of them died because of pulmonary failure at the end. The newer molecules, there is always hope. The topic is open for questions and comments.
Congratulations, Dr. Shanai, for the excellent presentation. My question is, after 5 or 6 cycles of cyclophosphamide, can we switch on azathioprine instead of MMF in scleroderma IPF?
Yes, sir. See, the data of azathioprine is much weak. But having said that, we have a patient on methotrexate or leflunomide. Because of the cost factor, mycophenolate is expensive. You can try whichever immunosuppressant you want, provided you monitor them very closely. And you dose them optimally. So if you dose them optimally, any immunosuppressant may work. So when we send our papers for review, people ask why patients are on methotrexate maintenance for scleroderma interstitial lung disease. Because of cost. Methotrexate will hardly cost 100 rupees per month. And very easy to maintain them, they will comply. Rather than mycophenolate will cost 3,000 rupees, some of the patients may not comply. So most important thing is compliance and proper dosing and proper monitoring. So if you are comfortable with azathioprine, dose them around 2 to 3 milligram per kilogram, 100 to 150 milligram of azathioprine for long term. But monitor them, check the FVC. If FVC is falling, maybe we have to switch to mycophenolate or another agent.
So I agree that the cyclophosphamide cycles followed by MMF is better, and most of the patients have very good results in my series also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful presentation, sir. I've got a question. So, patient who has CTD later developing ILD at a point, patient who has been already on tofacitinib, so patient developing UIP later on. So, do we need to add nintedanib? What is this? Is there a sense in adding nintedanib to a patient already on tofacitinib?
See, the problem with, I think what you are asking is rheumatoid arthritis interstitial lung disease. This problem we very commonly face. Rheumatoid arthritis ideally does not fit our whatever I said till now. Because of 2 reasons. Rheumatoid arthritis interstitial lung disease or UIP behaves more like IPF. Like your UIP pattern or IPF, they don't respond to immunosuppression as much as they respond in scleroderma or MCD or lupus. So, whether the patient had a pre-existing interstitial lung disease is a question in rheumatoid, because most of us don't take a HRCT for every rheumatoid patient. So whether it's a new existing UIP or a freshly emerged UIP is the first thing you need to see. And if the patient is progressing, yes, tofacitinib has less data. I would prefer rituximab with mycophenolate would be the better option, and they respond reasonably well to that therapy. And nintedanib, as I said, is a good option again, because in rheumatoid arthritis ILD, as I told you, it's more like IPF. The data for the role for nintedanib must be much higher than what we have in scleroderma or lupus. So definitely you can nintedanib mycophenolate will be a good combination.
Regarding the monitoring of pulmonary function, will FVC will be a better criteria or diffusion will be a better criteria?
See, the problem what I find is inter-observer and intra-observer correlation has to be good, whatever test you do. For center like ours, DLCO is, we don't do routinely, and DLCO what I find is even when I get it done, the variation from observer to observer is very high. So, how much value DLCO really add to FVC may not be great. But for all practical purposes, FVC is good, but DLCO adds slightly higher to the FVC. But if the consistency is most important, your technician how they do. Yeah.
Some of the observers have said that you do an HRCT and a DLCO, that is, and follow up, that will be a better criteria.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm telling. DLCO is also equally good or even better than FEC, provided if you get a consistent report from report, and most importantly, as I tell, 1%, 2% dip in DLCO is not really matter. What matters is real dip in FEC more than 7 to 10%. That's what more meaningful clinically. And DLCO, because it can get affected because of the coexisting pulmonary hypertension also, and CKD patients, most of them have both pulmonary hypertension and ILD. I most of them find FEC more useful than DLCO.
I think there are no more questions. We'll conclude the session. Dr. Shana has rightly pointed out whom to select, when to select, and what drugs to be given. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Excellent
sir.
talk.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Thomas George, President-elect of APT, to honor our chairpersons with a memento.
Next, we move on to the prestigious APT orations. Dr. K. Nadaraja Iyer Memorial Oration and Dr. N. Mohanan Memorial Oration. I kindly invite Dr. N.S. Davis K., President of APT, and Dr. A.K. Jamshir, Secretary APT, onto the dais.
Professor Dr. Nadaraja Iyer was born at Trivandrum in the year 1942. He did his schooling at a government model boys school Trivandrum, pre-university at Arts College Trivandrum, and completed BSc Chemistry with honors at University College Trivandrum. He joined for MBBS at Government Medical College Trivandrum and completed his MD Pulmonary Medicine from Mumbai University. He had worked as faculty in Calicut, Kottayam, Trivandrum Medical Colleges in the Department of Pulmonary Medicine. He came to Thrissur as the first professor in the Department of Pulmonary Medicine when Thrissur Medical College was still in its infancy. He was the first superintendent of the chest hospital at Munanthagavu and played a major role in planning and execution of the building. The greatest quality he had was that he could bring about a cordial working relationship among his colleagues and juniors. He always encouraged his juniors to take the lead. He was a great organizer and had coordinated many state level and national level meetings. He was also a teacher par excellence, vouched by his innumerable students. We will always remember Iyer sir, and you are there forever in our hearts. This year, I welcome Dr. Sulindra Ghosh sir for the receiving the oration of Nadaraja Iyer sir. Dr. C. Sulindra Ghosh sir is professor and HOD of the Pulmonary Medicine at the Sri Gokulam Medical College, Trivandrum. Formerly, he was HOD Pulmonary Medicine and Vice Principal, Medical College, Trivandrum, and Principal Medical College, Calicut, and also the Medical College, Trichy, and also the Joint DME, Government of Kerala. Sir, over to you.
First of all, let me thank the organizers under the leadership of Dr. Dennis for conferring this award for me with reference to our beloved teacher, Professor Nadaraja sir. As you know, he was my teacher during my undergraduate course. He was also a teacher for me during my postgraduate course. Later, when I joined the department as a faculty, he was there as an associate professor. Later on only, he was promoted as a professor in Government Medical College, Trichy. As you know, as a teacher, he was actually an ideal teacher, always very, very enthusiastic. And he loved his students.
students, in so much so that his dealings with teachers were very excellent and exemplary. So, once again, I thank for the organizers of this meeting for conferring this award, which is, I consider as one of the most important awards I received during recent times. So, they have not allocated to me when it is a award what to talk about. Considering the audience, I thought if I select something, it should be appropriate for the audience. So that when they go back, at least to some extent, they should benefit them. So that was my primary objective. With that objective in mind, I selected today's topic as aging and evolution of chronic lung disease. Because as I look at the audience, I find two categories of stakeholders. One group who are very much worried and anxious. Another group very enthusiastic and desirous. Because the first group is really having problems, and the second group would like to know how to manage such cases that may come to them later. So what was the background report on this topic? As you can see, a recent study that was published in the Frontiers of Genetics found that even mild cases of COVID-19 may speed up the rate of body's aging. Although receiving the COVID-19 vaccine might reverse these effects. So we have to think about this. What is the extent of truth that lies behind, because nobody is having a correct answer whether it will aggravate the rate of progression of old age, or vaccine is a savior which may help to make it stand. The physiologic, cellular and immune changes that occur during aging contribute to the development of lung disease. Studies of age-related changes in physiology and function are not only key to preventing or ameliorating the disease, they are also essential for understanding healthy aging. So, we are happy to see that individuals with a good lung function live longer, healthier lives, although the mechanism by which this scenario occurs are not understood at present. Maybe that is the future. So, how will you define aging? Aging is a topic that has captivated both scientists and philosophers throughout the history. Leopardi defined as old age is a supreme evil because it deprives us of all pleasures, leaving them only appetite for them, and it brings with all the sufferings. Still, we fear death, but we love old age because we would like to live long. In its broadest sense, aging merely refers to the changes that occurs during an organism's lifespan, though the rate at which these take place varies widely. Definition comprises that there are things that are not that serious, like the wrinkles and graying of hair in humans, and this may not adversely affect our longevity. So, accent and core case put it as the phenotype is the end result of the interaction between the genotype and the external factors. So, phenotype is equal to genotype plus diet, lifestyle, and environment. Now, let us see what are the lung compartments that are altered as the age. You can see lung is the organ with the largest surface area in the body. It has a unique interface with the outside environment, and lung maturation and function peak between 18 and 25 years of age and remain steady with minimal change up to 85 years. I think most of you sitting in the audience at that level or that age, and then you should see what happens. Gradually, the lung declines. There is progressive loss of alveolar surface area. There is dilatation of the air spaces. There is reduced mucociliary clearance and changes in the elasticity of the lung. What can we do? That is where preventive pulmonology is going to help us in future. Why? Because you can see lot of advances has occurred in the last 2 decades because of research in the area of pulmonology, and all of us know it is an era of omics era related to big data analysis. And as the VC said, it is an era of translation of knowledge with the help of the industry and the technology. And there is a specialty known as the translational medicine, which came to prominence during the time of pandemic. Which are areas the preventive approaches? We would like to avoid long-term, non-reversible sequelae that occurs as a result of various lung disorders that we see in our practice. Identification of risk groups and early diagnosis are essential for our patient population, and we should be able to establish criteria and diagnostic pathways for risk stratification, number 1, early detection, number 2, and formulating strategy for prevention. These are the things that youngsters would like to focus on during your study as well as future practice. So, this is a time to revise what is demographic shift. What is really happening globally? We should have a fairly good idea with the reference to population demographic. The pace of population aging is very fast, especially during the last decade. And we see by 2020, people aged 60 years out of 8 children in many of the developed countries. And it is estimated by 2030, 1 in 6 people in the world will be over 60 years or over. That is your practicing patient population, the majority. Because when we were studying, our focus of practice was the pediatrics, because they were the population which is the highest in number and having various types of disorders. But you have another spectrum of population who are having lifelong suffering, and you have to focus that population. Then you will be able to have a good professional life. So, population over 60 years doubled from 12% at present to 22% by 2050, at the peak time of your practice. And population over 60 years, what is the current status in India? Now it is 12%, and by 2050, 80% of the older people will be living in most of the developing countries. So that is something you have to focus on. And you should definitely know the difference between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. With reference to the World Health Statistics Report 2021, let us see what they are saying. So the life expectancy when compared to various countries globally, you will find that India stands very, very low. That we have only 70, while the developing countries above 70, that is up to 83. And the World Health Report says that the topmost place where the life expectancy is highest is the Hong Kong. And the global average of life expectancy is 73.3 years. And in India, when compared to global, we know that is 70.8. And healthy life expectancy, the most important factor is 63.7 years globally. And India, we stand very much low. That is, healthy life expectancy for India is 60.3 years. Low when compared to the global average. So, we would like to know globally which are the countries where people live longer with a lot of healthy life. According to the World Health Organization, Japan, South Korea, France, and Italy are some of the countries with the highest life expectancy. That is the number of years people live in good health. Japan, it is 74.8 years of healthy life. France, it is 72.6 years of healthy life. UK average 71.4 years of good health. And USA 69.1 years of good health. So, we will be asking this question among ourselves, how long we can expect to live in good health? What is the answer? We are living longer by spending more years in ill health. About 16 years of ill health for men and 19 years of ill health for women. So that is the target population for all of us. So on an average, about 63 or 64 years of good health plus 16 to 19 years of poor health for majority of the population. So this is how it is estimated. So poor health 16 to 19 years. So why I project this slide is, even though we say good health 60 to 64 years, if you want to have good health, that you have to reduce 16, 19. You have to act on young population. Otherwise, you cannot reduce that prolonged illness likely to happen among our population. So, your action, your effective action at the level of people who are healthy is going to help them to have a prolonged healthy life expectancy. Understand? That is why this topic. So we would like to have, we will have more centenarians in the coming years. But the centenarians, definitely they should have a healthy life. That is going to be your focus of action the coming years. You can see that as in the decade of 90,000, it was only less than 7%. By the next decade, it is going to be around 27%. That is how it is going to increase. And the centenarians in 1990 was only 1 lakh population. By 2050, it is estimated that there will be more than 2.2 million, and a large chunk of our population may be belonging to that category, we hope, provided you do what you are supposed to do. So everybody is interested to know why people age.
Is there any particular reason for aging? If so, what is it, and can we do something to reverse it? The answering the question as to why we age is tantamount to answering the question of what life itself is. So it is very difficult to answer. There are countless theories as to why and how we age. But until recently, the very definition of aging, namely senescence, was still uncertain for the researchers. Though inherently complex, aging is characterized by numerous changes that take place at different levels of the biological hierarchy. So if we want to deal with aging as a problem, we should have a thorough incorporation or collaboration with our biological scientists. Then only we will be able to find the appropriate answers. So an integrated approach that couples aging research and with the systems of biology capable of providing novel insight into how and why we age. That brings us to the question of what is meant by senescence. To differentiate these innocuous changes like the graying of hair, the wrinkles on the skin, people are more bothered about other changes, that is increased risk of disease, disability and death that is likely to occur during aging. So biogerontologists tend to use the more precise term, namely senescence, when they are describing aging. So senescence is a progressive deterioration of body's ability of doing things over time. Aging has been attributed to molecular cross-linking, free radical-induced damages, changes in immunological functions, telomere shortening, and the presence of senescence genes in the DNA. These processes take place not only at a cellular and molecular level, but also tissues and organ systems. Now let us try to classify aging. Is there a way we can classify aging? You can see aging actually occurs at the level of the tissue cells or at the level of the vascular cells. And we know when it comes to aging, mitochondria plays a very important role, where there is, as a result of metabolism, production of reactive oxygen species, and that is going to be an area of our activity if you are dealing with aging. Definitely the cells, there will be network of cells forming the tissues and organs. So all these areas will care when we are dealing with aging. So aging can be classified as biological age, psychological aging, social aging, chronological aging, and functional aging. Biological aging involves the loss of cells over time, and with biological aging, tissues and organs are less likely to function efficiently. There is an interplay of genetic, epigenetic, and environmental factors which may lead to chronic lung disease. So if you want to manage chronic lung disease, you should know the genetic, epigenetic, and environmental factors which has predisposed for this individual for developing chronic lung disease. As you can see here, various factors which may be epigenetic or genetic, which may act on the target cells,
which ultimately decide whether you are likely to develop COPD, lung cancer, or idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So it is the interplay of genetic predisposition with the epigenetic and environmental factors which is driving the development of chronic lung disease. Alveolar epithelial cells are important. Fibroblasts, most cells, endothelial cells, or the immune and stem cells comes into play when we are discussing about aging. And relative strength and integration of these challenges or predisposing factors are important for managing COPD, lung cancer, and IPF in future. COPD and IPF pathogenesis overlap in some instances with the lung cancer development, as indicated by arrows in the diagram. How stress factors influence gene expression? We can see at the cellular level, at the nucleus, the mitochondria, and the endoplasmic reticulum, factors in our environment. They may be organisms, or radiation, or environmental pollution, or the type of contaminated food that we take every day may adversely affect the endoplasmic reticulum, our nucleus, that's our nucleus in our cells, or other materials that are organelles that are present in our cell may get damaged as a result of exposure to these materials. That occurs every day. So multiple stress factors may influence gene expression in the nucleus and cell hemostasis via alteration and the function of the Golgi apparatus. That is the target area for our future action. Remember it. So, understanding the general stress pathway is most important for the future clinicians. So, when it comes to aging, definitely we should know what is reactive oxygen species, how it accumulates, how it is going to injure the cells. As you can see, the lipid peroxidation and the oxidation at the cellular level and the oxidized DNA damage are all very important. And the oxidative damage to lipid leads lipid peroxidation products, which is mainly localized at the cellular membrane, which result in a loss of membrane properties and function. These reactive end products can induce damage to proteins and DNA. And nuclear and mitochondrial DNA, X8-oxo-G is one of the predominant forms of free radical induced oxidative lesion. So at the cellular level, what is really happening? That is what you have to find out and prepare. So, what are the factors that is related to age-related frailty, disability, and comorbidities? That is what we have to document and take appropriate action in future. As you can see that there is random molecular damage that occurs at the DNA level with the accumulation of cellular defect, and definitely we have to take care of this age-related frailty, disability, and disease for our future patient population. That is very important. So these terms are commonly used to identify vulnerable old adults. What is the extent of comorbidity of your patient population? And what sort of frailty they are having as a result of that, and what is the disability they are facing as a result of that. And each individual, it is variable and you should be able to correctly assess it and take action. Due to random molecular damage from stress, environment, and poor nutrition, this may lead to accumulation of cellular defect. So your patient in front of you, what is the extent of the cellular defect and how to quantify it and rectify it? That is going to be your future practice. that brings us to what is oxidative stress and advanced glycosylation end product. Advanced glycation end products are non-enzymatic reaction products of aldose sugar with the proteins and lipids. The major component of advanced glycosylation end product rate signaling is the oxidative stress induced pathways, and AHS induce the oxidative stress through the activation of NADPH oxidases. So when your patient is in front of you, future doctors, as future clinicians, you should be able to assess the extent of this type of damage that occurs at cellular level. Role of AHS is most of the age-related disease like Alzheimer's, cancer, cardiovascular, diabetes, renal disorders, hypertension, stroke, visual impairment, and skin disorders. Age is also important for skin collagen and accelerates the aging process, and you should be able to identify in diabetic patient age formation, how it occurs in large scale, how it is manifesting the clinical symptoms of cataract, atherosclerosis, nephropathy, and neuropathy for your diabetic population. So the role of advanced glycation end product, age and rate, you can see here what is really happening is this is something that occurs. All of us learned during our first year MBBS, and this is going to be a very important area of your practice with reference to the individual patient sitting in front of you. What is the metabolism that is really happening, and what is the error in the metabolism, how it is going to adversely affect the cellular function in future. Because the formation of AHS and their mechanism of action at cellular level, RAGE was discovered as a receptor for advanced glycation end products like the carboxymethyl lysine, and the positive feedback loop of nuclear factor kappa and B activation with the subsequent RAGE expression is highlighted in the slide, and this you have to have a thorough knowledge. So, what are the key concepts in genetics and aging a practicing doctor should know? As you can see, the telomerase and senescence, these are two things that we will be evaluating daily when we come across our future patients. Because the longevity genes are specific genes that help person live longer. Cell senescence is a process by which the cell deteriorates over time. Telomerase are structures on the end of DNA that eventually are depleted, resulting in cells ceasing to replicate. And stem cells are the cells that can become any type of cell in the body and hold a promise to repair damage caused by aging. These are terminologies we will be coming daily when our patient is in front of us. Go a little more deep. What is the mitochondrial dysfunction in the aging? A practicing doctor should have at least a little basic knowledge in future. Then only he will be able to rectify the problems of elderly patient that you are going to face. And you know the composition of the mitochondria. This is a complicated structure. And as a doctor, you have studied for passing the examination. But in future, you have to know this and how it is altered. The patient in front of you, what happened to his mitochondria at the cellular level, that should be known. So mitochondrial dysfunction is also recognized as a hallmark of a cellular aging. And age-related changes, lot of changes occurs in the mitochondria. And the patient in front of you, you should be targeting this mitochondrial defects in future for managing this clinical condition. That is the level of practice that is going to be, and many of you may be doing in future. So senescent lung epithelial cells exhibit features of mitochondrial dysfunction, and you should be able to assess the extent and depth of that dysfunction to manage your future patient at cellular defect you have. So, to conclude, I should say, aging and chronic lung disease. The prevalence of COPD, pulmonary fibrosis, lung cancer, lung infections increases sharply with the age, all of you agree. And the physiologic, cellular, immunological changes that occur during aging contribute to the development of chronic lung disease, you agree. Studies of age-related changes in physiology and function are not only key to preventing or ameliorating disease, they are also essential for understanding healthy aging. Individuals with good lung function, remember, individuals with good lung function live longer, healthier lives. Although the mechanism by which this scenario occurs are not understood at present clearly. So what are the cell intrinsic and cell extrinsic hallmarks of aging? That we have to revise. As you can see here, there are two types of intrinsic and extrinsic factors, and as a practicing doctor, we should have at least some knowledge of all those intrinsic and extrinsic factors. What are the cell intrinsic hallmarks? That may include cellular senescence. We should be familiar with that terminology. And genomic instability. A practicing doctor should have knowledge about genomic instability. Telomere attrition, epigenetic alterations, loss of proteostasis, and dysregulated nutrient sensing and mitochondrial dysfunction that you see in that slide, that diagram. And you should be familiar with all those things which may happen at your cellular level. We should also know that cell extrinsic factors, which include stem cell expansion, extracellular matrix dysregulation, and intracellular communications, which you see in that diagram. And definitely, dysregulation of extracellular matrix is proposed as an additional hallmark of aging development. How the landmarks of the hallmarks are related to chronic lung disease. Hallmarks of the aging lung in chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer, and idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis present here because these are the cases we will be seeing very frequently in our day-to-day clinical practice. I think we have to focus on the color and size of the hallmarks that present in the diagram. There are 10 age-related hallmarks in the lung are involved in the pathogenesis of COPD, lung cancer, and IPF and different extent. This is what you should be knowing thoroughly well if you are trying to practice in future, because these slides, this diagram, diagram A relates to the COPD, B to lung cancer, C to IPF, and the defect that you see, each one is different, and you should be able to rectify that defect. Then only your patient may be able to have a healthy life for a long time. I think I will stop here because a lot of things to discuss, but there is already the time is, we are very much delayed. I am very sorry because there are very fascinating and interesting things to convey for the youngsters level, because you are going to practice, you are the people who are going to practice using this type of knowledge for your future patients. I stop here and I thank the organizers for giving me some time to introduce these areas of future medicine for that is benefiting our older population, and you as a young practitioners now learn those things thoroughly well so that your patient population having old age may have healthy aging till they live. And you know that we will be having more and more centenarians in the coming years, and you as a practicing doctor should act at the now itself so that your current patient will be able to have a healthy life even at the age of 100 years. Okay, with this I conclude this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Because it is such a wonderful area of future medicine, and you as youngsters should have a thorough knowledge what is really happening at the cellular level. You are seeing a patient, the organ and system. That is not enough for future practice. You should know what is really happening at the cellular level and what is the extent of knowledge that you get, so that you will be able to do at least something, because it may be, that is why I said the population, if you are seeing a geriatric patient with disabilities and disorder, actually that should not happen. You should have acted when he was young, not having any such symptoms. That is the target population. You know, and this is going to be future medicine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for modification of your slides.
Association, because I was the principal formerly in Trichy Medical College. At that time also we were having very lively interactive sessions. Thank you once again for inviting me, remembering me and inviting me for these orations. Thank you. I'm conferring a very important oration on behalf of my beloved teacher, Dr. Nataraja Ayer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we move on to Dr. N. Mohanan Memorial Oration.
Dr. N. Mohanan sir was born on 23rd May 1953. Was a 17th batch MBBS Calicut Medical College student. Later he joined MAJ Hospital Edapalli after the MBBS. In 1981, he joined the health services in PHC at Muatipura, then Veliyanadu PHC, then at Alappuzha. Then 1981 joined for PG at BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad, under Dr. R.B. Patel. 1984, he joined as assistant surgeon at TB Sanatorium, Mulangathukavu. In 1997, he was assistant surgeon at the district hospital, Thrissur. 1998, assistant surgeon at district TB center, Thrissur. And 2000, deputy DMO at Idukki. And in 2000, he was a civil surgeon, chest hospital at Mulangathukavu, till his retirement in 2008. And he had his heavenly abode on 12th August 2016. In the Dr. N. Memorial Oration, this time is by Dr. Dinesh Prabhu sir, who has got the MBBS from Government Medical College, Trivandrum, and DTCD from Madras Medical College, MD from Government Medical College, Kozhikode, worked in various government medical colleges in Kerala, and retired as professor and HOD of pulmonary medicine at GMC Kottayam. Currently working at Ashwini Hospital, Thrissur, as consultant pulmonologist. He is past president of APCCM and past secretary and president of Physician Club, Thrissur. I invite you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is a nice experience for me here today when oration is going on in the name of very respected personalities in our profession, Dr. N. Mohanan and Professor Nataraja Ayer. Both of them were my very close friends and had played a very prominent role in my personal life, professional life, and all aspects. They were very close to me and philosophers for me in their age. Dr. Ghosh has already made the oration in the memory of Professor Nataraja Ayer. As Ghosh told, he was also my teacher in Trivandrum Medical College. And when I joined in Thrissur Medical College, that was my entry point in medical education service. He was the HOD, and he continued to be my HOD till his retirement.
He has given me a lot of encouragement to come up in my profession. Actually, he has taken a special interest for getting me trained in fibrotic bronchoscopy and starting the procedure in Trichy Medical College, one of the pioneer effects in Kerala in those days. Then Professor Mohan, I sincerely thank Dr. Renis and his team for awarding me an oration in the memory of Dr. N. Mohan, who was a very close friend of me. His biodata is already mentioned here. We used to go for not only colleagues, we used to go for most of the conference and meetings, we used to go together and to share some trips in Bangalore trip. That was a team when we were working here. I don't know how many of you are able to spot Dr. Mohan, Iyer sir and myself. This is a very old photo. So with these few words, let me go to the main task assigned to me. Pulmonary medicine, past, present and future. Actually, this is my personal experience I am telling during my tenure or as a pulmonologist. Past is what was Department of Pulmonology before I joined in service. Present is still going on. What are changes, a revolution of changes I have witnessed during this period. And future, I cannot predict what will happen. I have shared these ideas with only juniors, what to mention here. So, the pulmonary medicine began to evolve as a specialty in early 50s with the arrival of Richard Bailey, MD at Johns Hopkins Hospital. I must also thank, before that, I must also thank Dr. Nishant for getting me good slides and also thank the family of Dr. N. Mohan for giving his old photographs. So before going anything in pulmonology, we must remember and thank Dr. Lenac who invented stethoscope. Without this stethoscope, this pulmonary department would have been in darkness. Mention a few milestones in pulmonary medicine. As I told before, it was in 1986. The stethoscope was invented by Lenac, and all of you know the story behind what made him to invent this instrument. The second landmark in history of pulmonary medicine is the discovery of tubercle bacilli by Dr. Robert Koch, who is considered to be the father of microbiology. In 1882, March 21st, he announced to the Berlin Physiological Society that he has discovered the cause of tuberculosis. And there is still celebrated as a World TB Day. On April 10th, he published an article entitled Etiology of Tuberculosis. The third landmark is a discovery of X-rays by Roentgen in December 1895. He is considered as a father of radiology. Then comes the discovery of ventilators in 1950, and it has gone a revolution of changes. And what ventilators we are using nowadays are totally different from the initial stage. Then in our day-to-day practice, discovery of tuberculosis drug in 1944, that was November 30th, streptomycin was first administered to human being for treatment of tuberculosis. It took years for the drug to reach in India and put it in our clinical practice. After that, as shown here, a lot of drugs have come as an armamentarium for treatment of tuberculosis. Then another is a discovery of bronchoscopy. Era of bronchoscopy began when Dr. Kalyan in 1876 removed a pork pond from a farmer's airway using an esophagoscope with a crude light source. That was the beginning of discovery of bronchoscope. Later came the modern day rigid bronchoscope. And the very important landmark was in 1957, Japanese Dr. Aikida revolutionized the field of bronchoscopy by his innovation of fibrotic bronchoscope. So 3 types of bronchoscopes. Then evolution of this specialty in India or Kerala, that is my personal experience I am collecting here. In the past, in the beginning, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor has mentioned, this specialty, the pulmonologist was known as a tuberculosis specialist or a TB specialist. It was started around the specialty was started around the tuberculosis, treating only TB and related complications. Actually, when I joined here, Gosar will 100% agree with me that most of the cases were active tuberculosis or complications of tuberculosis due to inadequate treatment. At that time, we used to see, at least I can say, I used to see at least one X-ray of patient with X-ray of classical biliary tuberculosis. Last 10-15 years, I have not seen such an X-ray. I don't know how many persons it goes, or Sumar sir, more around there. I don't know whether you are seeing such an X-ray or not. That has disappeared. The departments were actually started or run in old TB sanatoriums and were supplied to a main medical college and teaching hospital. And very sad to say, the degree awarded was MD in tuberculosis or TBD, diploma in tuberculosis disease in those days. The posting in our government sector was tutor in tuberculosis. I think Sumaila sir will be the first person designated as TBHS diseases. Achuran sir was the last PSC which was appointed as tutor tuberculosis. He is still alive. No higher prospects for after completing MBA as it was considered in the specialty. Then second era started. He started treating a lot of all the non-tuberculous diseases like COPD, infectious lung disease like pneumonia, lung abscess, emphysema, etc., occupational lung disease, ILD, etc., etc. This gave a good look for this specialty, and he was called as TB test specialist. When I came in the profession, designation of TB test specialist. At that time, the pulmonology term was not fit into our profession. The department also name changed as a Department of TB and Test Diseases. Similarly, our degree and posting designation also changed accordingly. So what happened present day? After late 80s or 90s, the first he became intervention started. One was a bronchoscope. There was a rigid bronchoscope and a fibrotic bronchoscope. Actually, in those days, rigid bronchoscope was handled only by thoracic surgeon. If you want to do any bronchoscopy, we had to refer cases to them and should proceed according to the report. In Kerala, actually early 90s, we started fibrotic bronchoscopy in Thrissur Medical College. Same time or little earlier, in Calicut also the fibrotic bronchoscopy started. It's not Devendra sir. Devendra sir, it was 90s, it was started in Calicut. So the bronchoscopy was used only for foreign body removal, biopsy of lesions, brush biopsy, fungal washings, etc. Then thoracoscopy for visualization of pleural cavity and biopsy from the lesion. Then other further interventions started. Pulmonologists are also called as a pulmonologist and interventionist. The bronchoscopy, which was previously used only for foreign body removal and biopsy, is other interventions like stent application, intraluminal valve placement, tumor ablation or debulking started. Similarly, during thoracoscopy, apart from visualization and the biopsy of the lesion, the pulmonologist started doing adhesion removal and pleural disease under direct vision. Then was the UBUS. It was actually a revolution at that time. Pulmonologists getting trained in many invasive modalities like UBUS and USB. Esophageal ultrasound with ultrasound bronchoscope. Peripheral nodule assessed by the radial UBUS. Then cryobiopsy UBUS B is currently performed in all dedicated intervention pulmonology centers now. Transbronchial needle aspiration biopsy, that was another step. Then bronchothermoplasty, another additional intervention therapy for asthma when drug failures occurs. Then pulmonology department has also started doing sleep study, sonography study, and also known as, he was also called as a sleep specialist, now doing 16 channel polysomnography. Then intensive medicine or critical care medicine also infiltrated into the pulmonology. The specialty of pulmonology attained a much needed significance and supremacy after COVID pandemic. Pulmonology started taking up the role of intensivist in COVID-19 pandemic and even before that when H1N1 came. A lot of patients suddenly going into respiratory failure, and I was also called to attend them and put them on mechanical ventilator at that time. During this era, so many infections visited and disappeared. Both the telling one is HIV infection, which was first came in the early 80s, and we started seeing HIV cases. And after we started diagnosing HIV cases in late 80s and early 90s, and there was no effective treatment. Patients come with a lot of opportunistic infection, and most of them confined to the lung, and it was treated by pulmonologist. He was also called as a HIV specialist in those days, because there was no medicine for HIV, only treating the opportunistic infections. The infections which we have only in microbiology test or parasitology test, but only this time we started seeing in real life. Then H1N1 came, COVID-19 came. It was a pandemic. We all in the United States sitting here will remember. Now slowly I think it will disappear. Even tuberculosis will also disappear in a few days. That is why I put it, infection visited and it disappeared. Further progress was post-COVID clinic, smoking cessation clinic, lung cancer screening program, then use of vaccination in pulmonary medicines. Now even the guidelines recommend use of vaccination in pulmonary medicines for chronic disease like COPD, ILD, etc. Then study of pulmonary physiology like cardiopulmonary exercise test, body plethysmography, PLCO. Electromagnetic and vertical navigation for bronchoscopy. Then as our Vice Chancellor told, it was elevated as a super specialty and the BM courses started. As he mentioned today, there are 18 institutions with a total of 57 DM seats in India. In Kerala, 3 institutions are having BM course in pulmonology, Calicut, Amrita, and last Amra Medical College. If you take each diseases, important diseases, lot of changes have occurred. In tuberculosis, in diagnosis and management, from our old AFB smear and also Jensen median culture, we have gone to molecular testing and very rapid testing and very rapid drug sensitivity testing. This updates in diagnosis and investigation help in the early detection and proper management of TB cases. Newer drug has come, and our national program also changed. Previously it was a TB control program. Then came in 90s, this revised national TB control program. When in 2000s, it was a detection of drug resistance, MDR cases, and now we are in the era of TB elimination program. If you see the sequence of events, I think TB elimination program may become successful. Because nowadays I hardly see cases of active tuberculosis. Because in my institution, whatever TB cases are detected, pulmonary or extrapulmonary, the case will be referred to me and I am the person who is intimating to the government authorities. So the incidents have come down, whether it is TB or extrapulmonary TB. Pulmonary TB or extrapulmonary TB. If you take the asthma inhaler devices, a lot of devices have come. When I joined in service, there was one advisor. That was a revolution. And now most of the chronic patients, they are having an advisor in their home. So that reduces their emergency casualty visit and they are enjoying a very comfortable life. Even today when I prescribe an inhaler for the patient, the question will come from that side. Doctor will advise surrounding like me. That way the pattern has changed. Imaging techniques in pulmonology. When I joined this profession, it was only plain X-ray and the fluoroscopic screen. I am very sure that X-ray sitting here has not seen fluoroscopic screen. And so when ultrasound came, it has completely replaced the fluoroscopy. We could study the diaphragm movements, we could study diagnose the pleural effusion, we can diagnose pneumothorax or peripheral mass lesion or peripheral consolidation, and even it helps to take a pregnancy from the lesion. Then CT scan, virtual bronchoscopy, PET scan, everything came one by one. What are the treatment change in various diseases? If you take COPD, guidelines also changing. Asthma, take a malignancy, interstitial lung disease, newer drugs have come and the guidelines is also changing. Then one important thing is home oxygen therapy. When I entered in service and even my student days or house healthy days, I remember oxygen was available as a big drug or something like that only in hospitals. And it was used without any scientific basis. I still remember during house healthy during rounds, the chief will examine the patient and will say oxygen treatment. And we look at the face of assistant. The assistant will just turn his face towards PG, and PG will turn towards me, observer. And I will request the staff nurse, sister oxygen. Then sister will immediately call Belaida or Devasi, who is the attender, he will for oxygen. He will determine how to give oxygen and when to give oxygen, how long to give oxygen. Now the trend has completely changed. We consider oxygen as a medicine. Now the oxygen therapy has shifted from hospital environment to the home environment. So people could reduce their casualty visits, they can reduce their hospital stay, they can enjoy a healthy life. And there are cylinders are available, oxygen concentrator is available, even there are portable cylinders which patient can go wherever he goes. This is an example of a patient who visited me 2 days back. There is no functioning lung at all. If you see her CT, unfortunately she did not bring it. So I took a photograph of the chest X-ray. See, he is a very happy lady. He came with a small cylinder and came in her vehicle and he came to the consultation room and he went. Now there are still common smaller oxygen cylinders are available for short trips, just like the size of a thermoflask they can carry. Now our company is also promoting insulin oxygen spray, just like a heat spray. you can use whenever you want. You can keep in your hand. Then another revolution in this field was a non-invasive ventilation. For mechanical ventilation, the era of non-invasive ventilation. Now people enjoy a healthy life in their home using non-invasive ventilation. Those we were considering as crippled patients, now they are also enjoying a healthy, happy life. It's a very separate specialty nowadays is pulmonary rehabilitation for chronic diseases. So what is in future? I don't know what to tell anything about it because future is during the past 40 years. So many changes have occurred. So it will be a revolution in the future. Anyhow, pulmonologists are taking up the role of intensivist or critical care specialist and infectious disease. Lung transplantation is gaining momentum. Budding pulmonologists are integral part of lung transplantation team in various dedicated transplant centers. A lot of interventions have come up for biopsy techniques. I don't know much about it. I actually discussed with the juniors and I could get the ideas, new ideas, what to come. Bronchoscopic transperineal nodule needle aspiration for peripheral lesions, transbronchoscopic radiofrequency ablation of pulmonary nodule, cone beam computer tomography and augmented fluoroscopy, and electromagnetic navigation, transthoracic needle aspiration for diagnosis of pulmonary nodules and robotic bronchoscopy. And skipping slides due to lack of time. Robotic bronchoscopy. Robotic bronchoscopy allows a physician to visualize and biopsy remote parts of the lung that were previously inaccessible. Physicians use a handheld controller to very precisely navigate a small flexible endoscope into the lung. Integrated software combines regional endoscopic views of the lung with computer-assisted navigation, all based on 3D models of on-lung anatomy. So, to sum up my experience, journey through the pulmonology. First, the pulmonologist was a TB specialist, and then became TB and chest specialist. Present era, he was a higher designation as a bronchoscopist and thoracoscopist, interventionist, sleep specialist, intensivist, and he was playing a team leader role in when HIV, H1N1 and COVID-19 came. In future, the ambient scope for lung transplantation and robotic bronchoscopy. So once again, I remember my close friend, Dr. N. Mohan. I thank you for your patient hearing. I also thank office bearers for awarding me this ovation, and also Dr. Nishan for providing slides, and Dr. Mohan's family for providing me the details. Thank you very much.
Next, we move on to the final section, pre-lunch. We request the panelists to kindly occupy the stage.
The topic for panel discussion is NTEP Practical Issues in Management. Panelists are Dr. Regina Dilnath, Consultant, District TB Center, Kannur; Dr. Gayatri AV, Medical Consultant, WHO NTEP, Kerala and Lakshadweep; Dr. Sensi B, MD, DNB Community Medicine, District TB Officer, Idiki; and the moderator for this session is Dr. Sanjeev Nair, Associate Professor, Department of Respiratory Medicine, Government Medical College, Thrissur. I call upon the dignitaries to the dais.
So, good afternoon. We are starting this interesting panel. Let me start by thanking the organizing team of Aptcon for this opportunity for us to come here and discuss this particular important topic. So basically, we are going to discuss some of the practical issues related to TB management, particularly with the Kerala perspective. With us, we have three eminent panelists, very important people for us. First, in alphabetic order, we have Dr. Sensi, who is the District TV Officer of Idiki. Dr. Sensi is a public health specialist who has qualified from one of the leading institutes in India, St. John's. I also had the fortune to study for a small time with her teachers. So, it's and also she is one of the leading DPOs in Kerala today, having won medals for the achievements of the districts, and also some of her innovations in terms of some of the videos she made for propagation of diagnosis of TB and all, very good. If we had more time in this, I would actually presented one of our videos and started multiple innovations under her from Idiki. Next, we have Dr. Gayatri, the WHO consultant who is covering this district and central Kerala. Again, a specialist, public health specialist who has studied in Trivandrum. I had a chance to interact with her even from her student days. Again, a very person with a lot of ideas and who has great knowledge about the program, who is doing excellent work right now. So, fortunate to have her also. And lastly, a dynamic organizing team person from Kannur, who we all remember fondly because of the excellent conference that we had in Kannur in the recent past, Dr. Regina, who's a fellow pulmonologist who has been in the health service department since 2005, started her career and immediately became an MOTC, and I was again fortunate that I was a facilitator in the very first training in which Dr. Regina attended as MOTC. Currently working as consultant in District TV Center, Kannur. So we have three people here who have extensive experience and a lot of ideas about the program and tuberculosis, and we'll discuss it. Now the team today proposed to discuss some of these points. Are we missing cases of TB? What is needed for strengthening diagnosis of TB? What is needed to improve treatment, and what is expected for the future? Our limitation is time, obviously, and we will strictly keep to time, and as and when our 30 minutes are over, we'll walk off stage. So that is going to be our limitation, and in that context, some of the issues will be just pointedly covering only briefly in that particular area. Now the idea is, as moderator, I will just brief you a bit on the background, because otherwise if I just rush to the question directly, you will not understand the context in which I am asking the questions, and this is all based on the recent National TB Prevalence Study which was released on March 24, 2021. And some of these results of the study were startling and pointing out some of the issues that we have in Kerala and India, and we are going to discuss those issues in this particular panel. So the prevalence study came out showing a prevalence of around more than 300 per lakh in India and a prevalence of infection of around 32% in India. Kerala is at the bottom of the list as we were expecting. In fact, only 1/5 of the cases that Delhi has. Delhi has finally, we have only around 100 plus in Kerala. Infection also recently, Gayatri's colleague Dr. Aparna has published on prevalence of infection in Trivandrum, which is around 20%, so we are lower than India. Having said that, despite Kerala being behind, there are certain worrying aspects both for the country and for our state. So the first thing that you see at the corner is that when you take the prevalence versus the notification. So for every 284 prevalent cases in India, only 100 get notified. So that is the reality that the study points out. The second point out there is that among the prevalence study, they found that among the TB patients, 42% are diagnosed based only on X-ray. So if you don't have X-rays available, you will miss about half the case of TB. So that becomes a very important tool. And the third part is that about 1/4 of the TB cases are having a past history of TB. So we need to focus on that particular tool. Now when you look at these figures in the Kerala context, what you find is that the survey suggests that probably we are also missing a lot of cases in Kerala, maybe even more than what the national average is. So that is something worrying for Kerala. And the second thing is, a lot of patients may be missed if you screen only for symptoms. So there are a lot of asymptomatic TB out there. That is also what survey points out. and that X-ray is very important for diagnosis. In that context, we also have this health-seeking behavior part in the study, which says that almost, all over India, the proportion is very low. If you take Haryana, for example, only 12% of people with TB symptoms go to a doctor. In Kerala, it is better. More than 50% of patients go to a doctor. But again, it is almost 50% do not go to a doctor even when they have symptoms. So that is the context in which we are going to these questions. So I'll start with the questions. So the obvious question based on this is, are we missing cases of TB in Kerala? Let me start with Dr. Sensi and Dr. Gayatri, who are our public health experts. So is it possible that in a state with good health-seeking behavior, where people actually seek care, that we might actually miss cases of TB? So over to you, panelists. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for the question. As we see in the national prevalence study, that prevalence to notification ratio in India is found to be 2.84. As sir already said, out of the 1 notified cases, we are missing 1.8. But actually, what we think that the notification cases is mostly the incident cases. So 2.84 means what is the prevalent case. So notification the incident cases. So there is chance of high prevalence to notification ratio in this, but still we are missing cases. And for example, we can say that in this national prevalence survey, there are 17 clusters in Kerala, and of which from single cluster from Ernakulam we found 4 cases. That 4 cases were not notified before. So that itself shows there is missed cases in Kerala, and we can find out. Moreover, there are more number of deaths are happening. The proportion of deaths in Kerala as well as in India is increasing, which itself shows that there are more missed cases in Kerala. That's my point.
Want to add to it?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Like what Gayatri has told, we are always backed up by data to corroborate with what is happening in the field, and the data clearly shows that there are missed cases. So from the field, what I understand is, even though sir is saying that the health-seeking behavior is more, still there are people who are not aware about TB when we talk about it in the public platforms, or with people who we seemingly we think that are educated. So the awareness is still not out there about TB, and sadly sometimes we see that people who come to the OPDs, they give the history. Once they diagnose with TB, they give the history that we've been going around with our symptoms to several doctors or several clinics, but there is a late diagnosis. And the data is also showing the same thing. So definitely there is a possibility that this case will kill.
Thank you. So keeping that in mind, when we go ahead, we think of do we need to change our strategy? So basically, we are looking at only people with symptoms, and we are using certain ways of diagnosis. So do we need to go beyond just screening those who have symptoms and who come to clinics? And do we need to go beyond that to actually catch these diseases? Dr.
Yes, like last year, if we take the statistics in Kannur itself, we had really increased our presumptive smear examination rate. But despite increasing our smear examination rates to very high levels, we could not detect enough cases. The cases notified were not up to the expected levels. And on the other hand, our death rates had increased. We had almost 9% death rates in Kannur, mainly in elderly who have detected at the level of 3+ smears who had comorbidities. So basically there is a gap. There is, despite symptom screening and smear examination alone, this gap cannot be covered. So as we move towards TB elimination, we need to change our strategies from mere symptom screening and smear examination to including X-ray as a first modality of screening, at least in high-risk populations.
That is true, and along with that, we should keep in mind Kerala, we are doing vulnerability data mapping, which we've done in 2018. So we have a comprehensive data of all the individuals who are belonging to the category of vulnerable individuals in every district. So updating that data and doing systematic and repeated screening among vulnerable population, maybe every quarterly in a year, will help us to pick more individuals who are out there who might be having TB despite them not coming to us and telling that they have symptoms.
Thank you. Very good points that you have raised. So in that context, I think Regina has just touched on that. The National Prevalence Study also says that you will miss about half your cases if you don't have X-rays. Now that is a challenge at a tertiary care level. I mean, most of the clinicians here would have access to X-rays, but this applies to the entire community. So is there, we need more X-rays for looking at active case finding at the peripheral level. So what would be the strategy for that?
If the cost permits, I think a mobile vans with digital X-rays and, if possible, computer-aided software for screening. In the peripheries where you don't have enough specialists, radiologists, we use that for screening along with mobile CT vans. That would drastically, I think, increase the case detection, especially in the tribal population and other high-risk areas at least.
As a program expert, Dr. Gayatri?
Yes, sir. Actually, extra machines are needed, but what actually we find is for the whole population for active case finding, if we consider, it will be not cost effective, practically feasible. So what we can do is, as Dr. Sensi already mentioned, high risk vulnerable group, even though they are asymptomatic, we can do active case finding. In that group, we can do both center screening as well as X-ray screening. Then we can pick more cases as compared to only symptomatic screening alone. And as now, actually in Wayanad, they have started mobile X-ray screening as of the initiative for this day. So we can extend to 4 of this day when more mobile X-ray machines are available. Thank you.
If I can have the PowerPoint again, if you can just, thank you. So what we have is, we have been looking at X-ray facilities in state. I was surprised to visit Tamil Nadu and see that, they have every district almost has a machine like this which can go to the community. You can see the canopy there, you can see a TV screen, a generator for supply, and inside looks beautiful. I was surprised how beautifully the inside of that van looks where X-rays can be taken. So, but then this will not solve the solution. It will not be a solution for us because one van per district will not be enough because we need even more than that. Cost is always the issue that Dr. Gayatri was pointing out to us. So very rightly said, how we find the solution, it's still not very clear. Now the other thing is, we can go back to the camera. So the other thing is, past history of TB in the survey showed that 1/4 of patients have past history. Now the program has a guideline that after cure, every patient should be followed up for 6 months, 12 months and 24 months. But in practice, doesn't seem to happen. If you are doing that, maybe a significant proportion of TB would be caught early. So how do you feel that can be done?
So I think the most important in that aspect is at the end of treatment, the patient should be counseled regularly. After you treat a patient with TB, at the end of treatment, the patient should be made aware there is a possibility of relapse. For the next 2 years, he should be a little vigilant. They have persistent symptoms. They should report that. I think would be the basic essential step. After that, I think the field staff can be made to monitor the patients. There is a vulnerability survey going on. So the ASHA workers and the field staff can monitor the patient. I think the initial counseling of the patient post-treatment is most important. Other than that, I think via electronic message goes to the patient's phone. That is, they get regular messages, they should be turning up for a post-treatment follow-up. A proportion of them do come in, but the numbers I think are very low.
Okay, but I think isn't that responsibility of the program to ensure that they should come back and ask to see that the 6 months, 12 months, the follow-up period is already defined. So shouldn't it be our staff's responsibility to bring those patients back?
Definitely, sir. In the context of program, we always take responsibility of what is happening to the patient. For example, from default case, we have retained it as lost to follow-up. So we are primarily taking responsibility. But I do agree to what ma'am has said. 2 ways in which we can do is, according to the guideline, there is a 6-month follow-up that we need to do, which definitely the NTPE staff should monitor along with the district team, and they should make the field staff do this in the field. And the second way is with the screen data. There is a screen data, as I've already mentioned. Using this screen data, ASHA workers are periodically screening. So that is every 3 months or 4 months. So periodically screening the vulnerable group, which includes the past history of TB as one of the groups. So in that way, they will be in constant touch with the patient or the past patient in the field. So definitely, it is our ownership. We should take the ownership of doing that in the field. Thank you.
There's also a debate at national level. Suddenly it came to mind on whether our follow by the end of treatment and all based on smear. Suppose we go to culture for follow, will we pick up some cases which are actually missed? Is it possible? I mean, feasibility issue. Maybe Dr. Gayatri can think about it. I think the major issue is we are not able to do enough cultures. So even if you start doing follow cultures, I'll skip that question for now. Can you put that slide back? So this is our program algorithm. All the experts sitting here, you're all very familiar with it. So you need, on one hand, you need the chest X-ray, on the other hand, you need microscopy, which are both there, which are, microscopy is there everywhere. X-ray, of course, there are issues. And then finally, it all leads to a nucleic acid amplification test, a gene expert or a TrueNAT. And then finally, the state thought that we were well, empowered enough to do something called upfront NAT, where even a patient coming to you, without doing an X-ray or without doing a smear, you could directly do a nucleic acid amplification test, even though the cost was higher to the government. So we had reached that level. But right now, we are having certain programmatic issues where we are moving backwards because of various issues. We are not able to do as many tests as are needed. So can you throw some light on that from the program side on what are the problems and what are the solutions in terms of availability of the NAT?
Sir, as Sir already said, actually, we have to increase the availability of that. The main issue here is the accessibility most of the time. As these NAT machines are available at the distant site, so the patients may not be able to bring the specimen to the NAT site. So basically what we need is an efficient sputum collection and transport mechanism should be ensured so that the samples can reach the NAT site as and when needed. And also we can do is this lab technicians, maybe they are doing work at a particular type of result, maybe 9 to 2 or something. So these lab technicians are underutilized in many of the places. So what we can do is their time can be shifted like 9 to 12 to 5 so that more runs of lab machines can be done. Then sir, as mentioned, as of now there is some delay in lab procurement from the central level. That should be ensured that we try to ensure that there should be an uninterrupted supply of lab chips and CDAC categories from the national as well as state level. And also one more thing is there is an IPAC scheme in private sector that is in which NGP and WHO endorsed diagnostic modalities are available at lower price so that most of the more than at present there are 80 labs endorsed as the IPC, they are getting a lower price for SNAP test and all and FDA and all. So that if that is extended to more private labs, then it will be more accessible for private patients also, then we can increase the availability in all aspects. That's what I can say.
Would you like to add?
To talk about Idiki, in Idiki, even though the guideline has been to do upfront NAT for individuals belonging to vulnerable population, in our district we've been trying to give it for every patient. Sometimes it's not feasible because of the load in a test site. So we do it for more than 90% of the samples that we receive. So almost every symptomatic person is getting an opportunity to do upfront NAT. So in that, what we can say is like what Dr. Gayatri has mentioned, maximum utilization of one facility. There are 4 modules to make sure that all the 4 modules are functioning optimally. So that, for example, if we have a working hour of 6 to 8 hours in a day where there is no night shift in a hospital, 460 tests can be done in a month to make sure that that many tests are being done in a site which is already there. Along with that, there is already a move to bring more TrueNAT machines at a sub-district level, at a block level. So to make sure that those machines are coming and to make sure that the chips and carriers are available in adequate number is also important. Otherwise, our move to increase the availability of NAT will be a failure if we are not having adequate consumables. So that is something.
Maybe you can add on to the issues with nitrobacillus because that is also something that we wanted to do for all patients for INH resistance and for added resistance, but again we are having an issue with the lab and we are not able to do that.
For Landpop as of now, we have acquired, we are having IRL and Calicut, we have cultural proficiency lab. And as already said, no, IRL is in such a condition that it should be shifted from that place because of the overall structure, condition as well as the functioning. And as of now also, IRL is not functioning because of the many issues. And what we can do is, the existing IRL should be made in a good way, and at least one more private sector cultural proficiency lab can be started in medical colleges. Also, as I said, private sector endorsed mechanisms like private sector LPA. That also we can be considered so that we can increase more LPA. Then only we can consider. We will miss otherwise small cases. There are a lot of small cases are happening in our state also. So we have to consider more culture labs as well as private endorsed labs for LPA.
Thank you. Now, treatment, I will not go too deep into that part of it because earlier if we had a debate, panel like this, the entire discussion would be on daily versus intermittent. But now we have a daily regime, so the treatment per se would be something that all our specialists here would agree upon. But that led to the new problem of adverse drug reaction, which was anticipated that if you move to a daily regime or not. And the one which has been, worrying us, which if you go through our WhatsApp groups or the discussions which have been worrying all of us, is ocular toxicity, which is something, in the intermittent era we were not talking about. David sponsor was just telling me 2 days back that it is very worrying. And Dr. Edna is aware that our WhatsApp group in between now and then is always discussing on people losing vision and all that. So in that context, what is the program, strategy to manage or to avoid ocular toxicity? Any thoughts on both from the clinician side and from the hospital side?
Personally, I feel ocular toxicity is a little high because commonly what we encounter is hepatotoxicity, drug hypersensitivity. We seem to be emphasizing too much on ocular toxicity these days. Like last year, Kannur had about 1,599 cases, of which 20 cases we had a suspected ethambutol toxicity. I am saying suspected because it is not definitively proven. They have some visual problem. The ophthalmologist usually diagnose ethambutol toxicity, which may not be clearly definitive ethambutol toxicity. The percentage is about 1.2%. Now the program as such we emphasize that at the initial stage before starting treatment, the patient has to do a mandatory visual examination, visual acuity examination, and the ophthalmologist has to see the patient and give fitness for giving ethambutol long term. And other than that, the patient has to be educated on any symptoms which he develops. The patient has to report immediately to the treating doctor, and the FDC can be changed. The feedstock also needs to be
news article recently, that some ophthalmic conference happened, and even news that TV medication From the program side, I think what is our strategy? If you can think of how we try to pick this up early, because of course, ethambutol toxicity is a reality. Percentages may be around what President told us, maybe around 1% or less. But still, that is what is worrying people. People are willing to lose their hearing, they are willing to die, but they are all worried about vision. So what is our strategy from the field side to pick this up early and manage it?
Ocular toxicity, and in that terms, any adverse drug reaction, there should be a proper training at the field level, even at the level of ASHA workers who are the direct contact with the patient. There should be a basic level of awareness regarding the symptoms and that such problems exist at the field level. And the medical officers at the PHI level and also above that should be sensitized regarding picking up symptoms early and bringing it to the attention of the district faculty. We have district level clinical committees and core committees in every district where we have opportunities to talk about all of the issues related to the patients. And moreover, even though ocular toxicity is maybe a high issue, I'm sure Madam is saying that, but it's a real issue that even clinicians are worried about, because in our district there has been an incident of a patient who's been treated and cured, later complaining even to the ministry level that because of the treatment his vision was affected. So this will push the clinician into a defensive practice. So what I think is there should be more concrete data. There should be more conversations like this about what is actually happening in the field in every district, so that they can get a comprehensive picture about ocular toxicity and in what way it is affecting, and the contributing factors also. Sometimes when I talk to pulmonologists, they say that the fixed drug combinations are causing this. Sometimes they have doubts about the quality of the medicine, the other components that might be there in the fixed drug combination. When we move from FDC to maybe loose drugs, they are saying that these symptoms are not there. So there are several concerns that exist among the practitioners. So this should be addressed and more data should be generated to talk more about it.
Yeah, I get your point. But the issue is, മരുന്ന് കഴിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ 50% ആൾ മരിച്ചു. മരുന്ന് കഴിച്ചാൽ 5% ആൾക്ക് ടോക്സിറ്റി. പണ്ട് കാനാമൈസിൻ കൊടുത്തപ്പം 30% ആളുടെ കേൾവി എഫക്റ്റഡ് ആകും. പക്ഷെ ഒരു ENT സർജൻ പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയില്ല. 30% ആളുടെ കേൾവി പോയിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ആ ഒരു കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റില് ഡു വി ഹാവ് എ പ്രോഗ്രാം സ്ട്രാറ്റജി ടു പത്രവാർത്തകൾ കണ്ണടിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആരും മരുന്ന് കഴിക്കാതെ TV സ്പ്രെഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകളായിരിക്കും. സോ സംതിങ് ദാറ്റ് വി നീഡ് ടു ഐ തിങ്ക് thought as
So right now, our pulmonologists are doing a basic screening, basic exam investigation, along with the investigation. They're doing a basic screening even for the vision. Especially with the patients who are diabetic retinopathy, they can have more focus, or they can keep in mind that these patients are more vulnerable to generating more issues. So having a systematic screening and timely follow-up, and also sensitizing the patient regarding the possibility of symptoms, so that they will not be alarmed and they will not stop the medicine, and they will have trust in the system is also important.
I think just to add on to inform that, all over India, there is no strategy in the program that before treatment you have to do ophthalmic evaluation, or during treatment you have to do a periodic evaluation. But the Kerala government and the TPT in Kerala actually took a study stand that all patients who start a first-line treatment are, they are being offered a ophthalmic evaluation, and our optometrists in the field are supposed to go and evaluate them even during treatment. So that is a Kerala alone strategy, which is not there in any other state in India, but still, the complaints are also coming from Kerala. Now, to the last bit of it, the new thing which is being discussed a lot is TB infection. So Dr. Ejna and Dr. Sensi, if you can just inform the audience on what is actually happening in your districts in terms of diagnosis of TB infection and the genes you are offering.
In Kannur, actually, we did about 2,182 IGRA tests over the past 2 years, and the positivity was 561. That is about 25.7. That is almost in case with the general data. But the percentage increased when we did it in closed communities. Like we had a prisoner, when we did IGRA in his contacts, it was about 50%. The same was the instance in contacts of Mahila Mandal patient. Again, it was 50%. When we did IGRA in contacts of a tribal patient, it was as high as 77%. So that I think emphasizes the earlier message that we said that we need to do X-ray as an initial screening measure, at least in these high-risk populations. We've started about 714 patients on TPD, and we've not had much of side effects as we anticipated, just about 4 hepatotoxicity and mild symptoms. So giving TPD, I think, has been a very effective measure.
Yeah, I think one message also from your side, which I would say, is people are still not, even our pulmonology colleagues often are not aware who gets tested and who gets treated. And the regimes also, I think the last time we had a PT workshop, many of our PTs did not know what regime is actually being given. So maybe the highest if you can just say that it is there.
Less than 5 years and 5 to 15 years, we're giving INH rifampicin for 3 months. More than 15 years, we're giving INH rifampicin weekly for 12 doses. And the patients seem to be tolerating it very well. I think if you have pulmonary cases being treated from your side, always inform the positive cases at least, always inform them that the contacts have this facility available in the hospitals and send them over for TPD.
Senthi, I think she has covered most of it. Just to add on briefly, you could just tell us the screening strategy. Who actually gets the interferon gamma release at the same time?
So right now, according to the guideline protocol, contacts of patients who are microbiologically confirmed pulmonary TB are the target group for IGRA testing right now, and I think we are moving, slowly planning to go to regulatory use, right, sir? So slowly, gradually. But right now we are getting into microurgently controlled pulmonary contacts, household contacts. So yeah, more than 5 years. And one good thing is the data is similar from whatever Madam has told about control. We also have we've done 300 tests, and we have 25% of the contacts who tested positive for TB infection, and they are already given TBT, and they are all tolerating well, and there are no evidences of ARs.
So I'll finish with Dr. Gayatri. Anything that you want to add as new that is coming from the WHO side or from the national side? Something new that might come?
Actually, one of the most common problems that we find in infection is the testing. So to replace ICRA testing, we are planning to introduce CT, that is skin test, which is similar to the manual test, but highly specific as like that of ICRA. That is one CT is going to come soon. And next one is BCG revaccination may be seen mostly at adult stage. Reintroduction of BCG vaccination will be there. And most of the complaints we see is the high duration of treatment regimens. So there will be DHTP regimen and reactive regimen with less duration, like 4-month DHTP regimen, 6-month RTP regimen, like VPAP regimen, all of these coming stages. These are the most common knowledge changes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel for the excellent discussion that we had. I think I'll hand it over back to the organizers. We have finished in time.
Thank you all for the excellent panel discussion. Now I call upon Dr. T.K. Ravindran, Consultant Pulmonologist, Daya Hospital, Thrissur, to honor our moderator Dr. Sanjeev Nair with the memento.
Dr. Ravindran, I introduce as the most famous DTO to have worked in Kerala, who has been sent on international trainings because of his excellent work.
I kindly request Dr. Sanjeev Nair, sir, to honor our panelist with the memento.
Thank you once again to the organizers for the opportunity.
Good afternoon. Welcome you all to the post-lunch session. Now we have an important session, a debate on diagnosis of ICU infections. As you know, ICU is the place where maximum antibiotic is being used for infections. And it is said that about 47 to 50% of antibiotic use in ICU is overuse rather than use for the infection. So this is mainly because we cannot blame them because most of the patients are brought in a critical state with multiple comorbidities and waiting for a definitive diagnosis to start antibiotics is not possible in that situation. So they put patient on high-end antibiotics most probably, most often, and this may later come to be not needed after cultural sensitivity. That's the issue. So we have debate on this issue, whether to go for the conventional culture, which will take some time to give you a result, so that we will put the patient on empirical antibiotic, or we go for the newer PCR-based diagnostic algorithms, which will give you a result, in a short time. So both are available now in most of the hospitals, and both have its own advantages and disadvantages. So we are going to hear from our debaters, Dr. Sajida Ayam, Assistant Professor of Pulmonary Medicine, Department of Pulmonary Medicine Department, Kottayam Medical College, and Dr. Nandini V, Senior Consultant Pulmonologist from Baby Memorial Hospital. So first we will invite Dr. Sajida to discuss about conventional culture method. The plan is to give 8 to 9 minutes of presentation initially and a rebuttal after that.
for cross-examination, and then we will give the mic to the audience for questions. Dr. Sajjada, please.
The next session of the post-presentation will be outside the hall. We request the participants to kindly assemble at the outside. Sorry, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to you all. First of all, on the outset, I would like to thank APT for this lunch and a wonderful music after that. And I hope everybody will be fresh after the morning session of the academic sessions. And thank you, Aptcon, for this wonderful opportunity, and also APCCM, and I'm so grateful to be presenting for my teachers, and thank you really for the introduction. So, coming to culture, our age of culture versus the molecular methods, PCR-based molecular methods in diagnosis of ICU infections. That is actually today's role, but this is a normal case which you usually come across. This 20-year-old COPD patient comes to you with diabetes mellitus, which are treatment of COPD and center, with features suggestive of sepsis with consolidation referred to a hospital. And when he presents to you, you have features, definite features of sepsis. With multiple consolidation. So, since it's a group pulmonologist here, I'm starting with the pulmonary infections, as pneumonia actually. So, we are usually faced with the question of gram stain, culture, PCR, what to be sent, and or antibiotics first. So, according to the sepsis 2021 guidelines, if you have a definite idea of sepsis and no need to do the antibiotics, start the antibiotics upfront after sending the culture. So, the infection also depends on whether it's a non-sterile site and a sterile site, and sending the samples from non-sterile site, definitely the cultures have to be sent, and sterile site, yes, you have another mode of management. So, put on antibiotics and treatment for HPV started. So, what do you know about this culture methods? Of the existing guidelines we have now, the sepsis 2021 guideline, the ERS guideline, the CAP guidelines, everything advocates the routine sending of microbiology cultures first in sepsis with no delay in antibiotics. That is upfront treatment. This helps you in the precise identification of organism and susceptibility patterns, because apart from identifying the organisms, we also have to treat them in a precise manner. So, precise identification of organisms and susceptibility patterns with a good positive predictive value, and it also helps in optimal antibiotic selection, as we all know. So, cultures, well, the best advantage of culture that can be said is that you can do both semi-quantitative and definitely quantitative analysis in the lower respiratory samples and in the sterile samples. That is a definite advantage which gives you a good measurement of which antibiotic is actually sensitive. That is the distribution method. And you can mix infections, you can identify like this, you can identify the predominant organism and give directed therapy. And this is also helpful in the combination therapies. And though you can have contaminants in culture also, the chance is less compared to that of the molecular-based methods. You have to be scrupulously set the samples in culture, and so the identifying contaminants are less. The advantages of culture, as we all know, along with the gram stain, that is, the microbiologist has an advantage of gram stain also, and you can assess the pulses and decide upon the effectiveness of the sample, and also correlate the organism with that. And even in new journals, actually they are still, the recent JAMA journal has compared the gram stated initial antibiotic therapy still, and it is found to be useful, very much useful. There is 72% sensitivity was there for gram stain. If you combine it with the culture, it again increases, and further characterization of the organism is very much possible in culture.
And even if we say about molecular methods which are actually speedy methods, they are more specific in cultures. So sending an upfront culture is always useful for you. And also there is this added advantage of identifying the slow growing organisms like the Burkholderia, the Morgagnia species, the Citrobacter species, the Hafnia, all this which are now identified in the immunocompromised, the transplant recipients in whom the molecular methods are said to be more definitive. These organisms cannot be identified. So this is an advantage, and definitely follow-up culture has an advantage, because even when we were talking about de-escalation of antibiotic therapy or decreasing the antibiotic therapy, reducing the ICC or converting to oral therapy, cultures have a definite advantage, because in follow-up molecular methods do not yield. We cannot use molecular methods because all the genetic material will still be identified. What about the multi-drug resistant bacterial infections? Multi-drug resistant bacterial infections are the menace in the NICUs now. So in carbapenems resistant infections and in carbapenems resistant Acinetobacter infections, you can use, actually this is the cyanogen testing of ceftazidime avibactam along with aztreonam. The newer metallobeta-lactomases, these are sensitive to aztreonam, but if most of the organisms secrete both, oxa also, and if ceftazidime avibactam is used, they have a definite advantage. So you can test such synergistic, which antibiotics, specific antibiotics to be tested. That has to be tested by culture itself. And for cholesterol, only microboth dilution method is helpful for the finding of minimum inhibitory concentration. So the minimum inhibitory concentration is the key word in resistant infections in the ICs now. So for identifying minimum inhibitory concentrations, we need to have a culture. So this is, I'm not going into detail of this. So upfront, the ICMR guideline recommends culture for identification of the resistant organisms, and phenotypic susceptibility to carbapenem is considered the gold standard. And the difficulty in molecular methods is that amount of expression of the resistance gene and the other mechanisms like the pollen loss, the definite gene mechanisms cannot be identified by genetic mechanisms. Precision is the key word in high-end transplant ICUs, and now actually clinical pharmacists, they actually decide the treatment, actually the concentration by minimum inhibitory concentration of each drug and guidance by the pharmacokinetic, by pharmacodynamic properties. Actually decide the dose of treatment now in high-end ICUs. So in aminoglycosides, the area under curve and the minimum inhibitory concentration, they are important, and according to that, we give a single daily dosage and the dose is decided. And for the extended spectrum, you give an extended treatment of carbapenems and the beta-lactams. That is also because of this. So the exact calculation of the drug dosage can be done by the minimum inhibitory concentration. And in the biofilm mechanism, and this high-end ICUs, we have this resistant organisms, they create a biofilm, and because of that, antibiotics cannot act. So now the antibiotic lock therapy has been identified, and for defining the dosage of the antibiotics, here also we require the minimum inhibitory concentrations of antibiotics. So in resistant infections, definitely you have culture has an advantage. What about stewardship? We are discussing about decreasing the antibiotics, etc. But cultures have an advantage in that the microbiologists need to report only the selective antibiotics, which actually comes sensitive first. For example, if you have an aminoglycoside, if you have an organism which is sensitive to aminoglycoside or the third generation cephalosporin or the penicillins, beta-lactams, use that first and don't show that expressed to the clinician, so that the initial irrational use of high-end antibiotics can be prevented by this cascade reporting. This is called the cascade reporting. This has been now advocated in ICMR guidelines also. So you need to use, you can use the first-hand antibiotics which are sensitive first, then go to the high-end antibiotics. But if you have a resistant molecular gene first, you may be tempted to use the high-end antibiotics initially itself. So that is the post-analytic cascade reporting. And definitely, as I said, follow-up cultures have an advantage because the optimal duration of treatment nowadays, the treatment has been now reduced, and it has been shown that it can reduce the treatment up to 3 to 5 days in pneumonia. And switching to monotherapy as advocated in the ERS guidelines, all that can be done by repeat cultures. Then Staphylococcal bacteremia, only the repeat cultures is defining the duration of treatment. So definitely you need a culture for that. And as you go by, you can also have newer organisms in the patient. You can have repeated infections. For that also, only culture can be helpful, not the molecular methods, which detects the previous infection also. So, how can you decrease the duration of, you can increase the fastness of culture. For that, actually, blood culture and Gamstin after you send, you have a definite communication with your microbiologist, and by microbiologist, after the initial culture, if you have the initial sample itself, the microbiologist can give you the preliminary report in 8 to 10 hours actually, and the BACTEC also, they also give a fast report in blood cultures, bacterial cultures, so they give a fast report, and you can have a preliminary report in 8 to 10 hours, and then before during the sensitivity testing, you can put in nuanced culture methods like the Magnetop or the Whitetech, which can detect the susceptibility and the identification, species identification also very fast. Whitetech machines are available, actually it's available in our hospital also, and you can have a faster report in 24 hours. So after the culture, you put it in these machines, you can have an identification and sensitivity fast. That also you can use in sterile samples, you can have a direct susceptibility testing that will directly coat it with this samples and you get the growth. You can easily do it in other susceptibility testing. So as I said, BACTEC, Magnetop and Whitetech are newer methods. What about the PCR? And then we will be discussing about the PCR. And just to mention a few, it's said to be very useful in encephalitis, etc. But in infections, conditions where it is suspected, like the transplantations or they are who are on immunosuppressants, they will be anywhere usually covered with the cytomegalovirus infection, etc. So there may not be a definite advantage, but and if you identify adeno, etc., also treatment is a difficulty. Treatment options for viruses are limited. But if you identify HHV6 in high pneumonias, actually that can occur as a contaminant. If you have had a childhood infection, also it can, even in neonates, such viruses have been seen as contaminants even in the high-end systems. So. Astute clinician actually can identify and can suspect the organism and then only interpret the results. Fungal culture methods are very good actually. Only in specific situations we suspect the fungal. So rather than PCR, the culture and the staining of the fungi helps you. This is just a case to show where molecular methods show positivity for CMV. Pan-fungal viruses and also respiratory syncytial virus. So you get a report like this, what to treat, that is the problem. And eventually the patient actually turned to have histoplasmosis, which is identified by histopathology and culture. So the definite disadvantages would be we identify only what we know about. Before the PCR is sent, we need to set the primers, and they will identify only the primers which have been set, and the newer organisms are unknown organisms which we do not know may be missed. And so it requires a lot of clinical expertise to interpret the results. The technical expertise of the lab staff and the specific lab standards is also important, and specificity and sensitivity will drop in the hands if it is not in the right hands. I'm sure in the hands of Dr. Nandini this is not a problem, but still you should consider the intensivist also. What about interpretations? And because sensitivity is not equal to diagnostic sensitivity, colonizers may be identified, non-viable organisms secondary to the prior treatment may be identified, contaminants also may be damaged. Yes, sir. So the economics is the problem around 11,000 rupees for each culture, and so it is not viable to repeat it every time. So is it really that cost effective? That is a question. I'll finish with this. If COVID our 19 PCR is done for everyone sitting in this hall and intervention is planned and positives, what will be our next line of action? So the question is open for discussion, and thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Sajita, for the excellent presentation. Now I invite Dr. Nandini V to present her views on PCR-based molecular methods.
Very good afternoon, one and all. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity and also for the wonderful CME they have been conducting. And Dr. Sanjana has already told about the culture methods. And so let's, as you all know, the lower respiratory tract infections are the fourth leading cause of death globally. And depending upon the host immunity, the age of the host, and various environmental factors and other prior hospitalizations, there can be various organisms that can cause pneumonia and leading on to ICU admissions. So, the sepsis and antimicrobial resistance, especially the MDR and XDR pathogens, which are coming up in a big way, are a real headache to the ICU clinicians. And if we don't detect these organisms on time, it can lead on to inappropriate antibiotics, and which can lead on to the increase of morbidity and mortality of the ICU patients. So, regarding the conventional culture methods, the main drawback of those culture methods is the longer turnaround time. That is, many times you get the report at around 4 to 5 days of blood culture. And this is because of the prolonged multi-step processing, which is labor-intensive and operator-dependent. And it can be false negative in case of prior antimicrobial therapy, and we can have prestigious organisms, especially the anaerobic organisms, atypical and viral pathogens, which can easily be missed and that can give false negative in conventional culture methods. And contamination, starting from the pre-analytical collection, transportation, and everything can cause false positive reports also. So the yields are variable. It has a low sensitivity because there has been a CDC-supported study where more than 2,000 patients with pneumonia in an ICU were checked, and the culture reports, cultures yielded a positive organism in less than 50% of those patients. So, and this is the case with polymicrobial infections also. So, and also the pre-analytical errors, she has already mentioned that, about specimen collection, everything can affect the specimen collection, the transportation, and the delay incubation can alter the results of the conventional culture methods. So, if the antibiotics are not given on time, or that can be the inappropriate antibiotics that are being given, that can lead on to high associated costs because of the prolonged ICU stay, and also it can cause the emergence of antimicrobial resistance. And the patient has to be on multiple antibiotics and the associated toxicities, and all these factors can cause to increase morbidity and mortality of ICU patients. So, what's the way out? We have the molecular methods in the diagnosis of infection. This, the PCR was discovered in 1985, and this has revolutionized the molecular diagnostic methods. And there has been a paradigm shift from the conventional culture-based methods to the modern molecular techniques after the invention of PCR. So, this is the just an overview of those molecular techniques, which include the sequencing, fingerprinting technology, the target-specific testing, and other emerging technologies. For the interest of time, I am not going into the details of these, but just the methods that have been clinically and which has been relevant in our clinical practice is one is Baldwin mass spectrometry, second is multiplex qPCR, that is a quantitative PCR, and digital PCR, and microarray and barcode. And other point of care tests are coming up in a big way. So a word about the multiplex PCR. The PCR basically, because of the whole genome sequencing, we have a library of all the commonest pathogens and the genes which are responsible for antimicrobial resistance. And that is the major hindrance for our antibiotic therapy in ICUs. So we have a library of the genes and also the antimicrobial resistance genes of the pathogenic organisms. And when you're giving this is a basic of the PCR method, then when you're giving the pathogen sample, be it blood or any other sample, the PCR system detects the DNA, amplifies it, and compares it with the library of genes we have with us. So it's a highly sensitive method. It incorporates several primers and probes within one reaction tube. It amplifies gene targets from multiple pathogens, increases the diagnostic yield in much less time. The sequential quantitative PCR, which helps in identifying the false positives, which Dr. Sajida has been telling us a negative, because the contaminants can be picked up in the PCR. Yes, it was. But because of the quantitative PCR, we always know that the COVID-19 test reports, PCR reports, we get it as a CT value, that is a cycling time. That is a quantitative method, and once we get a CT value of 32, if we check everyone in this hall, but if you have the CT value should guide whether who has to be treated and not. And it can also use on a variety of clinical specimens, including the respiratory secretions, blood, CSF, other sterile fluids, and stool samples as well. So the major two panels available are the BioFire film array, which is based on a microarray technique, and also the PCR-based panels. So what are the advantages? We have, we can identify multiple pathogens and in a syndromic approach. It detects antimicrobial resistance in the same city and detects pathogens from blood cultures in 1 hour. So we are trying to reduce the turnaround time of the conventional culture methods. And as she rightly pointed out, the blood culture positivity, when it is shown, if you can transfer the sample to the PCR machine, and the PCR can detect the pathogens and give you a result in 1 hour, along with the antimicrobial resistance. It is specific, sensitive, rapid, and accurate. And the closed tube system reduces the risk of contamination. And it can also address growing and fastidious pathogens. And one more point I would like to clarify is that the bioarray technique which we are just discussing, it needs much less technicalities, and anyone within 2 minutes they can do the test. There is no hi-fi equipment for that. And also, another advantage is that you have a viral analytical, we can identify the viral analytical pathogens as well. The tuberculosis detection also with the drug resistance can be made. And this is the bioarray or the PCR techniques are highly useful in case of immunosuppressed patients, that is post-transplant and hematological malignancies, septic neutropenic sepsis. The patient comes to you with bilateral lung infiltrates and hypotension in the land of the ICU, and you have no time. So in these are the cases that has to be specifically done for PCR. And also the pneumocystis infections and fungal pathogens are also could be identified. So we have the encephalitis meningitis panel that is very useful and routinely used by the neurologists. The pneumonia and the respiratory panel, GI panel, and the blood culture identification panel. So a word about the syndromic testing. Syndromic testing is a symptom-driven, broad grouping of probable pathogens, and rapid and accurate diagnosis can be made in a clinically relevant time frame. And it has got high impact on patient management and cost. Dr. Sajida was telling about the cost of the PCR test, but because yes, it is costly, but as you all know, when the patient is admitted in the ICU on a ventilator, and if the patient spends another 3 or 4 days in the ICU, it can cost the patient 2 lakh rupees. And so, it can, the advantages are, can guide early therapeutic adjustment, a tool for better and safe patient isolation, improve patient management in terms of reduction in nosocomial infections, shorter time to the correct antibiotic therapy, and less length of stay. Also, it has got a significant impact on healthcare costs in terms of the reduced number of hospitalizations and the reduced number of ICU days. So, and also, that reduces the rate of nosocomial infections and readmissions. So this is a typical blood culture identification panel, which you have when you have a growth in the blood culture. If the sample is given to the BioFire blood culture identification panel, it detects almost 43 agents, and the result comes with the antimicrobial resistance, that is the gram-positive and gram-negative bacilli, the enterobacteriales, and the Candida species with cryptococcus, and also the carbapenemase genes, the colistin resistance, and ESBL and methicillin resistance and vancomycin resistance can be obtained in just 1 hour. And it comes with very good sensitivity and specificity also. And this is a typical film array report. Here you can see it comes with the copies per mm. So it has only if the copies are found to be significant. It is about 10⁻⁴. It's reported, and there is no chance of prior infections and other exposures giving rise to positive reports. And this is the PCR panel. We have a molecular lab in our hospital, attached to our hospital. And here they can do the peripheral blood also in the sample. And there is also a pneumonia panel and the tuberculosis detection panel, which can, as you all know, the National Tuberculosis Elimination Program has taken the molecular methods as the upfront technology for diagnosis of tuberculosis. There is no sputum rather than sputum AFB. We have gone for the NAT investigations for us upfront. And also we can get the drug resistance panel as well. And also fungal identification, especially in CSF and BAL. This is extremely helpful when we have neutropenic patients and other immunosuppressed patients. And also there is a tropical fever panel. And when we take you past through a case of a 45-year-old gentleman who has diabetic on OH, he presented with increased tiredness and he was in an complaint of altered sensorium with history of loose stools, loss of appetite, loss of weight, fever and cough. And he was evaluated outside, and this was his X-ray. He landed in the ICU that showed bilateral infiltrates on the chest X-ray and more on the some module of and cavitation on the left side. And this was his CT, which showed cavitation and infiltrates on the right side. So meanwhile, this patient had developed hypotension and was he had to be intubated because of the respiratory failure, and he had a BAL taken out and sent for investigations, which detected streptococcus and Aptcon, and also mycobacterium tuberculosis was detected in this complex, and also, his rifampicin and INS drug resistance was also detected in the same panel. So we had also sent the sample for line probe assay. We could isolate the patient immediately, and prompt treatment could be started at the earliest for this patient. So these there are many studies evaluating the BioFire assays. To conclude, time is the essence in gut-related sepsis. Every hour of delay in appropriate treatment decreases survival by 7.6%. And in septic shock, mortality risk increases by 5-fold within the first 6 hours without appropriate antimicrobials. Prompt recognition is critical in saving lives. The newer molecular methods encourage responsible antibiotic use and in antibiotic stewardship. The molecular diagnostic is the way forward and is the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nandini, for the presentation. Sajida, you want to cross-examine Dr. Nandini? 1 minute I will give you.
Regarding the specificities of decreasing action stage, I do differ because in the
slide which Nandini showed also, we saw that we had acceptable testimony, Klebsiella, and another organism also. And altogether, again, you have to cover a broad spectrum, which to treat, which is a predominant organism, which one to treat. That is a problem. Which antibiotic to use, all three organisms are there. So in that, the culture might help you to give that directed therapy. And regarding the ICU also, only you cannot follow it up with PCR to decide on how long on this transplant, very sick patient, how long to continue the antibiotics if there is a bacterial infection. So that also we need to have a culture for that, and to decide on, apart from detection, to decide on the precise targeted antibiotic therapy and which to give, and for the duration of the therapy we do need that. And regarding the second case of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, yes, we all are sending CDNAT, and that is the upfront treatment we all have. So, not negating that, but if in the very same patient, if it was detected as rifampicin very low resistance, again we are in a fix. We have to send it again. And in second line cultures of, second line identification of the drug sensitivity also, we need to have send a liquid culture in the multi-drug resistant organisms also. So, yes, I do agree that in Mycobacterium tuberculosis you may have an advantage of detecting upfront, but very low resistance is a problem. Then also in the second line drug sensitivity also culture is an important feature. So actually I had, can I have my slide? So I just had 2 more slides in the end. That is, I would like to show that, as I said, as Nandini and I said, apart from a direct upfront molecular methods, combining culture with molecular methods may be useful, and that may be the way forward in the future. So we may the judicious combining of culture along with molecular methods may be helpful in the this, but you cannot do without culture, because in resistant infections, deciding the duration of treatment, the precise antibiotic therapy, newer organisms coming up in transplant and immunocompromised patients, culture is a must, and you should have a culture, but this may have their own advantages. Thank you.
Yes, I do agree with her. It's not like no two tests are mutually exclusive. You have to go with the culture reports, and also the culture is the gold standard, yes, but there are negatives associated with it. So we are, researchers are on go to reduce the turnaround time, and PCR helps, or PCR-based methods helping reduce the turnaround time of the conventional culture methods. So we are not saying that the culture has totally has to be out, but yes, cultures have help us in the MIC. But the problem with MIC is when you get the MIC values after 4 or 5 days, the patient will be long dead and gone, and that will be of no use for us. So we will try to categorize the patient and give the treatment and as early as possible, and then we wait for the culture reports and we see whether it is correlating with our PCR techniques. Thank you.
So after the strong debate, we are back at the starting point. We know that we have 2 methods, both are good methods, both have advantages and disadvantages, and the ball is in the physician's hands. Judicious use, everywhere we say that, judicious use of the technology to diagnose your patients. I would like to say that both these methods may go out of fashion because newer methods are on trial, like fluorescent smart probes with fiber-based endomicroscope, where you can introduce the bronchoscope and a probe, stain the secretions in the lung and see whether it is infected with the gram-positive or gram-negative or fungal, like that. So without taking any samples and using the laboratory directly, the pulmonologists are going to see which organism is in the alveoli, and you can start the antibiotics straight away. So both Sajida's and Nandini's case will be out after 5 or 6 years, because we may get a smart probe endoscope where you can directly see the organism and treat. So that is going to be the future lung infections. So the debate is there. Any questions from the audience? 1 or 2 questions I can take to the debaters, not to me. Anybody want to clarify the points? All are exhausted after the fight, I think. So we will leave the stage. Thank you, Dr. Reyes and the team, for inviting us for this important session. Thank you very much.
I kindly request Dr. Shaji Joseph, Senior Consultant Pulmonologist, Thrissur, to honor the moderator, Dr. C. Ravindran, with a memento.
I kindly request Dr. C. Ravindran to honor our debaters, Dr. Sajida and Dr. Nandini V, with a memento.
I request the following e-poster contestants to assemble at the e-poster competition venue: Dr. Vidya B. Nair, Dr. Shafiq, Dr. Akila Prasad, Dr. George Paul, Dr. Shilpa Chandran, Dr. Daksh Sharma, and Dr. Shilpa Venu.
Next, we are moving on to the prestigious annual APT oral poster presentations. To the case oral presentations, and we have the best 8 finalists to be selected. The judges for today's competition are Dr. Mohan Kumar T, who is a Senior Consultant Pulmonologist at One Care Medical Center, Coimbatore; Dr. Sukumaran P, Professor and Head of Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Pushpagiri Institute of Medical Science, Tiruvalla; and Dr. R. Manju, Professor and Head of Pulmonary Medicine, Department of JIPMA, Puducherry. We are honored to invite you as our judges.
On this occasion, I have to thank our pre-conference online judges also. There were around 40 papers total, and out of which 8 have been selected, filtered out by our pre-conference online judges. That's Dr. Richa Gupta, Dr. Shashi Bhushan from Bangalore, Dr. Richa Gupta from Vellore, CMC Vellore, Dr. Vinod Kumar, the Senior Consultant at Apollo Chennai, and Nagarjuna Madhura, who is in Hyderabad. I thank them for getting 8 cases with a good, the best 8 cases out of the 40. Also, I have to thank our poster judges, Dr. Jai Mohan Unithan sir and Dr. P.T. James sir. The poster judging is going on just outside the hall. We had 28 papers for that, and divided into 4 groups, and I think the 3rd group is going on. And meanwhile, we will have the oral presentations of 8 cases over here, and I thank Dr. Mohan Kumar sir from Coimbatore, and Dr. Sukumaran sir from Tiruvalla, and Dr. R. Manju from Pondicherry to judge the final 8 cases. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aishwarya Sheikh, Government Medical College, Trichy, to talk on a rare case of pulmonary active mucosis.
Kindly note, the first on stage will be Dr. Aishwarya Ashok, next to be followed by Dr. Anna Jacob, and followed by Dr. Bismil Aisha. The next will be Dr. Chaitanya P. Ullas, followed by Dr. Mariam BVTM, Dr. Gopika Radhakrishnan, Dr. Soumya VS, and Vivek Vishnu K.
It's an alphabetic order. The papers will be, called for. And your presentation time is 8 minutes. And the rest 7 minutes is given to the judges. Can we have a training just 1 minute before so that the judges come to know about the timings? Okay. And the presentation or presentation should give you 8 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am presenting a rare case of pulmonary actinomycosis. My patient is a 54-year-old female from Palakkad who was working as a part-time sweeper in a local hospital at Palakkad. She presented with complaints of cough for 3 months, blood tinging of sputum for 3 months, and fever of 2 months duration. She had initial symptom of cough for 3 months, which was insidious onset, gradually progressive, minimal mucoid sputum with less than a teaspoon per episode for 3 months, and it was associated with multiple episodes of blood staining of sputum, about 4 to 5 episodes of hemoptysis, less than 10 ml per day. It was also associated with low-grade on and off fever for 2 months and loss of weight, which was about 4 kg over 1 year. There was no history of loss of appetite. Her past history, she had history of episodic breathlessness with wheezing episodes and allergic symptoms for past 7 years. She also had a history of admission at a local hospital with wheezing symptoms. About 1 year back, she was diagnosed with asthma and was using inhaler for the past 1 year. About the same time, she was also detected to have diabetes and was started on OJ. There were no other relevant past history, family history, or no significant exposure history, personal or socio-economic history. There was no history of any aspirations of foreign body aspirations. On general examination, patient had a BMI of 24.65. There were no parallel icterus, cyanosis, clubbing, lymphadenopathy, or pedilema. Her vitals were also stable. She had good oral hygiene. Examination of chest proper showed the positive findings were a reduced vocal frontitis in the left infrascapular area with a dull note on percussion and reduced blood sounds and reduced vocal resonance in the left infrascapular area, and there was also polyphonic wheeze bilaterally. So this was the first test X-ray. There was a retrocardiac non-homogeneous opacity with almost a regular border in the first X-ray. She came with a CG which was taken from outside hospital, which also showed a soft tissue density in the left lower lobe, predominantly in the left lower lobe posterobasal segment and superior segment, with areas of calcification and cavitations. So this was a CT film, initial CT film. The lesion was found to affect the parietal pleura, but there were no erosions of the underlying ribs. Her initial blood panel was within normal limits. All investigations were within normal limits. The screening was negative. Urine routine was within normal limits. Sputum culture, normal flora was drawn, and chronic entity was not detected. Considering the lesion to be peripheral, we proceeded with an ultrasound and an ultrasound guided biopsy was done. The biopsy result came as lung tissue showing lung fibrosis, chronic inflammation, squamous metaplasia, and there were colonies of gram-positive branched filamentous organisms consistent with actinomycosis. Still, we were considering a possibility of malignancy, and we had a discussion with the pathologist of our institution whether this was just a colonizer. But she gave the opinion that there were multiple colonies and it was not just a colonizer. So this was the image. There were multiple filamentous bacteria and morphology typical of actinomyces. However, we carried out a bronchoscopy just to make sure the diagnosis and again rule out malignancy as patient had hemoptysis. In the bronchoscopy, there was an intraluminal lesion in the left lower lobe post-probation segment, and it was seen partially occluding the segment. Multiple biopsies were taken from this. Also, we took a bronchial wash cytology, wash culture and NAT testing was done, all were negative. Bronchial biopsy showed again plenty of gram-positive Phyllomagus branching bacteria, morphology suggesting actinomyces. Adjacent bronchial tissue showed dense inflammation, but there was no evidence of malignancy in the section study. So, since both biopsies were suggestive of actinomyces, we proceeded with the diagnosis of pulmonary actinomyces and started the patient on IV penicillin for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, she was discharged of oral amoxicillin. Currently, patient is on treatment. She is on the second month taking amoxicillin. She is on regular follow-up, and for the past 2 months, she has reported very much improvement in her symptoms. Fever has subsided, and there were no further episodes of hemoptysis. Coming to discussion, actinomyces are gram-positive, non-spore forming, predominantly anaerobic prokaryotic bacteria. They are commensals in human oropharynx, GI tract, and feline genitalia. Pulmonary form is found to occur as a result of aspiration of the oropharyngeal secretions into the respiratory tract. It constitutes about 15% of the total burden of the disease. A higher incidence is seen with patients who have an underlying respiratory disorder such as emphysema, chronic bronchitis, bronchiectasis, and also in alcoholics because of high chances of aspiration. Radiologically, it can have a wide variety of presentation. It can present as airspace consolidations, multifocal nodular appearances, cavitations with pleural thickening, pleural effusion, or hilar or mediastinal lymphadenopathy. The management is with high-dose intravenous penicillin, 18 to 24 million units per day, for 2 to 6 weeks, followed by oral therapy for 6 to 12 months. The diagnosis of pulmonary actinomycosis is rare, yet it is a crucial and a challenging one, because this is often confused with a chronic suppurative lung disease or a malignancy. This patient presented with clinical features of a left lower lobe mass, and her radiology was suggesting the same, and she was initially suspected by us to have either a malignancy or TB. However, a pathological diagnosis came out to be actinomycosis. Being a treatable condition with excellent prognosis, and early accurate diagnosis will prevent both the psychological and physical morbidity and avoid unwanted surgery. Thank you.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I would like to ask you, was a yearly consult done in this?
No, sir, it was not done. There was no symptoms like that.
Second question was, why was she affected? Is it because of immunosuppression?
The only thing we could explain was she was a diabetic, and also the previous literature is showing that any underlying lung condition like chronic bronchitis or emphysema can predispose the patient. They are more commonly seen in these patients, but this case, particularly for asthma, we do not find any previous.
Corticosteroids?
Indian corticosteroids, as such, it is not given anywhere that it is predisposing, but oral corticosteroids due to immunosuppression, there are literature.
You said that you would be treated with penicillin. If she was allergic to penicillin, what other options
You can consider oral erythromycin, doxycycline, earlier sulfate were used.
You did not say it was a diabetic in the history, but you say no. You said told. Simple round lesion, mass lesion, like you predominance tuberculosis in this case.
There were calculations on his CT. So we had a suspicion of TB and NAT testing was done both for sputum and for Brownie wash. Both of them came as negative.
And this one was, did you ask for any previous X-ray films?
She had not taken anything prior to the onset of the symptoms. And no, sir.
Is it important?
Yes, sir.
Suppose you suspect malignancy. Is it important?
Yeah, we were always thinking of an underlying malignancy or a malignancy coexisting with actinomycosis. But both biopsies came as actinomycosis and there were predominantly multiple colonies were there. So the pathologist also gave an opinion that it would be unlikely a colonizer.
What do you think about this? Because actinomycosis is well known to invade pleura and body cage, but there was no pleural effusion at all, is it?
Yes, sir. Just it was affecting the parietal pleura, but there was no effusion.
No effusion.
No, madam, there was no skin lesions. I think the patient seek medical help at an early stage, and all the previous studies show that the chest wall lesions or skin lesions were in patients who took medical help at a later date. And in this, it was more common in the pre-antibiotic era, not at this point. The current guidelines say that we should go for medical management initially, and if in case medical management fails at the end of the 6 months, we can resort to surgery. Also, in cases of massive hemoptysis or in well-circumscribed conditions like abscess or empyema, with persistent symptoms, we can go for a surgery.
If there is an abscess to it, surgery should be done. Because this one, I thought you need to give a prolonged period of time. Because you are giving it for six months.
Yeah.
So when will you think of surgery when there is a cavity? You said cavity is an indication for
persistent abscess was an indication for surgery.
Persistent when?
Once medical management fails.
How long? How long the patient will take for symptomatic relief? How long did this patient take for symptomatic relief?
This patient took about 3 weeks for symptomatic relief. Yes, 2 weeks we gave IV treatment and then switched to oral. The previous, all the reports show that normally patients get symptomatic relief and radiological resolution at 4 weeks, starting from 4 weeks.
You did not show any X-ray post-treatment?
We are planning for a CT scan for this patient because she has not taken a contrast CT. There was a mild derangement in her RFT during the period. So we are planning for a CT.
Did you diagnose it clinically and not? Did you take a lateral view at any time of this patient?
This patient.
When you saw the X-ray, I was a little confused. I thought there was nothing, it was normal.
She came to us with the CT film already.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I call upon Dr. Energy for leadership cause for biliary lesion?
He requests Dr. Aisha to kindly get ready and wait near the podium.
A warm good afternoon, everyone, respected judges, dignitaries, and dear friends. My presentation is an unusual cause for lung biliary lesion. Being a busy respiratory physician in a tuberculous endemic area like India, we frequently attribute biliary lesions of the lung to tuberculosis. Other differential diagnoses to which we attribute are miliary of seen radiologically are miliary metastasis, infections, fungal, viral, bacterial, or miliary sarcoidosis, and the list goes on. But a falsely ascribed diagnosis is quite unfortunate for the patient and also for the resources of our country. So with this in mind, I go to the case, which is that of a 22-year-old female who came to a hospital in January 2021 with complaints of sneezing, conjunctival congestion and itching, and wheezing since 1 year. And she was provisionally diagnosed as allergic rhinitis with bronchial asthma, and she was started on inhaled LAVA-ICS intranasal steroids along with antihistamine, and she had clinical improvement of symptoms. In October 2021, she developed fever and abdominal pain of 2 days duration. She did a general surgery consultation, diagnosis of appendicitis was made, and since she presented after 2 days of initiation of symptoms, she was managed conservatively for 1 week then. In April 2022, she again developed abdominal pain. That time a CT abdomen and pelvis was done. There was no definite imaging evidence of appendicitis. Few prominent lymph nodes were seen in the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. Numerous miliary nodules were visualized in the lung basis, which was likely infected, likely miliary lesions. She underwent an appendectomy and the lymph nodes were removed. The biopsy of the appendix showed neuroendocrine tumor of the appendix, which was grade 1, well differentiated. Tumor was involving up to the subserosa. The lymph nodes were negative for malignancy. It was synaptophytic positive and chromogranule negative. Therefore, patient came to us for evaluation of the CT findings with complaints of shortness of breath of grade 1 and MRC, chest tightness. No history of increasing rise of temperature, night sweats, loss of weight or loss of appetite was present. The past history was insignificant with no evidence of ETT intake or PTP contact for the patient. She was a diploma student in hospital administration and she was also working as a sales executive in a gym at Kochi. She also had history of working as an accountant in a dairy farm for 2 years, but there was no significant exposure to any aerosols of the animal products. She had a history of regular dust exposure due to repeated construction work at her home, with exposure to dust, cement, rock powder and paint. She had a family history of nasobronchial allergy and bronchial asthma in grandmother, and her grandmother was on MDI and since 20 years. On examination of the patient, the vitals were unremarkable and the head foot examination were normal. Respiratory system examination was also within normal limits with no added respiratory sounds. Other systemic examination was also normal. There was no organomegaly on abdominal examination. Therefore, we made a provisional diagnosis of allergic rhinitis with bronchial asthma, neuroendocrine tumor of the appendix post-appendectomy with pulmonary metastasis of the neuroendocrine tumor, or miliary tuberculosis, or hypersensitivity pneumonitis, or silicosis, or infections, either bacterial, viral, fungal, or parasitic. And therefore, we investigated the patient taking this differential diagnosis. The blood investigation, routine blood investigation were normal, with mild increase in the transaminases value, with the OTPP value of 88 by 84. The viral markers were negative, total IgE, calcium, ACE, ANA, rheumatoid factor were all negative. Peripheral smear showed normocytic normochromic blood picture. Urine study was normal. Stool fluorescence were negative. Lung functions measured by the spirometry DLCO 6-minute walk test were normal. Mantle was negative. USG abdomen. There was no hepatosplenomegaly or no neuroperitoneal lymph nodes. On ophthalmic examination, no coronary tubercles were seen. This is a chest X-ray of a patient showing a grossly normal study, and we did a CT chest for the patient. And the CT was showing both lungs had diffuse miliary nodules, likely metastatic or likely tuberculous. A clearer picture of the CT of the patient showing multiple diffuse bilateral central lobular macronodules diffusely distributed in lung parenchyma. So, this is a miliary lesion which we found in the HRCT of the patient. And hence the patient underwent a bronchoscopy. It was a normal study except the left upper lobe was tripartite. We did a transbronchial lung biopsy from the RP4 segment. The bronchial wash microbiological culture had normal respiratory flora. Cytology was normal. There was no asthma bacilli. CBNI did not show mycobacterial tuberculosis. Fungal stain was negative. LC culture did not show growth of mycobacteria after 6 weeks of culture. The transbronchial lung biopsy showed fragments of lung tissue with areas of interstitial fibrosis. There was collection of refracted foreign body crystals. surrounded by inflammatory infiltrates, predominantly lymphocytes and macrophages. Multinucleated foreign body giant cells were seen, asteroid bodies were seen. And this was suggestive of lung tissue with refracted crystal with foreign body giant cell reaction and loss of interstitial fibrosis. So this was a histopathological picture of a transbronchial lung biopsy. We could see the crystals, irregularly shaped crystals in the lung tissue within and outside the macrophages, and we could see the foreign body giant cell reaction with asteroid bodies. We did a polarized microscopy of the tissue and it showed irregular crystals which were bi-differentiated inside and outside the macrophages. Therefore, we probed into the exposure history of the patient, and the patient gave history of using talc powder since childhood, and she had a habit of sniffing this powder before applying it on the face. Therefore, we made the final diagnosis of scalposis, allergic rhinitis, bronchial asthma, and neuroendocrine tumor of the appendix post-appendicectomy. Therefore, we advised the patient to stop exposure to the offending agent, and we followed up the patient. Last follow-up was 1 month back. She continues to be asymptomatic with no clinical deterioration or radiological deterioration or any deterioration of the lung function test. In India, there are no reported cases of scalposis, and ours is perhaps one of the first reported cases of scalposis. Talc manifests as irregular, bi-differentiated, needle-shaped crystals inside and outside the macrophages under polarized light. Recently, Johnson & Johnson talcum powder is facing around 38,000 lawsuits from women worldwide, and Johnson & Johnson are officially trying to pull back the powder from 2023. Meticulous history taking is very important in arriving at a rare differential diagnosis of miliary lesion of the lung. In appropriate clinical scenario, it is better to proceed with lung biopsy before considering empirical anti-tuberculosis treatment. An unaddressed miliary lesion of the lung would lead to exhaustion of the resources and undue exposure to the side effects of wrong treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the talc produces this?
So talc itself is a combination of hydrate magnesium silicate, and they produce bi-differentiated crystals which are deposited in the lung tissue.
Micronodules, hypertense,
Yes, sir.
But why was the DLCO and pulmonary function test normal?
Sir, the disease has not proceeded extended to that extent so as to decrease the lung function of the patient.
You said the exposure for so many years.
Sir, since childhood, but she only had exposure to sniffing the powder. So maybe it was not as extensive as occupational exposure. So that may be one reason that the lung function did not deteriorate to a significant level. And that was also one of the reasons that we did not initiate any specific treatment. We just advised the patient for discontinuing the exposure to the talc powder.
Okay. What is the stripping in? What do you think? Even when I use face powder, I usually smell it and then only with every time, whatever the same, even though I use the same brand of powders, right from childhood I will use. Just smell it. Sniffing in is different. What do you think? What is sniffing in? What do you say? Was it forcefully taken as if somebody is taking the tobacco sniffing in snuff?
Not that forcefully, but comparatively than the routine used to smell the powder a little bit. It was a little more severe than the normal routine thing. But in fact, this is my take-home message that it is better to avoid using the talc powder, or it is better to avoid smelling the powder before using it.
What about yourself? Do you use powder or not?
Sir, I have allergic rhinitis.
You are allergic. So you don't want others to use it?
Sir, my take-home message is rather don't use talcum powder. And recently Johnson & Johnson, they have advised that they are going to replace talcum powder with cornstarch.
Talc-free powder is good. This is supposed. Okay.
Sir, Johnson & Johnson, she was using the commercially available brands, not any significant brand. Different brands.
So the amount of magnesium, silicate would have been different in different dark powders, right?
Yes, sir. It is not quantified.
For example, she wants us to against any product manufacturer. She won't be able to win the case.
Because she will use a specific brand throughout her life, she won't be able to sue a particular manufacturer.
She had recently good exposure to construction work. So why do you want to say poor talcum powder which you have been using all the time? And I feel a little upset because I've been using it and I still want to use it.
Sir, we were also taking silicosis as one of the differential diagnoses. But in histopathology, silica crystals is seen as a regular needle-shaped crystals. And this crystals which we found in histopathology was very specific, for cancers.
Specific means vital.
Sir, further investigation of choices, electron dispersion, X-ray spectrum, which we have not done.
Electron microscopy.
To prove.
Do you get any evaluation for this?
Sir, initially we did an full workup. She also gave a family history of bronchial allergy and bronchitis in my grandmother. So we would like to attribute that to nasobronchial allergy and bronchial asthma initial symptoms. No, initially we did the naked evaluation and the initially medication process. So that time we didn't evaluate.
So retrospectively,
Yes, ma'am. After the histopathology, we retrospectively probed to our history. Probe the history of exposure to talcum powder.
Then you said diffusion was normal.
Yes.
Okay. What is the normal diffusion? Can you tell me what is normal diffusion?
Sir, the DLCO was 65% for this. So 60 to 120 was considered normal.
So suppose this patient, suppose some if I had done DLCO some 6 months ago, if it was 80% or 100%, what will you do?
So on follow-up.
So why did you say it is normal? So you said it is 65, it is within range. But suppose the patient's DLCO was done some 1 year ago, if it was 100% or even 80%.
Yes, sir. So there was no clinical deterioration. Even now when we on follow-up, when we did the lung function test for the patient, there was no clinical deterioration of her dialysis.
Actually, did this patient have any respiratory problem?
Sir, initially grade 1 MMRC.
What is grade 1 MMRC?
Just on exertion she was having dyspnea on flight steps.
Not near the age is 50 components per percent. Daily cause analysis.
Occupational
Encourage
breathing induced lung injury. They can use tobacco powder for inhalation. Then drug abuse.
Cocaine. 2 weeks back, Jimper also we had 26 years anyway. Retrospectively, after taking expiry, deteriorated the ARV syndrome. So retrospectively, we have found out the patient's cocaine. Cocaine also we have to keep it in mind.
How do you differentiate these two, IV and oral?
Inhalation would be more of a central lobular picture and it will be upper lobe predominance. IV use it can be diffusely involvement of the place.
Thank you.
Now I call upon Principal Aisha Bashir from Rajavi Hospital, Alwar.
relationship with the resident from tragedy hospital, Hyderabad. The case for my presentation is a 16-year-old boy, a 10th standard student, who presented with 1 week symptoms of fever, rhinitis, chest pain and hemoptysis. There were no other grave manifestations, no joint symptoms or skin lesions, no appetite loss or weight loss. His parents have a history of childhood asthma and hysteria and history of primary complex at 5 years of age. Upon examination, his vitals were normal. He was apparent at the time of presentation. He had a normal BMI for his age. The oxygen saturation was 95% on women. No parallel or inferiority. On respiratory system examination, there was right infraclavicular and area spinal practice. Per abdomen, there was no orthogonality. Visualization and oral cavity were normal. Lab results were cell counts were normal. ESR was elevated. It was 31. The renal function tests, urine routine, coagulation parameters, IgG were all normal. This was the preliminary chest radiograph taken. Shows right upper zone infiltrate. He was initially evaluated from another hospital since he had symptoms even before presenting to us, like for around 2 months, where a CT test was taken, the report of which was soft tissue density lesion in the right upper lobe, that is in subpleural lesion, suspicious of a cavity also. The image of this was not available. So we treated him as a community acquired pneumonia in 1 week oral antibiotics on a weekly basis. He had good symptom relief, but soon he again presented with fever. Again, 1 course of antibiotic was given on a weekly basis. This is the X-ray after 2 weeks of antibiotics, which shows partial clearance of the right upper zone infiltrate. The differentiation is considered at this point where slowly resolved community acquired pneumonia, allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis with mucoid infection, pulmonary tuberculosis, fungal lung infections, endobronchial lesions with obstructive pneumonia, primary neoplasm present in alveolar shadows, vascular lesions, lung involvement of connective tissue disease. Hence, we plan to evaluate further. The connective tissue studies, antiphospholipid syndrome studies, then aspergillus reactivity were all negative, and echo was done prior to further studies, which was also normal. We proceeded with the bronchoscopy. Bronchoscopy was done to obtain barrier studies and to attempt sampling of lesions training, but findings were within normal limits. Lab studies also were negative, except for the culturally normal flora. In parallel with this, a CT chest was done. A CT chest with contrast showed pulmonary malformation in posterior segment of the right upper lobe with abnormal endogenous vascular connections. A formal ENT evaluation was also taken to look for any occult lenticular areas in the cavity because substantial proportion of pulmonary malformations are associated with the Osler Rennie-Weber disease and nasal telangiectasis coexist. But the nasal cavities were normal in this child. So an intervention radiology was done. Patients' relatives were explained in detail about the nature of the disease, risk of recurrent hemoptysis and possible risk of neurological and cardiac events. After 2 sittings of counseling, they also agreed with the decision to go ahead with embolization. The procedure was done by intervention radiologist. This is the procedure details. Diagnostic angiogram of the right pulmonary artery was done through right pulmonary access. Large AV malformation was noted from posterior secondary branch of right upper lobe pulmonary artery with drainage into hypertrophied pulmonary venous branch of the segment. Embolization of pulmonary AV malformation was done using ambulatory vascular plug and multiple coils with resultant complete occlusion of flow in the area and patent rest of right pulmonary artery branches. A repeat echocardiogram was done on the next day of the procedure which showed no significant change in cardiac hemodynamics. This is the internal
wire mesh used in this procedure. This is a self-expanding mesh. This comes loaded in a device which is used to insert this mesh. This is alloy of nickel and titanium. These are the procedure images, fluoroscopy images of the procedure to be done. The second image shows the mesh being inserted. Even after inserting the mesh, metal coils are also used to occlude the vascular malformation, which was large enough. This is the CT pulmonary angiogram taken at follow-up, which shows no contrast uptake in the area malformation, in contrast to the one taken before. An MR pulmonary angiogram done 2 months after the procedure showed no new artery leaders or veins in the vicinity of the relation. Post-embolization, area malformation appears small in size, patient was asymptomatic. The unique aspects of this case were that this is a rare endemic of non-resolved pneumonia, but this pulmonary malformation not occurring in case of hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, because most of the pulmonary AV malformations, more than 50% of the cases, more than 90% of cases occur with the syndrome of hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia. We had a plan of doing biopsy of lung because the relation was favorable, but before that, since the CT was done and showed a vascular lesion, it was not done. Had it been done, it would have been catastrophic because of the vascular lesion. This was a significantly large lesion, necessitated definitive therapy, and the outcome was also successful. Now coming to discussion of pulmonary malformation. This condition is a rare one. Usually there is syndromic association with hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, also known as Osler-Weber syndrome. Up to 90% of pulmonary malformations are seen associated with this syndrome, and in the syndrome of hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, more than 40% of cases are pulmonary malformations. Then rare causes of pulmonary malformations are schistosomiasis, myelofibrosis, trauma, adenomyosis, pancreatic syndrome, metastatic thyroid cancer, surgical correction of congenital heart disease. Then about hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, it is an autosomal dominant condition with a prevalence rate of 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 8,000. The common symptoms include epistaxis, gastrointestinal bleeding, and iron deficiency anemia, and less common are mucocutaneous telangiectasia, a malformation that frequently affect the pulmonary hepatic and cerebral circulation. The symptoms of pulmonary malformations include dyspnea, exercise intolerance, and hemoptysis, and the complications include hypopnea, hemorrhage, pulmonary hypertension, and neurological complications like stroke, cerebral palsy, etc. The diagnosis of this is done by computed tomography and combined with the contrast. This is the gold standard test. In CT, pulmonary malformation largely appears as a peripherally well by lung nodule, rounded and multi-lobulated. At least one bleeding artery will be there and one or more draining veins will be there. Contrast echocardiography, this is a screening test where bubble contrast, that is agitated silence used as a contrast. This detects intrapulmonary shunt lesions but has a poor specificity. Then pulmonary angiography, this is done for diagnostic confirmation at the time of embolotherapy than as a diagnostic test. Then the management of pulmonary malformation. AV malformation is feeding with a line of 3 millimeter or larger should be embolized even if there are no symptoms. Then between 2 millimeter and 3 millimeter, embolization is proceeded with if it is technically feasible, and all symptomatic cases should be embolized. Embolotherapy is the mainstay of treatment. Then the options for occlusion include glue embolization, cyanoacrylate. This is rapid and technically less demanding, but this compromises risky anatomical vascularity availability. Then the mainstay is coil packaging. This means more attractive. This is more attractive, but preserves parallel vascularity. So the take-home messages are: non-resolved pneumonia requires a careful evaluation to look for the underlying cause of the non-resolution. Non-infectious pneumonia can result in non-resolution of alveolar shadow. Vascular malformation surrounding alveolar hemorrhage can mimic the radiological picture of non-resolved pneumonia in chest X-ray. Percutaneous transcatheter embolotherapy in these coils is the treatment of choice to arrest bleeding in EPDM and to prevent neurological complications.
Did you use retinol biomesh?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because the AV malformation was so large enough.
Okay. When do you suggest surgical therapy?
Surgical therapy for diffuse lesions, bilateral lesions, extensive lesions.
What are the complications with embolization?
Embolization, although successful, can later present with new onset recanalized lesions, then parallel arterial malformations, new formation of then failure because the coil or the glue itself can embolize away.
Yeah. Then? Cerebral abscess?
Cerebral abscess, stroke, etc.
Stroke. Okay. Is there any medical treatment? There is something called Vivas Simpaba, which can be used to try in small arteriovenous fistulas. Not used much, but can be used. Which lung is usually which part of it?
Lower lobes are usually
85%. In this case, what's the common presentation for most common?
Hypoxia. Rarely hemoptysis.
How many will get calcified? Like, how many percentage of AV malformation get calcified? Because in your case, we have not seen anything. Usually, one of the differential diagnosis of calcification is AV malformation.
Delays of AV malformation, non-resolved pneumonia, high attenuating mucus of AVPA, neoplasms, calcification.
AV malformation also many things get calcified. Percentage.
Thank you.
So when we start a room, Dr. Shaileja from Canada, parents making great progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is correlation between lung ultrasound score and chastity thorax score in patients with interstitial lung disease. So, interstitial lung disease is a heterogeneous group of disorders grouped together because of common clinical, radiographic, and pathological features. A diagnosis of ILD is a multi-disciplinary approach. High-resolution computed tomography is considered as the gold standard radiological method for the diagnosis and follow-up of ILD, but due to radiation exposure and high cost, repeated use of CT is limited. Lung ultrasound was earlier limited to the evaluation of conditions like tumors, consolidations, effusions, and to grade invasive procedures. The presence of cellular infiltration, interstitial fluid, and fibrosis in ILDs leads to high impedance acoustic discontinuities between closely opposed fluidine layer or solidine layer that leads to perception of very strong echoes by the ultrasound machine as the ultrasound beam strikes the highly refractive air, and that appears on the screen as variance, the sonographic marker of pulmonary interstitial syndrome. So my study, the aim and objective is to assess the correlation between lung ultrasound score and HRCT thorax score. Materials and methods, it was conducted in the Department of Pulmonary Medicine, KMCT Medical College, Manashiri, Calicut, and this is an observation study. Inclusion criteria, all patients aged above 18 years who are clinico-radiologically diagnosed as interstitial lung disease and willing to give consent for the study were included. Exclusion criteria, patients with acute respiratory distress syndrome, pulmonary edema, congestive heart failure, pneumonia, acute exacerbation of interstitial lung disease, hemodynamically unstable patients and pregnant females were excluded. Study procedure. A written informed consent was obtained from the study population, and all patients who are clinico-radiologically diagnosed as interstitial lung disease underwent HRCT thorax and lung ultrasound scan. HRCT thorax scoring is done using semi-quantitative variant score, and lung ultrasound is done in 14 areas, 2 anterior spaces, 3 lateral spaces, 2 posterior spaces, and the number of B-lines were evaluated. HRCT thorax scoring and LUS severity scoring was done, and correlation between them assessed. So this is a semi-quantitative variant score consisting of a severity score and an extension score. So severity score is graded as there is ground glass opacities is grade 1, irregular pleural margins grade 2, septal or subpleural lines 3, honeycombing grade 4, subpleural cysts 5, and the maximum severity score is 15. And extension score is based on the number of bronchopulmonary segments involved. If there is 1 to 3 segments involved, we will add 1, 4 to 9 segments plus 1, more than 9 segments plus 1, and if there is bilateral involvement plus 3. Then it is calculated by adding maximum severity score and maximum extension score. Minimum score is 0 and maximum score is 30. And with reference to this variant score, 0 points is normal, less than 8 points mild, 8 to 15 points is moderate, and more than 15 points severe. Then anatomical sites assessed in LUS B-line assessment is anteriorly parasternal at the second intercostal space and midclavicular at the fourth intercostal space bilaterally. Laterally, anterior axillary line at fourth intercostal space, mid-axillary line at fourth intercostal space, and posterior axillary line at eighth intercostal space bilaterally. Posteriorly, subscapular and paravertebral area at the eighth intercostal space bilaterally. Now, total scores of the B-lines calculated as a sum of B-lines counted in each area. The number of B-lines, if it is less than 5, it is normal. 6 to 15 is mild, 16 to 30 is moderate, and more than 30 is severe. Now, observation and results. This study was a prospective observation study conducted in 20 patients who were diagnosed with ILD, attending Pulmonary Medicine Department of KMCT Medical College over a period of 6 months. And this was done by incorporating semi-quantitative variant score and simplified assessment of semi-quantitative B-line score of ILD by LUS proposed by Bucreus et al. In 2011. Age and gender distribution. Study included 20 subjects of which 15 were, that is 75% were females, and 5, that is 25% were males. The mean age of study population was 53.5 with a standard deviation of 9.89 among females and 60.80 with standard deviation of 12.61 among males. History of smoking was present in 25% patients and 75% were never smokers. History of COVID-19 was present in 20 patients and absent in 80 patients. The most frequent diagnosis was CTD-ILD, that is 45%, followed by IPF in 30%, hypersensitivity pneumonitis in 15%, and post-COVID fibrosis in 10% individuals. And the most frequent CT pattern was UIP in 55%, followed by NSIP in 30%, post-COVID lung fibrosis in 10%, and organizing pneumonia in 5% individuals. HRCT thorax severity score shows severe disease in 60%, moderate in 25%, and mild in 15% patients. And lung ultrasound score shows severe disease in 55%, moderate in 25%, and mild in 20%. And the study shows a strong correlation between lung ultrasound score and HRCT thorax score with a Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.886. So discussion, this study was done to assess the correlation between LUS score and HSCT score, and it demonstrated a strong correlation between them. In ILD, the accumulation of collagen fibers in fibroblasts leads to subpleural interlobular septal thickening, often involving the peripheral lung tissue. It makes the LUS a feasible method of examination. So possible lung ultrasound findings in ILD are pleural line irregularities, diffuse B lines, subpleural abnormalities, pleural thickening, and reduction or absence of lung sliding. So B lines are discrete, laser-like, vertical, hyperechoic artifacts that arise from the pleural line and extend to the bottom of the screen without fading, and it moves synchronously with the lung sliding. And in a similar study conducted by Melina and Manica on this correlation between transthoracic lung ultrasound score and HSCT features in patients with ILD, it demonstrated a good correlation between the total number of B line score and HSCT simplified score with correlation coefficient of 0.7. So to conclude, this study shows a significant correlation between HSCT thorax score and lung ultrasound B-line score in patients with interstitial lung disease. The lung ultrasound is cost-effective, bedside and radiation investigation. Therefore, it can play a complementary role in monitoring as well as assessing the progression of ILD patients. Thank you.
I would like to know who did ultrasound. Did you do it or did somebody else do it? Did the radiologist do it?
So
Is there any coordination between the two?
Lung ultrasound, we will do it under the guidance of the radiologist.
So,
but the scoring is...
You didn't do that. It's the radiologist did it.
Actually, radiologist did the valid scoring. HSCT scoring is done by the radiologist, and lung ultrasound is done by me under the guidance of the radiologist.
For example, the lung score here and this, you have patients with COVID, you have patients with ARDS, you have patients with IPS. So the scarring, the thickening, the pleural thickening may be entirely different, right? So how do you correlate all the three?
Sir, already diagnosed cases of ILD, only I included already diagnosed cases of ILD are included in this study. So patients...
So for example, you said COVID fibrosis also, right? The COVID fibrosis goes up after some time, doesn't it? So will this study be valid? Is the question.
So we'll do a repeat USD. If the B lines are disappearing, it could be a follow-up.
So what was the follow-up? Yeah. What's the follow-up here?
We can do follow-up every 3 months.
How long will you wait in these cases with COVID? Post-COVID?
We'll follow up every 3 months to look for the progression or disappearance in lines.
Was there any difference between different ILDs, organized pneumonia and ground glassing? What was the...
So the appearance of
you have grouped them in between. Was there any more relevance in any one of those?
Actually, by LUS, we can't differentiate the type of ILDs,
yes.
But if there is, depending on the severity of the ILD, it means fibrosis, the B lines will be appearing more well-defined and more separated than that appearing ground glasses.
So non-specific interstitial pneumonia, was there a lot of B lines or?
Yes, there was B lines because of that septal thickening and all.
Septal thickening.
Yeah. Absolutely. Normally it can be, but if there is more than or equal to 3 B lines, 3 B lines between 2 ribs.
Did you find any difference, like in case of CTD ILD, it feels like ground glass opacity? Like some other ILDs, IPF is fibrosis more common. Is there any difference did you find in ultrasound?
No.
And it's the severity based on did you find any difference in B lines?
It's severity. The areas where there is more fibrosis, the number of B lines were more intense.
But CTD ILD, like in stage depth of fibrosis.
Yes.
So how did you differentiate that?
We can't differentiate.
So that in that situation, like so less B lines will be there.
the scoring is wise.
As the severity increases, the scoring will increase. Otherwise, we can differentiate the CPD, ILD or IPF based on ultrasound, just for assessing the severity.
Concept is how many articles they published in this?
Many international articles as well. But no proper studies are not available on this.
Because the spectrum of ILD is different, no? Like, so each spectrum has a different fix. Maybe we can focus on only on ultrasound with SSD, some specific ILDs connected tissues. So like that we can. Thank you. Very good stuff.
Thank you.
Can I call upon Dr. Maria Raji?
Very good afternoon to one and all present here, respected judges, other dignitaries and dear friends. Today I am here to present a rare diagnosis that can be rarely right to. So, this is a story of an 80-year-old gentleman who presented to us with a history of cough, hemoptysis, chest pain, fever at night, weight loss of appetite and mouth ulcers. He had history of recurrent pneumonia, paranasal sinus infections, drug allergies, mucocutaneous candidiasis right from the third month of age. He was born out of a non-consanguineous marriage, and his elder brother who died of recurrent infections at 8 years of age. He had no history of any meconium ileus in the childhood, thrived reasonably well in childhood, although some degree of failure to thrive was there. No history of any food intolerance. And he gives past history of recurrent infections, sinus infections, skin infections and pneumonias on an average of 4 to 6 episodes per year and 8 hospitalizations with pneumonia till now. He had 4 documented episodes of mucocutaneous candidiasis and he had pneumonias in multiple lobes and both sides. We could get it from cross-checking the old reports and images, and he had given one episode empirical ATT once, and he had atopic nature, drug allergy to quinolones, pantoprazole and azoles. And on examination, he was febrile and he was tachycardic and tachycardic with accessory muscles were active, and bronchial breath sounds were heard in right intratracheal area, and no abdominal organomegaly was there. And this is the chest radiograph at his presentation. It shows right upper lobe pneumonia with cavitation. And the differences entertained at this juncture were, one is the post-infections of the congenital bronchiectasis with recurrent infections, and asthma with allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis, cystic fibrosis, primary ciliary dyskinesia without situs inversus. Lastly, but most importantly, an inborn error of immunity, which is the present terminology for the primary immunodeficiency state. So the routine investigation showed the complete blood count showed a hemoglobin of 9.9 gram per deciliter, total count of 15,000 with a differential of 79% neutrophil and 13% of lymphocytes with an ESR of 77. Rest of the investigations were absolutely normal, and the sputum AFBs near CB0 were negative, sputum culture were negative, and HIV serology was also negative. So this is a CT chest, and it showed multiple thick-walled cavitating lesions with surrounding consolidation with multiple enlarged mediastinal nodes, and the cystic bronchiectasis was also noted in the median and the posterior basal segment of the left lower lobe, and the USG abdomen was absolutely normal. So we went ahead with the
bronchoscopy and lower airway sampling, which yielded the growth of Staphylococcus aureus, which was methicillin sensitive, and his sweat chloride level was normal, and the secondary test was revealed good mucociliary function, and semen analysis showed normal sperm count and motility, and the serum IgG levels were normal, and the blood sugars, the connective tissue workup, ANA by ASA, R refractory ferritin, LDH, all with a normal levels. So we treated the current episode with, we have started with piperacillin and tazobactam and then changed to fluoxacillin for 10 days as per the sensitivity, and the supportive measures were given and good clinical and radiological improvement were there. And he was discharged on 12th day, and this is the chest radiograph after antimicrobials that it shows the resolution of the shadows. So the possibilities for recurrent respiratory tract infection at this point where the anatomical lesions which was less likely because the normal endobronchial anatomy was seen in the bronchoscopy, and CT was showing no congenital abnormalities and bilateral lesions were there. And the secondary immune disorders were less likely, as we have been already ruled out that diabetes, CKD, CLD and lymphonodular malignancies. And the rheumatological workups were also reasonably ruled out. And here we undertake the congenital or the primary immunodeficiencies as a probable diagnosis. So we work up for that inborn versus immunity. We send serum immunoglobulin profile, complement level, dihydrorhodamine by flow cytometry, lymphocyte subset analysis, and primary immunodeficiency genome panel. And this was showing normal immunoglobulin levels and low CD3, CD4, CD8 levels with an elevated CD19 lymphocytes. And we did a genetic analysis, and it showed a STAT1 gain of function mutation was detected. So here is the final diagnosis. It was a case of inborn error of immunity due to STAT1 gain of function mutation that was resulting in recurrent mucocutaneous candidiasis and staphylococcal pneumonia, along with multiple drug allergies to quinolones, azoles, and pantoprazole. So a multidisciplinary team meeting was held, including a clinical immunologist, pulmonologist, IV specialist, etc. And the decisions were taken with the introduction of a JAK-STAT inhibitor, that is the stofacitinib, antimicrobial prophylaxis with cotrimoxazole, genetic testing of first degree family relatives, attempted desensitization of the culprit drugs along with vaccination. So this is the comparison of episodes, that is we have introduced that JAK-STAT inhibition after 7 months follow-up after initiation. We could notice that no episode of mucocutaneous candidiasis was there, no pneumonia, sinusitis, nothing were there, with 2 episodes of upper respiratory infection which was managed with oral cefixime. This gives an excellent response. This bar continues to be on follow-up this boy. So this is the unique aspect of this case. So in this case, his immunity, inborn errors of immunity that was undetected till adult life, but he survived well despite recurrent respiratory tract infection. It is a T-cell abnormality which is much less common than the B-cell defects. It is associated with multiple drug allergies also, and detection of STAT1 gain of function mutation is a very rare, and the targeted with this JAK-STAT inhibitor which gives an excellent clinical response. So this is some theory when we suspect this IBI. This is the Jeffrey model foundation criteria. There is a family history of immunodeficiency or unexplained early death, frequent need for intravenous antibiotics or hospitalization to clear infection, recurrent or severe prolonged infection. These all our patient was meeting, defining the recurrent infection. These all are the criteria. So this is the related incidence of IE. This is more commonly affected with the antibody or the B-cell deficiencies, and the T-cell deficiencies are 15% only. This is the causative organism that is according to the defects, B-cell defects and T-cell defects and phagocytic cell defects. So the take-home message is so the recurrent respiratory infections can be due to anatomical abnormalities, secondary immunodeficiency or inborn errors of immunity. The thorough family history, onset in the family, onset in the infancy or childhood, infection with unusual organism, multiple site infections suggest IBI. The evaluation of suspected IBI has to be done in a focused, in-depth and an algorithmic manner. The targeted therapy has emerged for specific conditions, need for multidisciplinary team care with experienced immunologists playing a key role. So the focused workup was needed in this case. This is this case showing CD3, decrease in CD3, CD4, CD8 and increased levels of CD19. Thank you.
Thank you. This deficiency, where do you see the most? If I remember correctly, it was mainly in polycythemia vera, sometimes in dermatitis, those kind of cases.
Yes, sir.
What made you think of this?
Sir, actually, we have done a detailed rheumatological evaluation. That rheumatologist suggested primary genomic analysis so that we could get
It's
this.
mainly through the dermatologist, right? Okay.
He presented to us with a recurrent respiratory infection only. So that we have done an evaluation and
Actually, you have different varieties, right? Jack 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. How do you differentiate that? Did you differentiate in this case?
this is the JAK1 stat.
Jack 1 stat. Okay. When you have Jack 1 stat, you give tofacitinib, right? What are the side effects of that?
It causes
Usually.
immunosuppressive side effects are there, mainly infections can occur. Tuberculosis infections.
For example, what are the contraindications? Contraindications for this drug?
The patients with infections like tuberculosis or
Any patient more than 65 years, those people who has a history of cardiac disease or a neuro disease, otherwise you can do.
What was the milestones development? How was it?
and that was normal.
Normal.
But he has some slight facial dysmorphism was there, but not obvious. But relating to this case, we can connect to this also. He has some facial dysmorphism.
Not inclusive, some microcutaneous problems were.
Yeah, mucocutaneous candida.
Wilson.
It would constitute bronchiectasis for this patient. There is no X-ray infiltrates in the mid-zone. Recurrent
pneumonia made that bronchiectasis. Recurrent post-infective bronchiectasis only. There is no congenital
Because of post-infective bronchiectasis locally. Did you take X-ray PLS because he had a recurrent sinusitis? So that X-ray you are not sure. He had a sinus infection.
He had a sinus infection was there.
Did he evaluate ENT? Not done. Okay. Did you get any vaccinations?
Yeah, vaccination.
Because you have not told anything about this. So this kind of patients you need to vaccinate.
Yeah, I have told that.
Told. So what kind of vaccine you will need?
We have to avoid that live vaccinations, live vaccinations. We can give type vaccinations.
Specifically to prevent the infection? Because already he had a pneumonia.
That is pneumococcal and influenza.
What strain? Because
PCV 30.
because if immunodeficiency, some patterns how to do it?
That is instance of the PS 23 and PCV 13. We can give PCV 13.
Since he is less than 65 years, so we have to follow the pattern. In case of immunodeficiency, we have to retreat in 8 weeks. Otherwise, after 1 year, we have to retreat. So that you read it. Because it is different from normal people and patients with immunodeficiency. So age group also differs. More than 65 years and less than 65 years. So this is vaccination is important in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call upon the organization?
Good afternoon, judges, other dignitaries and mediators.
I'm going to present Aptcon like good as surprise is not always good. So moving on to presentation. My case is a 55-year-old gentleman doing business hailing from Kottayam. He's a known case of systemic hypertension and type 2 diabetes. So moving on to past history, like in 2019 he was evaluated to persistent cough for 2 months. So on chest X-ray he was found to have an anterior mediastinal mass, suspected to be thymoma and was excised, and the histopathology showed type AB thymoma with a stage PP1A. He also had cold infection, which is category A in July 2021. And in this 1 year in 2022, he had recurrent admission. In February, he was admitted at Aptcon Hospital for generalized tiredness and fever, which required ICU admission, managed with antibiotics and oxygen support. In September 2022, he again was admitted with category B COVID infection. Now moving on to present complaints. He was referred to us from outside hospital as a case of ventilator-associated pneumonia and bleeding failure from NIV. So illness started as a viral prodrome. 1 month before the admission, he had fever, cough and diarrhea. Fever was initially high-grade in nature, intermittent. So he was admitted at outside hospital and workup was done. Fever workup was negative for dengue, malaria and leptospirosis. Initially he was managed with antibiotics and other supportive measures. Blood, urine and stool culture was sterile. Then during hospital stay he developed dyspnea and needed supplemental oxygen with NIV. In view of suspicion of post-COVID fibrotic changes, CT chest was taken. CT chest showed bilateral ground glass opacities with consolidation and interstitial septal thickening, predominantly perihilar region. Also showed left lower lobe consolidation, left lower lobe collapse. So during hospital stay, he developed slurring of speech, tosses and hypoxia requiring mechanical ventilation. As part of further evaluation, CT pulmonary angiogram was done, which showed no evidence of pulmonary thromboembolism. Then bronchoscopy was done and valve was sent for air smear being expert and routine culture and cytology, which was all negative. Then PCR for bacterial and viral panel detected cytomegalovirus and enterococcus. So he was started on antivirals, steroids and antibiotics, but tapering of steroids was not possible. On further workup, in view of hypoxic failure and associated causes with background history of thymectomy, myasthenia gravis was suspected. Neurology consultation was taken, MRI brain study was done, which was normal, anti-acetylcholine receptor antibody was sent, which was negative. So neurologist at outside hospital decided not to initiate the treatment for myasthenia gravis. So in view of diarrhea was still persisting, so CCT abdomen was done, which showed small non-obstructing left rectal calculi, mild palpating noted in the rectum and distal segment due to probable proctocolitis. Large hypertension was noted on the left side. Upper GI endoscopy and biopsy done showed active eosinophilitis with ulceration. Sigmoidoscopy and biopsy was done, which showed enigmatic sigmoid mucosa and active colitis and proctitis with patch erosion. Two routine and microscopy showed no over bacteria. Serum galactomannan was positive and he was initiated on chloricolysis. Beta-D glucose was reported to be negative. Then further was at outside hospital. After 6 days of intubation, he self-extubated. He was put on NIV with 16 weight pressure with an FiO2 of 70%. Even after 2 weeks of NIV, weaning from NIV was not possible and fever persisted too. So in view of multi-drug resistance in BAP and weaning failure from the NIV, he was referred to our hospital. So in our hospital, the ER, he presented with NIV support. He also had slurring of speech and tosses at that time. He denies history of sore chest pain, abdominal pain, hemoptysis, vomiting, syncope, joint pains, rashes, hyperpigmentation, sensitive motor weakness. There was no past history of tuberculosis or obstructive airway disease. On examination, palate present, no icterus, cyanosis, flapping, edema, lymphadenopathy. He was febrile with a temperature of 120 degree Fahrenheit. And respiratory, he was tachycardic and tachycardia was present. Saturation was only 93% with NIV support with an FiO2 70%. APG showed type 1 failure. Chest X-ray showed non-homogeneous opacity, bilateral oval zones, predominantly on the left side with left lower lobe consolidation. Systemic examination showed bilateral area equal on the both sides with intrascapular area cracks were present. CVS was normal. Nervous system examination, bilateral tosses was present and fatigability was present. And outside antibiotics was stopped and he was started on injection ceftazidime, ivermectin, injection astriona, injection voriconazole and injection solimandrol 125 was started. And he was continued on NIV. So blood investigation at the time of admission revealed HbA was 7.9, platelets of 346, then total counts of 13.2 neutrophils of 93%. CRP was 187 and procure was 0.31. RFT and LFT was normal. Electrolytes showed a hypokalemia. D-dimer 2.1, HbA1c was 6.6%, serology was negative. Complement C3, C4 levels were normal. So differential diagnosis at that point was ventilator-associated pneumonia, maybe autoimmune or myasthenia gravis, post-COVID syndrome, or myositis-related ILD. Further workup, ANA, ANCA and myositis panel was negative. Blood culture and urine culture was sterile. 2D push showed no evidence of infected endocarditis. USG abdomen was normal. So then re-evaluation by a neurologist. They did a neostatin challenge test which was positive. So he was initiated on packed pyridoxine 60 mg. Was given TID. So NCV study showed evidence of axonal sensory motor polyneuropathy affecting both upper and lower limb. So after initiating pyridoxine, significant improvement in his respiratory parameters were noted, and we were able to wean him off from NIV and switch to 4 liters of oxygen via nasal drops, and he was shifted out to ward. But all was not good. During hospital stay, he developed HP4 with fallen leukocytes, but platelets were normal. So as all autoimmune workup and endoscopy and colonoscopy were inconclusive, we thought of bone marrow involvement, hematology consult was sought. Peripheral blood smear showed normocytic anemia with neutrophilic leukocytosis. Beta-2 microglobulin values were normal. Serum erythropoietin fluorescence was normal. Then immunoglobulin levels were checked. IgG, IgA and IgM were all on the lower level. So that was the last block of the puzzle. So in view of hypogammaglobulinemia, intravenous immunoglobulin was given and advised to repeat every month after checking the immunoglobulin level. Pyridoxine was continued. He was weaned off from the NIV in due course and discharged to home on long-term oxygen therapy. This was the X-ray at the time of discharge. So on the background of thymoma and associated immunodeficiency, a diagnosis of Good syndrome was considered. Flow cytometry was sent for further confirmation. So flow cytometry report confirmed the diagnosis. He was having combined B cell and T cell immunodeficiency. So the final diagnosis was Good syndrome, myasthenia gravis, and ILD, probable post-COVID fibrosis. So follow-up after 1 month, patient was symptomatically and clinically better, a weight gain of 10 kilograms since discharge, and prophylactic pneumococcal and influenza vaccines were given. This was the X-ray in January after 1 month of discharge. So learning point, Good syndrome, thymoma with immunodeficiency is a rare cause of combined B and T cell immunodeficiency in adults. So a lot of clinical constellations are there, it's highly heterogeneous, ranging from various infections to concurrent autoimmune disorders. Early recognition and treatment with immunoglobulin replacement can change the natural course of this rare condition. Serum immunoglobulin should be considered as part of the routine diagnostic investigation for a patient who presents with thymomas. So take-home message would be, it's a rare case of combination of thymoma associated with myasthenia gravis and immunoglobulin deficiency. Good syndrome should be considered in patients with thymoma and recurrent infection. So treatment with supplemental IVIG will decrease the mortality and morbidity in such cases. Thank you.
What are the other possible causes of low-level immunoglobulins?
Combined variable immunodeficiency.
Okay. There are sometimes the reduced proteins can produce. Chronic kidney disease, CKD. CKD can produce, serious burns can produce sometimes. Okay. And even in diabetes, you can get it. Diabetes with CKD can produce low immunoglobulins. So what are the types of immunoglobulins apart from IgG, IgA, IgM? Do you have any other immunoglobulins? IgD?
This patient had only lung infection, did he have diarrhea, did he have diarrhea? Yes, she had all the problems. She had already undergone thymectomy. How common is it after thymectomy? Thymectomy, I thought will it solve the problem of immunoglobulin? deficiency, or is it with the still after thymectomy?
No, like literature shows association with thymoma and deficiencies.
Can a doctor occur after thymectomy also? Or will it be relieved? If suppose patient has got thymoma plus immunodeficiency, suppose you do thymectomy, will it do you need to give immunoglobulin again or?
Yeah.
How long should?
Specific guidelines is not
Should be given.
We'll check every 3 months and replenish like 3 months is what our hematologist suggested. Right. 3 months. That's what when he came to review, they suggested like.
So what it directly sir is asking, what are the follow-up you will do? What are the things you will advise to the patient?
This immunoglobulin level should be checked and replenished. Vaccinations.
So how many years we have to give? Like every 6 months you are telling us to follow, you know, like lifelong or how? What is the pattern?
Lifelong. Like to prevent recurrent infections like this.
If the patient is unable to buy.
So, what do you monitor each visit? What are the side effects of immunotherapy? CKD, kidney disease. So you have to look for creatinine. How long will I give this? The question she asked. Still, how long will I give it? Lifelong?
Long.
How do you monitor? Did you do the IgM levels again?
Yeah, every time he was advised that to monitor
every 3 months.
Immunoglobulin levels need to be monitored and followed up like that.
Are you sure?
Like that's what.
Anybody from the audience? Any idea about this? From the literature, what I saw was lifelong. And lifelong has to be given. And you have to monitor every 6 months.
He was not sure. He said it has to be given lifelong. He was, I don't know. Actually, it was not given. That's why I asked.
So this is a complex. This patient is having myasthenia gravis also. So we have to tell them to monitor like home LTOT, long-term oxygen therapy. So all these things we have to stress upon in this case actually. Because myasthenia gravis progress and respiratory failure can happen, or weakness. So these things are also important in this case. So it is very like difficulty in diagnosis. So you have found out, you just read it, how to follow, what all the things. So that is more important. So
This myasthenia, everything was like we had talked with them, like neurology side, they had counseled regarding myasthenia crisis.
As a pulmonologist, in future, if the patient comes to you, so these things is important actually. So now your PG after 2 years will be consultant somewhere. So these things are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Call for Dr. Soumya from Kirshati.
Good evening everyone. Today I am going to talk about an atypical presentation of an unusual infection. A 44-year-old gentleman who is a farmer by occupation presented with history of fever, myalgia, weight loss for 1.5 duration, and he had complaint of cough for the past 2 days. He was diabetic and on all hypoglycemic agents. He is non-smoker and there is no history of prior tuberculosis infection. Initially, he was evaluated for 8 days in another hospital. Their tropical fever workup was done, which was negative. Because of persisting symptoms, he got referred to our institution. On initial evaluation, his vitals were normal, his chest is clear, saturation was 98% at room air. His initial evaluation showed total count of 10,000, neutrophil predominant, and his inflammatory markers were raised, and his HbA1c was 11.8. This is the chest X-ray taken on the day of admission. It showed no obvious pleural or parenchymal abnormalities and some prominence of the both highlight. Based on the initial evaluation, we have started him on injection piperazine, desobentum and oxycycline empirically. And we have done his sputum gram stain, which was negative. Sputum AFP smear was negative. Gene expert showed no MTV detected, and culture showed no growth. Then we rated the tropical fever workup, salmonella, leptospira, streptotyphus, malaria, all were negative. Blood culture, urine routine and culture were non-yielding. His peripheral blood smear showed few reactive lymphocytes and monocytes. Then we looked at his abdomen for any infection foci, but it was also normal. Then we searched for any infected endocarditis, and there were no vegetations in his echo. Then we did connective tissue disease workup and vasculitis workup, all were negative. But he was still having fever. So after discussing with our infectious disease department, we decided to take the PET scan, and which shows metabolically active nodes in the para-aortic, aortopulmonary window, subcarinal and bilateral hilar regions. These are the PET CT film showing metabolically active lymph nodes, the subcarinal and hilar nodes. So we proceeded with EBUS and did EBUS TBNA from lymph node station 7 and 11 am. We did investigation with EBUS TBNA tissue, and the AFP smear and gene expert and the fungal smear all were negative, but the cytology came as separative granulomatous inflammation. Hence we started empirical ATT. While being on ATT, his culture report came as positive for Burkholderia pseudomyelitis. Hence we stopped the ATT and started on intravenous meropenem and cotrimoxazole double strength tablet for 2 weeks. Eventually his symptoms subsided, and we discharged him on oral cotrimoxazole, receiving it on an outpatient basis for 4 more weeks. He remained well, and his fever has subsided and is under follow-up. Melioidosis has varied clinical presentation involving different organs, with pneumonia as the most common pulmonary presentation. But isolated mediastinal lymphadenopathy with fever as presentation is rare. Our case here presented as pyrexia of unknown origin with subsequently detected mediastinal lymphadenopathy, which suspected to be a tuberculosis infection with the initial report. So, melioidosis also should be suspected in cases presenting as fever with mediastinal lymphadenopathy, especially in people coming from or has a travel history to endemic areas. This is our take-home message. Thank you.
Did this patient have any travel history?
No, sir.
Okay. You said the intensive phase you gave how many weeks?
Sir?
Intensive phase IV?
Sir, we gave IV meropenem 1 gram 8 hourly for 14 days with the cotrimoxazole double strength tablet for 2 weeks.
Actually, the guideline says 2 weeks of IV therapy and
Yes,
then
sir.
about 3 months of
Oral eradication. Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Actually,
And did you stop the ATT in between?
Yes, sir, we did.
When did you stop?
After getting the culture report, we stopped the ATT and started on IV meropenem.
how do you know that this infection was there for years or months? Because the incubation period for this infection in the literature is for years.
Yes, sir.
So did you retrospectively ask him for a travel aspiration of any dirty water or something like that?
Yes, sir, we did, but he doesn't have any history of travel to endemic region, and also there is no significant history of aspiration of the contaminated water. But he was a farmer by occupation, so that might.
That might be a reason, because usually contaminated soil, contaminated water can all produce this. So it may take years sometimes. So it's very difficult to find out the cause. Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think are your diagnosis of tuberculosis? And there is no empirical treatment now for treatment because what do you think? Because you had extensive lesions, sputum was negative. Do you think prospectively what do you think?
Because I didn't get the question. I didn't get the question.
You didn't get the question because the patient had bilateral lung lesions. Okay, extensive lesions, that's what you showed in the.
Only he had a mediastinal lymphadenopathy. Parenchyma was normal.
Parenchyma lesion was not.
Yes, sir. It could be a possibility.
Apoptosis. Because the culture report has not come. Like.
Yes, sir. The biopsy
Because that was
cytology
present with chronic granulomatous lesion.
Yes, sir, but it is necrotizing granulomatous lesion since we forward with the ATT treatment.
I think sarcoidosis can cause necrotization. So how to differentiate? How to differentiate sarcoidosis from tuberculosis?
The granulomas will be discrete in sarcoidosis. It was not mentioned confluent, but
whether it's caseating or not caseating, that is important actually.
Yes.
Also vein cells, epithelial cells.
Yes.
So caseating is suggested tuberculosis, non-caseating, because both are granulomatous infection actually. With the patient with mediastinal lymphadenopathy with fever, so we have to think of possibility of sarcoidosis also.
Can I call upon Dr. Vishnu from Government Medical College? Okay.
Good afternoon, respected judges, teachers, and my dear friends. Unveiling the unexpected, a case of respiratory failure. Here I am presenting a case of 42-year-old young male coming from Malappuram, who is a driver in Oman. Recently came from Oman 3 weeks back. Non-smoker, non-alcoholic, presented with complaints of exhalation dyspnea, cough, loss of appetite and weight loss for 1 month duration, and hemoptysis for 2 weeks. His symptom of dyspnea was initially grade 1 MRC, progressed to grade 4 over 3 weeks, and cough was productive with white scanty mucoid sputum, and he has lost almost 10 kg in last 1 month, and still mild hemoptysis for last 2 weeks, 3 episodes of 5 to 10 ml of fresh blood per episode. And there was no history of chest pain, fever, joint pain, myalgia, rash, dry mouth or dry eyes, no history of hematuria, abdominal pain, no history of allergic symptoms, aspiration, drug intake, inhalation of toxic fumes. And regarding the past history, no history of pulmonary TB, COVID, allergic symptoms or recurrent infections, no history of contact with TB, no contact with pets, no exposure history, 2 doses of COVID vaccination taken, no relevant family history. And about the treatment history, with these symptoms, he was admitted to ICU in a private hospital 1 week back, and from there he was evaluated with chest X-ray and CT and treated with IV injections and NAV for 5 days, and from there he was referred to our medical college due to progression of symptoms. Summarizing the history, 14-year-old male, non-smoker with a recent history of travel from Oman, presented with progressive dyspnea, cough, weight and appetite loss for 1 month, and mild hemoptysis. From the history, our differential diagnoses are first one being a viral or bacterial infection with hemorrhagic pneumonia, as he gives a history of travel from Oman recently, and it can be an opportunistic infection like PJP, fungal or parasitic infection because of the rapid progression of the dyspnea, and it can be a pulmonary vasculitis with alveolar hemorrhage in view of the hemoptysis and the dyspnea, and it can also be a pulmonary tuberculosis presenting as ARDS or miliary tubing in view of his significant weight loss over 1 month, and malignancy like bronchogenic carcinoma or hematological malignancy is also considered. And on general examination, he was conscious oriented, no paravector cyanosis, clubbing or lymph node, and his vitals were pulse rate was 128, respiratory rate was 35, BP 140/80, and saturation was 96% with ventilator NAV on FiO2 of 80% and PEEP of 8, and JVP was not elevated. And examination of upper respiratory tract was normal, no nasal crusting, and examination of chest reveals on inspection patient was tachypneic, movements are equal and comparable on both sides. On palpation, trachea central, movements are comparable. Apex between left and fifth intercostal space, 1 cm to midlateral line. Vocal parameters were comparable bilaterally. And on percussion, dullness was present in the right infrascapular and left infraaxillary area. On auscultation, tubular bronchial presence heard in right infrascapular and left right infraaxillary area. Mid-inspiratory fine crackles were present in bilateral, infraaxillary, infrascapular and lower interscapular area. Other system examination were within normal limits. After the examination, the diagnosis was bilateral lower lobe consolidation and patient was in respiratory failure. On investigating further, his total count was elevated, RFT, RBS and LFT was normal, urine routine shows presence of RBC, CRP, LDH was elevated, ECG shows sinus tachycardia, and ABG shows hypoxemia with a compensatory respiratory acidosis. And his COVID rat and RT-PCR was negative, throat swab for viral panel negative, screening negative, echo shows good LV function. This was his initial chest X-ray showing bilateral mid-zone and lower zone predominant patchy consolidation with a nodular appearance, and repeat X-ray after 1 week shows progression of this consolidation extending to the upper zone. Sputum for AFB CBNAT negative, culture reveals Staph aureus, blood culture was sterile, USG abdomen normal, Mando negative, D-dimer 1500, procalcitonin was 2.5. And initially from the outside hospital, he was treated with piperacillin, tazobactam, oseltamivir and levoflox. And from our hospital, due to progression of his pneumonia, he was started on injection meropenem, linezolid and levoflox was continued. This was his CECT thorax lung window showing bilateral patchy dense consolidation with the surrounding halo sign, and there are few random nodules were also present in the bilateral upper lobe. This was the lower cut section showing bilateral consolidation. This is a mediastinal cut showing bilateral consolidation with a positive CT angiogram sign, and there is also mediastinal lymphadenopathy in right lower paratracheal, precarinal and subcarinal location, and evidence of necrosis noted in precarinal and right lower paratracheal lymph node. And after the CT, the differentials were infections like fungal or other opportunistic infections like in view because of the lobar consolidation with the halo sign, and bacterial pneumonia with ARDS is also considered, pulmonary vasculitis, and tuberculosis is still considered in view of necrotic mediastinal lymph node, and organic pneumonia and bronchoalveolar carcinoma is also considered. And his autoimmune profile shows ANA immunofluorescence was positive, profile was negative, RF factor C-ANGA, P-ANGA negative. Bronchoscopy was performed on day 2 of admission to ICU through NAV mask with a bronchoscopy port. Mucous secretions were present, BAL was taken, TBLB could not be taken due to his respiratory distress during the procedure, and the BAL AFB CBNAT was negative, culture was sterile, fungal KOH PEGP staining was negative, cytology shows inflammatory cells, repeat blood culture was sterile, serum galactomannan was negative. In view of high suspicion of pulmonary TB, he was started on ATT empirically. This was a serial X-rays showing bilateral progression of the consolidation. And on day 3, due to severe respiratory distress and hypoxia and hypotension, he was intubated and started on inotrops. And due to his progressive pneumonia and absence of response to treatment, a methylprednisolone pulse therapy was given. And on day 4, he was on dual BP support, still hypoxic. We planned for a repeat bronchoscopy and TBLB, but patient had a cardiac arrest and succumbed to death. Because of the diagnostic dilemma, a postmortem transthoracic throughic biopsy was taken from the consolidation, and the biopsy CBNAT routine culture was negative, fungal culture negative, PJP staining was negative, and the histopathology came as invasive adenocarcinoma, And there was evidence of glandular differentiation with the adenopattern and mucin deposits, as you can see in the picture. And ISC shows positivity for napsin and TTF1. And the final diagnosis was invasive adenocarcinoma presented as multilobar pneumonia and ARDS with the probable secondary infection. There are case reports in literature with unusual presentation of lung adenocarcinoma mimicking a multilobar pneumonia and presented with a rapidly progressing respiratory failure over 1 month of duration. And I'm concluding that invasive adenocarcinoma is often misdiagnosed due to its unusual presentation mimicking both infectious and inflammatory conditions of the lung, and always keep the lung cancer in the differential diagnosis, especially in patients with pneumonia that is refractory to antimicrobial therapy. Thank you.
Did you look at the thyroid gland or esophagus?
Yes, sir. No thyroid swellings. Clinically, there was no thyroid swellings.
Okay. Did you look at poliomyelitis or something? Myositis? Any history?
There was no history of any proximal muscle weakness.
Where did you do the bath? Which segment?
Right upper lobe posterior segment. Because there was the dense consolidation was in the right upper lobe posterior segment, and secretion were present in the right bronchial entire right bronchial.
Okay.
And bile was taken from the secretions were aspirated and bile was taken from right upper lobe posterior segment.
Why was the cytology?
Cytology shows only inflammatory cells, neutrophils, and lymphocytes, and there was no evidence of any malignant cells or any atypical cells.
When he was intubated, why didn't you do a bronchoscopy at that time?
So,
when he was intubated, why didn't you do a bronchoscopy? It was easier at that time, right?
Because while doing, when he was on NAV itself, we planned for a TBLB, but it could not be taken. And because of the absence of response to our treatment, we planned for a repeat scopy and TBLB while he was on ventilator. But before that, he had a cardiac arrest and arrhythmia, and he died.
Biopsy from only one side or?
From the left side, sir. True cut biopsy was taken under USC guidance from left infraaxial area.
There was lateral lesions.
Yes, sir.
So usually even otherwise, even if you do an open lung biopsy, we take 3-4. How many you did only from one side?
Yes, sir. In the UST, there was a tissue-like pattern, like consolidation was there in the left infraaxial area. So chance of getting the results more.
Only one was taken.
On 5 to 6 bits are taken.
Only from one side.
Only from one side.
You selected it because it was the hardest one. You thought it was infection stage. So
yes,
only one side you thought.
Yes, sir.
There is consolidation. What is the actual histopathological diagnosis?
Invasive adenocarcinoma. Invasive adenocarcinoma. There was round to oval shaped cells arranged in a circular manner with the central luminar clearance and invasion to the stroma, vasculature, and to the bronchial wall. And mucin was positive and ISC was positive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With that, we are coming to the conclusion of the oral presentations. Next, we will have the validatory function.
So thank you, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
I request the Association of Pulmonologists Thrissur President Dr. Rennies Davis to hand over the memento to our judges. I welcome Dr. Rennies sir onto the stage. Hello, check.
So for the quiz competition, initially it started with 41 participants, and then after the first screening, it came down to 15, and then we had a screening here. We took 5 into the final rounds, and the 5 were Dr. Ashwath Ramesh, Dr. Vani, Dr. Vishnu, Dr. Atulya, and Dr. Rakesh. Now, out of which I gave certificates of appreciation to Dr. Vani and Dr. Ashwath Ramesh.
Dr. Vani, Dr. Ashwath Ramesh, please come.
They are here. Yes. Dr. Ashwath is not here. Somebody can collect. Yeah.
Candidate in the institution was declared.
Kim's friend. From Kim's Trivandrum. Now the third prize goes to Dr. Rakesh Kumar from GMC Kannur.
Third prize consists of a certificate of appreciation and a cash award of 2,000 rupees. We request the winner to kindly come on to the stage.
GMC Kannur. Thank you Rajesh from GMC, Government Medical College, Kannur. The second prize goes to Dr. Atulya S. Kumar from Government Medical College, Kottayam.
The second prize consists of cash prize of 5,000 rupees and a certificate of appreciation.
And the first prize goes to Dr. Vishnu K, Government Medical College, Calicut.
The first prize is Vishnu as a cash prize of 8,000 rupees and a certificate of appreciation. Congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you very much.
Now I invite Dr. James sir and Dr. Neetan sir to announce the poster prizes. As I've told you, there are around 40 posters, out of which 8 were selected for the best paper, and then the rest of the posters were evaluated by our eminent judges, and they are about to tell away the prizes.
First of all, it was very difficult for us. We took the maximum time. We were being forced to announce the results. In between, Ravindran sir came and told, what you are doing here, you come inside. So you can imagine the amount of competition they had. So no one should feel bad that they didn't get the prize. We took a very hard, with a heavy heart, we took the decision. Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah. As per the instruction, third prize is shared by 2 people. 2 third prizes are given. One is to Dr. Amrita Vishwanathan and another one sharing is Dr. Krishna Prasad. I think from institution is from. I did look at the institution.
Government Medical College, Thrissur.
Yeah, Amrita Vishwanathan from Government Medical College, Thrissur. Dr. Krishna Prasad from Baby Memorial Hospital, Calicut. So Dr. Ravindran will receive that. Krishna Prasad. So second prize goes to Dr. Vivek and Vijay. Government Medical College, Kottayam. And the first prize goes to Dr. Daksha Sharma from Amla Medical College, Thrissur.
I request Dr. Ranesh Devi sir to kindly hand over a memento and a token of appreciation from APT to our e-poster judges. To PT Jim sir. I request Ranesh sir to kindly hand over the memento to Jai Mohan Manita sir. Thank you. Thank you sir. Thank you for the judges. Yes sir. If you are ready. Now to the most awaited moment. We request the judges to kindly speak a few words on today's case presentation and about their judging decisions.
Actually, all the 8 were excellent presentations. We had a tough time. And also we had a criteria, certain 10 marks, about out of 50 we marked. We had a consensus among ourselves and we came out with the results. The first, I'll start with the third first. Dr. Aishwarya Ashok. Which one? Third.
Third prize consists of a cash prize of 5,000 rupees, a memento and a token of a certificate of appreciation.
Please come. From Government Medical College, Thrissur. The second prize goes to Dr. Anna Jacob.
The second prize consists of a cash prize of 10,000 rupees, certificate and a memento of appreciation. I request the winner to kindly
From
come out.
Amala. The prize is 10,000 rupees with a cash prize. Congratulations. And finally, the first prize goes to Dr. Chaitanya P. Ullas. Chaitanya.
First prize consists of a cash prize of 15,000 rupees, certificate of appreciation and a memento from APT. Congratulations, Dr. Chaitanya.
James City, cold. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you all. And congratulations to all participants.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Reni sir, and the team for the opportunity.
I request Dr. Renes Joy sir to kindly hand over a memento and a token of appreciation from APT for the judges. Dr. Sukumaran sir. Dr. Mohan Kumar sir. And Dr. Manju madam. I request Dr. Renazia sir to kindly hand over a memento to our quiz judge, Dr. Judo Jevachovarapin. Yes, this is the 7th year of running of Aptcon, and we have been every year trying to increase the cash prize and increase the competition and the facilities for the winners. And now I request APCCM President Dr. Kuryanuman sir for the handing over. Yes, over to you, sir. Mic to.
APCM has got immense pressure in unrevealing one calendar for all APCM members, not only who have gathered over here, the all 836 people sponsored by the ALCAP. So,
So as usual, a wonderful CME by Association of Pulmonologists this year also. A wonderful and a very nice conducted CME, including all the section CMEs, debates, then poster presentation, quiz competition, and the prestigious case presentation also. Well done. Hats off to the President, Venice David, Jamshir, David Sponsor, Judo, Thomas Padakan, Ishtaumar, Unni, and all others for conducting a very nice CME. On behalf of APCCM, I congratulate all the team, all APT team for this wonderful event. Thank you very much.
There are a few mementos for those who have participated for the oral presentation. Can you just come forward if, should I read the names? The others who have participated in the oral presentation, not the first, second and third. And also I would like to know the feedback from the audience, how to improve for the next one. Any feedback from the PGs or senior faculties? Because this Aptcon is going to live long.
We request Dr. Saumya V.S., Gobiga Radhakrishnan, Dr. Vishnu K., Dr. Bismil Aisha, and Dr. Mariam B.V. to kindly come on stage.
Anyone over here or someone, the friends can also come and take our plant a tree, save a lung concept, and that's the memento. It will be handed over by Quirino Mansur, the president of ABC. Come forward. Gobiga from Amrita. All cases were good. They were the 8 best among the 40 case reports. So that's why we can't neglect them. Come on. Vishnu has grabbed a lot of prizes. Again, he is going to plant a tree and save a lot of lungs. Congrats, Vishnu. You're from Calicut Medical College. Thank you.
Dr. Bismil Aisha.
Bismil Aisha from Rajagiri. Okay. Good. Thank you. Mariam Baby again from Rajagiri. Rajagiri, they had, 2 cases have been selected. Congrats to your mentors also. From Soumya from Kim's Trend. Congrats. They have got a good academics with the DNP program. Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Aishwarya Ashok to kindly come near to the dais.
What about the feedbacks? Anyone, any feedbacks? One feedback which I got from the husband of Dr. Manju was to have some kind of audience interaction. Sorry for that because we were running short of time. So questions were very much restricted. That may be the one reason. Secondly, we have posed in a lot of academic programs, the panel, what you call it, the debate panelists, then speakers, then cues, orations, everything in one day. It was very difficult. We started from 7:50 sharp, and then and still we are late by 1 hour. So that's why that may be the reason the interaction was not so. We will improve next time. Any other feedbacks? Baseball, sir, something to convey? Thomas? Oh, no voice. Jagdish, sir? Okay, then I think that we can call it a day. And if I start from to thank you all, I have to again take out my checklist. There are a lot of people who have really helped, starting from the senior members, Dave sponsors, and from scientific part, then the reception area manned by Dr. Jagdish, then all others like Dr. Unni with the vibrant, then my own secretary, Thomas, then Jamshir Thomas, then Judo, who has taken care of the Q part, starting from the online process. And Arun was taking all the pain for the financial management. And then Divin was with me for the last few days, who has taken care of the event management. Then I thank the hotel for giving us excellent platform for sharing our knowledge. And these are the people who have really helped us, who are standing over there. Okay, without the seats, they are standing over there and financially supported our program. Starting from, Cipla, Cyrus, Lupin, then Alchem was there, taking care of all the registration processes. And then the Oster, Glenmark. I thank them all because they were supporting from behind. And I also thank all the
the judges who have taken all offline and online, and especially the senior members, they have taken the whole Sunday out for our program. Mohan Kumar sir, Sumaran sir, Manonithan sir, James sir has just left, Dr. Manju and her husband. Then online judges are Chagupta, Sashi Bhushan, Nagarjuna and Vinod. They all from a different. We have chosen the judges where our participants don't have their mentors. So we have to take them from Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, and Pondicherry, and the Sigmarins are all ex-professor or emeritus. And so it doesn't have, right now don't have the PGs, DNB or the postgraduate students. So that's why how, and we know there are a lot of good people over here with good knowledge, but we have to select those who don't have the PG programs. Recently, Unithan sir has recently started their DNB programs, and Mohan sir is there for handling the whole process in one hand. So we were confident enough in judging. It was all double-blinded, starting from first onwards. Now I have to find some time to read all these. Because these are all blinded and sent to the offline judges, and then they put the mark in 25 marks each, the 4 judges, and out of 100 these were valued, the whole 40 papers. And then we have taken another 8 for the best 8 for the oral presentation and rest for the poster presentations. And all cases were good. One day I just started sitting on to read, and then the time went very fast. So, and it was very good cases. I got stuck in those cases, and then I have to reach my home late. So that's what but I have to find some time to read all this. So very good enough cases, and I'm still learning, and we are all still learning with the way the work has been done in different institutions, and even post-mortem, which I was seeing right now. That is good. And I thank all the delegates and all the participants for the cues, posters, and the papers, who have really taken some pain out of their routine clinical work and their academic program, and spend the Sunday with us. Have I left out someone? Not intentional, but really, not the least, I have to thank all my APT members who was with me, and that conference building only made this program a success. Thank you all, and thank you, and good evening.